make something and you're like, people are gonna call this one unhinged. I told you the show did something to me. You were warned. We saw the signs. I hope you didn't think I was done. Hey, I'm Bats, also known as Fruit Bats.
And I'm Luna.
Oh, right out the gate. Okay. Huh.
I'm so excited.
I know, but we talked about this. Like, I had a whole thing planned. You'll get your moment. Let me do my thing first.
Sorry.
So, you may or may not have seen my last video deep diving into the first season of the 1983 Jim Henson series Fraggle Rock. If you haven't, please go watch it. If you're familiar with the series, I guess you'd be fine to just jump in for this video. However, I will be a little hurt. I have some cool info in that first one. But we're breaking it down episode by episode and then some. And in between, don't forget in between. Like, we are fully appreciating every aspect of this show here. Do not think for a second anything goes unnoticed. Like anything. I'm crazy. I'm dissecting this like it's a whole science experiment. If you are just finding me and or you know nothing about this show, I'd hate for this to be your intro. Please go watch the first one. Confusing might be the least of our problems here, okay? If you have seen my first video, welcome back. This one's a little different. So happy to see you in your face here again. I hope you're ready to look at mine for a few hours. Real quick, I said it in the last video and I'll say it again. I don't think there are any here, but if you're an actual baby child, please go watch Fraggle Rock. This video is not for you. But yeah, I'm gonna swear I don't think everything I say is going to be appropriate for children to hear. I know we're talking about a children's show, but I just go off the rails in this one. I'm real sorry. I got real comfortable. I don't know what else to say. We're talking about season 2 in this video. We are only talking about season 2. I might maybe bring back some things from season 1, but season 2 and nothing further. If it's in anything past season 2, we're not talking about it. Not yet. We'll get there. This is season 2. I have a few goals here with this video, right? First, for you to want to watch or rewatch this show. Also, for you to love and appreciate this show, maybe not as much as I do. I'm kind of intense about it, but I want you here. I want you with me. Another is for you to understand this show in all its aspects and what it's saying and what it's telling you, and for you to take that and internalize it. Intense already, I'm sorry. It's about the lesson. It's about the lesson. And also, a secret fourth thing. That's up to you to guess. Could be anything. But, okay. I think I got all of the super important top of the show stuff out of the way. Are you settled? Are you settled? Are you ready for your intro now?
Oh, hi.
This is Luna.
I am Luna. Like the moon.
She's been crashing with me for a couple weeks. Not really sure how she found me or why me. I made you that little backdrop so you have something cute. Matches the vibe.
It'll work for now.
Never enough for her, I swear. You have anything else you want to share about yourself?
Some things about me. From the streets of Sesame. Born and raised. I'm not a baby. It's just my accent. Ugh.
Noted.
Never met my dad. And he lived a block away. Oh, been trialed for witchery. Wait.
How old?
Rude to ask a lady questions. But, old enough.
How would you know? I mean, you look good, girl.
Oh my god, thank you.
Okay, I think we've heard enough. I think we've got enough.
What? You said I could stay. Come on, I love this show.
You can stay if you be cool.
Oh, always.
I mean, like, you can't get us too off track, okay? This is about the work of art that is this show. We can have fun, but, like, please be chill. Don't make this about you.
Me?
Yeah, you've nearly proved my point already.
Like you're any better.
Hey, this is my video. Please just like let me do my thing. Season 2 of the original Fraggle Rock series. Let's talk about some production stuff real quick.
Not the show yet.
Wrong. I don't want to hear it. This is the show. It all connects. It all makes it what it is. Such is the lesson, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you like my Mogorg fit? I have Prismacolors in my hair and a lot of other shit just kind of shoved in there too. Okay, so to pick up where we left off last video, season 1 wrapped filming in May of 1983. Season 2 was set to begin production in September of the same year. However, before that, the team regrouped to discuss the first season and like ways they could improve. So there was a weekend in July of 1983 where they had a Fraggle Rock educator seminar. So this was just like producers, writing staff, a bunch of child psychologists psychologists and school teachers, all led by Jim Henson. But they talked about things like the themes of the show, the characters, the language that they use, relationships between species, how depictions of fear and anger would affect younger viewers. There were some more things too, but like stuff like that, you know? So with this being produced in Toronto, I guess as opposed to like a larger, kind of crazier city, I don't know, I've never been to Toronto, but it gave everyone more time to hang out on and off set. So by season 2, they really got to know each other and they were able to like take inspiration from like their interactions for episodes. But they would like know who would play off each other well in a scene, who would be a good writer for each episode. Oh, I don't know, I just love it. It makes so much sense that this show was so good. That all plays a part, you know? I truly believe that. For this season, they didn't want to take too many suggestions from that seminar because like they can't please everybody, and also if they tried to, then it would just be a boring show and we don't need another boring show, you know? So with that, they made a few key changes to season 2 that if you watch the show, you would probably pick up on it. I don't know if you would pick up on it from this video. I don't know what I'm saying. First, they agreed that the Doc and Sprocket segments should parallel the Fraggle Rock storyline more clearly. So now at the end, they will be a little bit more on the nose with the wrap-up segments. And also, Doc was made a little bit more realistic. Like, no more sewing buttons on eggs, like he's actually inventing now. We also start to learn more about the Doozers and the Gorgs this season, as well as the connections and similarities between each of the worlds. They also decided that there should be a bit more of a difference in how they each talk. My favorite example being the Gorgs. They speak in a battered pseudo-Shakespearean syntax, which they called Forsoothean. Love it. If you don't know what that means, I did have to look it up. I'm pretty sure it's just a goofy way of saying indeed. And they say it a lot this season. And I think from here on out, but I love it. Forsooth. They just have a lot of silly words or phrases that the Gorgs use. I love it. Another thing though is that the Doozers speak in like a tech talk, and that would explain why I zoned out quite a lot as a child for the Doozer sections. I'm sorry, Doozers, I was blind, but now I see. Back to the Gorgs for a moment though. I believe I mentioned this in the last video, but I will be so honest with you. I may repeat myself a bit in this video because I don't remember what I said in the first video, and I'm not gonna go back and find out. I'm sorry. But we have a new voice of Ma Gorg, Cheryl Wagner. To me, icon, legend, star. I love her a lot. She was the creator of one of my other favorites, the big comfy couch. Also, we've heard her before because she was my fave one-off character, Lou Ferragamo. But she was also right hand for Candace. But she and Trish Leeper, who is the body performer of Ma, don't forget, they worked together to make some improvements to Ma as a character. They were a little concerned that she was becoming a bit too nagging wife, and that was kind of all she had. So they were like, no. So now she's very clearly the head of the family. They also improved upon Gorg vision this season. And by that I mean they could see now. So I talked about it a little bit in the last video. But now, since the helmet would like shift, they mostly just could not see, the performer suggested that they added a mask to the headpiece to prevent the eyepiece from like shifting. They also replaced the camera that they had in there with a small black and white TV type camera. Basically now they had an undistorted Gorg's eye view of the world with proper depth perception. So yay, it added a little bit more weight, but I guess it was worth it. So another change was that the previous set designer Bill Beaton had moved on to other projects by now. So Robert Hackborn took over as set designer. As they geared up for production, the writers would come to Jerry Jewell and Jocelyn Stevenson, the head writers, and they'd be like, hey, I have this idea. And they'd be like, cool, let's do it. And if like they had a passion about something, if they were excited about something, they'd get excited too. And they'd be like, all right, yeah, let's go, let's do this. And I love that. Director Eric Till also joined the crew in season 2. They didn't approach this season as a story arc really, but as more as exploring the relationships in this world, adding new elements to each character. They didn't want to repeat themselves, and they were often looking to do something that they haven't tried. They didn't really have a plan though. They just went with what interested them, and I really liked that approach. They were focusing on adding new elements as well as improving upon the old ones. Season 2 episodes premiered on HBO in January of 1984 to good reviews and strong ratings. Obviously.
Like, duh.
What'd you expect? Okay, sweet. So for real now, kinda. Let's get back down to Fraggle Rock.
Oh my god, wait!
What?
I gotta go get Pepper Jack.
Who the fuck is Pepper Jack?
This is Pepper Jack.
Oh. Hi, Pepper Jack.
He loves Fraggle Rock.
You brought him... Whatever. Right, quick. So before we get into episode 1, let's revisit the board. I'm gonna try to do better with it this time. I doubt that I'm much better with it this time. We're learning and growing here. I love a visual, you know me. I'm gonna like show you a little pic of each of their respective performers because I bring them up specifically. So, probably too much. So much that you need to know who I'm talking about, okay? So I just feel like you should be like, you did that. You did that. Great job doing that so good. Although Karen Prell's pick on IMDb is red, so.
Same thing, right?
But if you've heard it all before, I don't care. Sit down. Because if I have to have all these people's names and faces and voices memorized, you do too. Okay, back to the board. I organized it all cute this time. So we have our Fraggle 5. We've got Gobo, played by Jerry Nelson.
When you say that, what do you mean?
By what?
Played. Am I being played?
Well, to you, what are we?
The same. Connected.
Don't
think about it.
What?
I don't.
Okay, then we'll get out of here. Ugh. Don't worry about it then, alright? Anyway, Gobo, absolute legend, Jerry Nelson. I know I go off about all the puppeteers at some point during this video, so I'll have my words. I'll say my words. Then we got Red, who is Karen Prell. She has a special place in my heart because Red was my favorite as a child, but I also want to be like her, like Karen Prell. I love Karen Prell. Then we got Wembley. He's definitely become one of my favorites as I've worked on this little series here, and it's gonna get to be a lot during this video probably. I'm really sorry. And a lot of it's like little things that he does. Oh, but he's played by Steve Whitmire.
Oh.
What? I'm gonna look him up. No, please.
This is gonna be a problem for me.
Don't say more. This can't keep happening. This man does not deserve this. I need go. I'm so sorry for her. I know she's not. But professionally,
I'll take that off.
Professionally, because we can be serious and normal here for 2 seconds. I love him. I think he's crazy with it. Complimentary. Also, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me about what maybe why you might not like him. Whatever. Free my man. He ain't do nothing. That's not my problem. We also have Moki, who is played by Kathy Mullen. I adore her. Moki has also become a favorite of mine. I relate to her a lot and I didn't realize, but I hear her voice and my heart is full. I love her so much. Kathy, I love you. And finally, Boober, who is Dave Goals. Absolutely love him. Absolutely love him. I feel like I need to clarify with her now. We're really chill about everything here. We just have a really deep appreciation for these people, and that's all. Those are our main Fraggle 5. We also have Uncle Traveling Matt, who is also Dave Goals. Don't pay attention to that. Pretend that one wasn't here. We also have Gorg, Junior Gorg, who's played by Richard Hunt. I love you forever and ever. His body performer is Rob Mills, who does such a great job. I definitely have words about him later. We also have Pa Gorg, who is also legend Jerry Nelson. And then his body performer is Gord Robertson, who is also Zaboomafoo. That blew my mind, so I had to tell you. The guy in the paw suit, that's Zaboomafoo. And then I already went on about Cheryl Wagner, who is the new voice of Ma Gorg, as well as her body performer Trish Leeper. Love them. We also have Doc, played by the wonderful Jerry Parks. And Sprocket, who is also played by Steve Whitmire. Other than that, I'm gonna put Marjorie and the boys up here because I love them. But Marjorie is Jerry Nelson. The boys, Philo and Gunge. If you are curious, the pink one is Philo, that's Dave Goals. The gray one is Gunge, that's Richard Hunt. And there are doozers that I took off the board. We get to know a little bit more about them, but I'm saving it. I'll put them up there later.
Get to the show!
All right. There are 24 episodes in season 2. They're all about 24 minutes long. Don't know how long my recaps will be, but all right. Let's just roll into episode 1, Wembley's Egg. We start off as per usual in the workshop. Happy birthday, Sprocket! He's got all these balloons and decorations up. There's a gift on the table for him, but never mind all that though. Doc's come back from his little trip downtown. He found this book, The Art of Truly Seeing. He's gonna fine-tune his mind. So he never misses a single detail about what's going on around him. I mean, we'll see how that goes. We've already disregarded only the most important day of the year. In the Rock, Wembley is just sitting around. He's looking a little down, poor baby. He's like, what's wrong with me? I want to cry, but I can't.
I can't even cry.
Been there, my guy. Also, his little tail going.
Now I really feel bad.
And Boober comes up and he's like, oh, you feel bad? And Worms is like, yeah, everyone's got something to do except me. So Boober's like, you want to help me cook dinner for the world's oldest Fraggle? You want to maybe like take Red's swim class or something? And he's like, no.
It's like being lonely, but you don't want to talk to anybody. And like being hungry, except you don't want to eat. Yeah, it's like being sleepy in your head, but your feet feel like playing.
Man, I really get that. Boober's like, let me try my book of strange moods and weird feelings, and we'll see if we can make anything out of this. Out in the garden, Junior Gorg is so bored.
Oh, for princely deed to perform.
He sees some birds in a nest and he's like, oh yeah, I'll get that egg for my daddy's dinner. So he tries to get it down. Wembley is still depressed.
I guess I'll just sit here and stare at the ceiling forever.
You have all the symptoms of someone whose life has no meaning.
I'm just like, well, I guess I gotta get some. But Boober's like, that's one of the hardest things you can do. You gotta search and suffer to find your meaning. It's not just gonna fall out of the sky. And you know that egg? It, you might say, falls out of the sky. The birds are distressed.
Buds! You! Mr. or Mrs. Bud? Are you looking for your egg?
Yeah, so about that egg, I dropped it in the well. And they attack him, rightfully so. The Fraggles are all like, don't touch it. We don't know what that thing is.
It belongs to the tree creatures.
The big one sits on it for a while, and then a little one comes out. It's a house for babies. They're all like, yeah, it doesn't even have any windows. Nice try, idiot.
You expect us to believe there's a creature in there?
Well, sure, it's a house for babies.
And he's like, I don't know. I know, I've seen it. I'll just like make fun of him.
I think you might be imagining things.
I'm not. It's a baby house.
But he's like, if you want to believe me, then whatever. He's so mama about it already. Wembley's like, nobody's moving this thing. There's a creature in there, and if you move it, it could die.
The only thing I can do, sit on it.
So he sits on the egg. Wembley is its mama now. He's gonna hatch that thing. So Wembley's like, oh, let him laugh. I don't care.
I really don't.
Yeah, me too. But he's like talking to the egg.
Hey, tree creature. Hey, get some sleep in there. You'll need all your strength when you come out.
And he sings a little song to the tree creature. We're on the first episode, dude!
Silver and softly and soon.
This one is so cute!
Sleep by the light of the moon.
I really love this song, like actually for real. It's so cute. Like the lyrics are so sweet. I feel like I say the same thing about every song in this show, but like for real though. It's just a little lullaby to the baby bird. It's very sweet. Like his little pats on the egg and his yawn.
You gonna do this the whole time?
But Wembley sleeps on top of the egg. And when he wakes up, it's hatching. The bird comes out and they're both like, the bird keeps saying mama, understandably so. Mama Wemby. Back in the workshop, Sprocket is asleep. Doc just finished his book, so he wakes him up. He's like, well, it took me all night, but I'm gonna see the world in a whole new way now. Time to practice observing his surroundings. He's like, why do I feel like I'm forgetting something? I don't know, Van. Maybe look at your surroundings. Just a thought. Poor buddy. Anyway, Wembley is showing the little tree creature around his home. He just keeps calling him mama. It's kind of destroying everything.
Just watch for the guitar and the mat.
Giving Rizzo.
That's the same guy, and I think you know that.
Yeah, and you know why they call him that? Sorry. Moving right along.
That's right. The bird is not digging the Fraggle foods. I mean, his options were like mashed beans or radishes. So Wembley goes to find him something to eat. In Boober's cave, we get a little Boober lore drop. He is Fraggle Rock's resident chef. This is a new addition to his character this season, and it was Dave Gold's idea. He was always trying to bring new aspects to his character. He was super involved in the writer's room, I guess, though. Anyway, Boober being resident chef, this is his way of, I'm like stealing words right from my book again, his way of like transcending his fears. Like if he can whip up a nice little treat, he can forget about his worries in life for a while. The best thing Boober can cook is artichoke souffle. He just whips them up. Wembley runs in, grabs it for the bird, and like runs out.
You forgot the garnish!
Back in their room, Gobo comes in, sees the bird, and he's like,
Ah! Oh, you almost made me drop this. What's that? It's an artichoke souffle.
he's like, no, what's that thing? And why is it in my bed?
Well, it couldn't sleep on the floor.
Said bird tackles Wembley, and also Gobo, and calls him Boo Boo. And on top of that, he is just not digging the artichoke souffle either. So we've got a whole problem. Mogi comes in, and she's like,
Oh, hi, Moki.
but they explain, and she's like, oh, well, he eats seeds. We can go to the garden and get him some seeds.
Too much for me. I'm going to collect my postcard from my Uncle Traveling Matt, yeah.
Leaving the bird by himself. Wembley comes back,
Woohoo, I'm back.
and the bird is gone. Mogi's helping him look. Gobo comes back,
What did you do with him? What kind of a Fraggle are you? He's just a baby.
and he's like, I literally laughed for 2 seconds. I didn't do anything. But Wembley runs off,
Do you think this is normal?
and Monkey follows him. Red's pissed because the bird knocked her in the pool during her lesson.
Water safety! I could have drowned.
Boober's pissed because he's wrecking his cauliflower pie. Wembley is just worried about his baby. But he finds the bird and gives him some seeds so he's not hungry.
It's a good little tree creature.
That's a good one. I'd hate to see a bad one. Oh.
But he's just chilling with the bird later. Gobo comes in and reads him a postcard.
Would you like that? Would you like to hear a postcard from Gobo's uncle? Boo-boo. That's right, Boo-boo. Boo-boo, boo-boo.
Dear nephew, Gobo.
This is a pretty short Uncle Matt segment, like probably one of the shortest that I can think of. He's talking about flying creatures in the silly world. They're planes. The smaller ones take a little while to get off the ground, but once they get going, they fly just fine. Bumblebee's like, oh my god, that's it. He wants to fly.
Okay, Mama Wembley will just have to teach you then.
And he sings a little song to him about flying. This one's real cute.
And you can fly to the sky.
Any baby of his is a baby of theirs, says Red, which I just think is so cute.
Now 1 was great and 2 was good, but 3 was not so hot.
But he does not learn to fly. I mean, the Fraggles don't know how to fly, so I'm not really surprised. So he's like, I'm gonna go watch those tree creatures fly, and I'll teach myself, and then I'll teach him. He's too precious. I'm not joking. I'm gonna get aggressive about it. I apologize. I don't know what else to do. But the birds are crying because they miss their baby. And Wembley sees this and he's like, oh, they really do love him. And he kind of has like a, oh shit moment. So he goes back to the baby bird.
Look, you're just a baby and you don't know what's best for you. But I do. And I've got to make a decision and I'm not gonna wimble.
You gotta fly and live in a tree, in a nest. I'm gonna make that happen for you. Gobo's like, we'll help you think of something, buddy. So he goes to the workshop and he grabs one of the balloons. They build like a little hot air balloon for the bird. Wembley has little aviator goggles on and he's like ready to go with the bird. He's like, I'm ready. And they're like, oh.
Oh, what do you mean you're ready? You didn't think I was gonna let him go up all by himself, did you?
No. But the bird gets lifted up to his nest with his family. Yay. All is well, I guess. The gang goes to see the bird off, and they all get to see him fly off with his parents. An emotional moment for Mama Wembley. Back with Doc and Sprocket. Doc says he's seeing things in a whole new way. He realizes he was so caught up in his book that he forgot about Sprocket's birthday. Well, we're starting your birthday right now. Yay. This one is about...
But we love Wembley.
Well, I mean, yeah, we do love Wembley, but that's like so not the point.
Oh.
So, there's a couple things going on here. And I'm really trying to truly see what's going on. The art of truly seeing. Yeah, but I can't lie, I kind of struggled here. But I also didn't want to just write it off as just a look into like how Wembley is as a character. Because like, yes, it is, but also, you know, it felt like more than that to me. So there's a lot of episodes this season where a lot of my analysis is straight me and my own brain. And I might be way off base and I might just be making things up. And I might be reading into things too far. I'm sorry if you disagree. I don't really know what to say. I'm doing my best. So, we have Doc trying to be more aware of his surroundings while simultaneously ignoring his surroundings and putting Sprocket's birthday aside. We also have Junior, who wants to do something nice for someone else, hurting another creature in the process, and failing to see that. I think we have these two themes present a little bit in the Wembley storyline too. But we have Wembley, who is legit depressed. He wants to find meaning within his life. Wembley is working through a lot this season, honestly. And we love and support him through that. He finds that meaning in helping other people a lot, I feel. But in this case, it's another creature that he tries to, like, look after in the best way that he can. This episode shows that he really has a lot of love to give, but that, like, isn't really enough to, like, provide for this creature, you know? He can't survive where he doesn't belong. In the end, he has to let it go anyway. Wembley does not look any more fulfilled than he did in the beginning. And I think that may be the point a little bit. You can't place the center of your life in someone else or another living being, really. Especially if you haven't worked through things on your own yet. You know, like in the end, it's just not going to work out for either party. You can't, like, provide for yourself. How are you going to for another? And Matt's postcard, as short and sweet as it is, I think it kind of ties in here as well. Wembley is the youngest of the Fraggle Five, right? He is just a baby. He hasn't found his purpose yet, and that's fine. He's a baby. He still struggles with making decisions, of course, and I'm sure that doesn't help him, like, try to figure out what he has to do this whole life. But Matt's postcard says that the smallest ones take a little while to get going, but once they get going, they fly just fine. This can be applied to the baby tree creature, sure, but I think it can also be applied to Wembley. Or if you are young and have yet to find your life's meaning.
What if you've been around a while? Like what then?
Asking for a friend?
Yeah.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. There's no set timeline for any of that. You move at your own pace, do what you feel called to in the moment, even if it's like little bits at a time, and you'll find yourself. I don't really subscribe to the idea that there's like a too late to get into anything. I don't know, I feel like with dedication to anything, you can get where you need to in time. You'll find your purpose. I have more words on that topic a little bit later, but let's just roll into episode 2, Boober Rock, laundry day. Doc's just finished washing clothes, he's gotta dry them. Sprocket's chewing up Doc's blueprints for his electronic sponge. And now Sprocket's got marks all over it. Doc is done. Banned on this side of the workshop. Get over there. And Sprocket's like, well, none of your shit on my side either then, too.
You're all free, cop.
Now Doc's like, fine. Drawing a line with rope in the workshop. His side, Sprocket's side. Not allowed to cross it. In the rock. Doozers are building, as they do. Red's teaching Fraggles how to go whoopee properly. Boober is disturbed. He can't think or sleep with all this noise. He's overstimulated as hell. He rage smashes some doozer construction.
Get this thing out of here!
I totally get that, dude. The beast within me is unleashed when I'm overstimulated. But the doozers are like, yay, now I can rebuild it. Moki shows up. Oh my god, so glad I found you. I have a new poem. Boober's not about it right now. He can't hear this right now.
When Fraggle Rock's just noisiness.
Fraggle Rock is just noisiness.
Too noisy, too busy. He's getting agitated. There's too much going on. There's too much fucking shit on me. I'm gonna rip the head off. Gobo and Wembley are in their cave and Boober comes in and he's like, hey, did you borrow my mossy? You know, the stuff that makes your laundry all soft and moss-like? They did not. He's like, oh.
Oh.
Well, what you up to? We're looking at some old maps of Uncle Matt's. There are whole areas of the rock that they didn't even know existed. We are expanding the rock this season. New places to be, like the caves of boredom. Boober's like, oh, that sounds pretty good, actually.
Dance your pants away. Worries will be here to stay if you spend your day down at Boober Rock.
She pushes him over and he's like, oh my god, you got rock moss smear all over my laundry. And Red's like, okay, well.
Laundry's supposed to be dirty.
Yeah. She tries to get the stain out with a bleach nut, which is, I guess, bleach in its natural form here. Okay, again, we take things for what they are. All right, we take things for what they are. But she breaks it and it puffs everywhere. And now we're huffing bleach.
Oh, well, at least this stuff clears your brain.
Moki's walking along with Boober, still trying to read him the poem, but he's kind of blowing her off again. Boober's decided that he is moving to the caves of boredom, actually. He wants somewhere quiet to get away from everyone.
Continuous noise.
Where you going?
Away.
Oh, sounds nice. You gonna stay long?
Forever.
Oh, well, have a nice time.
Wembley is trying to stop him. He's like, oh, I'll go with you so you don't have to be alone. And Boober's like, no, I want to be alone.
Oh, he's not like other Fraggles.
Well, I'm not like other Fraggles then.
He's like, no offense, but you're the siren for the volunteer fire department and you go squeeze, squeeze, squat, squat for fun. Like, we are not the same. Going squeeze, squeeze, squat, squat is fun.
We live in 2 different caves, Wembley. I don't think it would work out.
Boober gets to the caves and he's like, oh yeah, Boober rock. This is great. He sings a little song about how he's happy on his own.
I'm never alone. I never feel lonely.
I really, really like this one. It's like, I don't need anybody. I got myself. Only good times when nobody can bother you.
Got nothing to lose. You'll get good times only.
And I also love the Boober heart. And then a flower starts misting at him. Oh no. Magic mist. Back in the workshop, Sprocket tries to cross the line for his food.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, I'm sorry, Sprocket.
He's working on his electronic sponge things, but then he needs his blueprint, which is on Sprocket's side.
Yeah. Well. Oh, Sprocket, I'm only going to lean over and get my blueprint. It's only a silly bit of old rope.
Speaking of crossing lines, Boober draws a line between the old Fraggle Rock and the new Boober Rock. And he suddenly forgets everyone's name. Gobo and Moki are walking along and she's like, oh, I haven't read you my poem yet. And Gobo's like, oh, I haven't read you my postcard yet. Whatever, dude. So Uncle Matt. Silly creatures are more like Fraggles than he thought. Travel through little caves underground. You go down doozer-like belts into a cave where they all just stand around doing nothing. Not like a Fraggle cave though. It's very boring here.
But then something terrible happened. It screamed as it traveled.
And he passes out from fright. He intends to avoid the boring caves at all costs. It was a subway. Boober stops Gobo and Moki from crossing his line.
Ha!
He doesn't recognize them initially. And they're like, dude, it's us. And he's like, oh, haha, yeah. And they're like, okay, aren't you lonely? And he's like, no, actually, I forgot about you. And they're like, oh, okay. They're like, do you need anything? And he's like, no, I'm good. So they leave.
And Boober, if you ever need anything, I mean, you know, anything at all.
Gobo's trying to remember a story from Uncle Matt. Decides that he should go to the storyteller for it. Moki and Red follow. Wembley goes to see Boober. Wembley comes into the cave and he's like, oh wow. For it being called the Caves of Boredom, it's not very boring here. And Boober's like, yeah, who knows why they name anything. He forgets his name.
Whatever they named you.
Oh, you mean Wembley? Well, they thought it meant easily makes up his mind.
Do you like it?
I can't decide.
Says he's just visiting, but he is also starting to forget things.
Who?
What?
And a plant is reaching up to grab him.
Feed me.
Does it have to be Wembley?
Feed me.
Does it have to be him? Okay. Anyway, so they go to see the storyteller, and she's like listing off a bunch of stories that she could tell, and one of them is Fragglestein. Just noting that Fragglestein exists. I love that. Goa brings up Uncle Matt, and Miss Storyteller has a little moment.
It takes me back, I tell you. He was such a romantic Fraggle in his youth. Oh, I remember the time.
Hey, girl.
They bow bow. They bow bow.
Oh, yeah. So they at one point,
Smash it.
right? They're like, hey, is this about caves? What are we talking about?
Oh, God, this cake.
Oh, goodness cake. That's awful they would do that. Sorry. She snaps back to reality, and so do we. She explains that they call the caves of boredom the caves of forgetfulness originally, but everybody forgot that they were called that. That says there should be signs and warnings. Well, there would be if they didn't forget. So she says that if you think that you're ever gonna forget something, you gotta write it down and bring it with you. And I live by that.
Yeah, then we forget.
I mean, but there's a story that 2 Fraggles, but they went in and they disappeared, and there's big killer plants in there, and that's kind of all she got out before they like run to go save Boober and Wembley.
Nobody wants to hear the whole story anymore. Oh, boulders!
Nobody ever lets her finish her story. She's pissed. Back with Boober and Wembley.
I don't like this. Everything feels wrong and that doesn't feel right.
The 2 start singing the remembering song to try to remember things, of course.
I can still remember things I can't forget. Memories are golden, I remember yet.
I love this one a lot. It devolves into
something told me so.
Not sure we remember this.
I think that line is so cute. Wembley forgets how to stand up by the end. He's just flopping. And the plant has him now. He's for the plant.
There. Yeah. It's easy. You just put one thing in front of another.
I seem to have lost the knack.
The rest of the gang gets to the cave, and immediately the flowers start misting at them, and they start forgetting things.
Read your list. I can't remember how to read.
Well, try harder.
This isn't even my list. I don't remember any of this.
They're all just like stunned. Boober picks up the list that they dropped, and he reads one, and it's Milky's poem that she's been trying to read them the whole time.
When Fraggle Rock's just noisiness, I long for perfect loneliness, a calm and sleepy, quiet world apart. But once alone, I miss my friends, the meal we share, the songs, which sends me back to find the Fraggles of my heart.
Wembley is being eaten by a plant. Scary. Boober doesn't give a fuck in this moment, though. He's like, songs, friends, meals. That guy's my friend. I probably should make a meal for the little fella. He's trying to remember how to make a meal.
He's about to be one.
Yeah, like you can just hear Wembley dying in the background. Boober puts a bunch of laundry and rock soap and a bleach nut into a bucket, and it snaps him out of it with the smell.
Wow, we have been bleached.
Yet again! Buddy frees Wembley from the plant, makes him do it too, snaps him out of it. They run, but they see the rest of the gang, and they're like, oh shit, we probably should save them. So they save them too. Everybody sniff the laundry, everybody off the bleach. But they all run back to Fraggle Rock.
I've had enough aloneness and quiet to last me a lifetime.
Oh, me too.
Or at least a week anyway. Eh, Wembley?
Doc and Sprocket negotiate for items across their line.
Mutually agree, then, that we're both merely leaning over the borderline in order to exchange objects accidentally imprisoned when the line was put in place.
And eventually just decide that it's dumb anyway.
I've been silly, haven't I? We both have. Well,
Needing some time alone is one thing, but completely isolating is never the move. And they're right with this, I know from experience. I just recently kind of did that. And for a while, I think it's what I needed. Like, I needed to kind of work on myself. But after a while, that ends. The time that you need that does end. People are not meant to be by themselves. Having a community and a support system is so important to feeling fulfilled. Regardless of the scale that that's on, too, at least a small circle of people that love and care about you. And as frustrating as it can be to be around people sometimes too, like I know when you withdraw from everything and like separate yourself from other people, you kind of do start to forget like how good it feels to have people around you who value you and you them. Loki's poem reflects this. I'm not sure that if Boober heard the whole thing initially that it would have even made a difference. Like I think he probably had to learn this on his own. I don't think it would have stopped him from doing this. Being separated didn't even work for Doc and Sprocket either, and they were in the same room. Having time to yourself is just as important, but let yourself love and be loved. We're meant to. Episode 3, the trash heap doesn't live here anymore. It's hot out today. So Doc's making iced tea. Brock gets out of food again, and he's begging for more. He's like, dude, I just fed you.
what happened to all your dog food? Oh, you can't tell me your dog food just vanished.
Doc's like, nah, things don't just disappear in the physical world. They change. Like ice.
What is it? Well, of course it's cold, but it's
So now they're watching ice melt.
this ice cube in this dish and watch it. What do you think will happen? Wow, you fall asleep? Well,
Sprocket's like, this fucking sucks. Wembley is singing a song.
A squeak squat thing and a boing boing bing. Today.
He screeches at one point. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah. What a day for me and you.
Oh, and then he goes, oh, rocks.
Oh, rocks. I'll never think of a rhyme.
It's so cute. I love him. I'm obsessed with Aw Rocks. It's so like Greg from Over the Garden Wall to, yeah, literally. Anyway, Boober comes up and he's like, oh, hey, what is that on your head?
You look ridiculous.
I know that. I'm writing a song. I have to wear a hat to make it rhyme.
Couldn't you just sing the song without wearing the hat, I mean?
Boober, that would be dishonest.
Boober's like, okay, I gotta go. But Wembley tries to get him to stay. The song won't be right if he leaves.
For Wembley and for Boober, too. You see, you're in my song. You have to stay here with me. Boober, come on. You'll love spending the day here with me.
I don't know why the just like that is like, kills me every time.
They built a tower just like that, and now I'm singing in my hat. A pretty nice day they came my way.
The Gorg's garden, Pa is sleeping outside. Ma comes up and wakes him.
joy of my life and disturber of my naps.
Oh my god, I was just over there singing the Perfect Day song to myself while I was feeding my cat, and I just realized that this is the same tune as Muck and Goo. Give me one and give me two, cover me with muck and goo. Today has been a perfect day. That's the same tune as Muck and Goo. Sorry, the show. Like, I've watched these episodes so many times, and then like it happens like so late, but I'm like, oh. Anyway, Ma comes up and she starts reading from the book of ancient lore. She talks about when Lord and Lady Gorgs lived in beauty, and Pa's like, what do they have that we don't? And she's like, I'm so glad you asked. A gazebo. And Pa thinks that's a zebra. And he's like, no way.
Methinks thou art confused, good Haas.
But Ma explains to him, and he's like, oh, that kind. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. As in, I'll get Junior to do that. So, Junior comes in, sleepwalking. Pa's like, yeah, right. So anyway, your ma needs a gazebo. And they decide to build it where the trash heap lives. Marjorie, did you hear?
Marjorie, it's the end!
Bella and Gunge are like, what are we gonna do? And she's like, well, they could change me forever, but we're some Fraggles. They can save me.
Fraggles is heroes?
Up to Wembley singing his little song in his little hat. There are a handful this season where Wembley is off one, and I love him with my whole heart. He eats like a muffin, or I think they call it a bun, like right out somebody's hand in this song.
Lots of fun. We ate a bun. It's a perfect day. Thank you.
He's so squirrely. That's like the best word that I can use to describe him at all times. Oh, and the boober up, boober up.
Boober up, boober up.
Sweet squat, boing, boing.
And a perfect day.
Never mind all that. Philo and Gunge come in, panicked. And they're like, the Gorgs are gonna throw away our Marjorie.
So much for your perfect day.
They drag Boober and Wembley back to the Gorg's garden.
Listen, Marjorie said bring Fraggles. She didn't say which Fraggles was you.
And the Fraggles are holding Philo and Gunge in their little Fraggle arms as they run back to the garden. And that's so cute. I did not know they were that small. I don't know what I thought the size relation was. Like, I've seen them next to each other. I didn't realize they could just like pick them up. They're so cute. Sorry. But they get back. They're already too late. She's gone. In the workshop, Doc's like, look, the ice cube isn't really gone. It's liquid now.
One of the primordial transformations of the universe. Oh, but we're not finished.
And he's like, we can change it again to gas. Everything changes. Sprocket says one day I'll be interested in this, but Sprocket's face says otherwise. Philo and Gunge just sing a song called Garbage Time. Where is the trash of our youth?
Where are the fields of our prime?
Sorry, what a way to start this one. I love this one. But they're singing about how everything they knew is gone. Gone, gone, gone. I'm obsessed with the way that Gunge says true.
Bring back the wisdom, so rare and so true.
I don't know why. Also, I realized that accent is gonna get me like anytime. That they do, it's the Rizzo the Rat voice. Another, why did this pop in my head? I don't know. Would be Shawty from What We Do in the Shadows. I don't know. The Fraggles also like pet and hug them. They're like comforting the boys. Please, that's so cute. But Wembley's like, I know what we can do. We can ask Gobo what to do.
Didn't Marjorie say they'd rise to the occasion? I think they're sinking to it.
But the Gorgs are getting ready to eat lunch outside, so they have to hide, like, real quick. And Boober jumps into a picnic basket, but then Ma brings the basket up onto the table. The Gorgs do a toast to the spirit of the great Gorgs and the generosity of the garden. Hey, nani, nani, nani. Junior's talking about how he dug up the trash heap and moved it out by the tool shed, but Pa tells him to dump it in the river. Ma finds Boober and flings him out. Chaos ensues. Wembley overhears where they moved Marjorie, though. Fraggle and Gunge walk by in their little explorer hats.
Farewell, old Fraggles.
We go in search the universe for our beloved Marjorie.
But Wem stops them and he's like, wait, no, I know where she is. So he brings him over to the tool shed.
Marjorie, darling, are you okay? Marjorie said that you can't kill a trash heap.
Yeah, but she said she could be changed.
And changed she has. Her voice is very...
Hello, boys. It's me, the trash heap.
different. But let's check it on Doc and Sprocket for a second. Any changes here? Well, this man is still on his science lecture. He's boiled water and he's made it into gas. Change it to liquid. Now he's gonna turn it to ice again. Sprocket's like, could you maybe just turn that ice into food for me? Like, come on. Wembley asks if the trash heap is okay. Marge says it's hard to say. She told him she could change if she was moved. So, here's where we get a little funky with it this episode. We get a little funky with it this season. I'm sorry. I want in my heart to not think this is a problem. I'm not the one that's gonna make that call. The boys say that she's a man now.
Oh no! Marjorie's turning into a fella!
She does not confirm or deny this. She just kind of goes, it probably could have been written better, but I also think that it definitely could have been a lot worse for the time. They aren't trying to be disrespectful, I don't think. But again, I'm not the one to make that call.
Why are you all standing around talking?
The Gorgs are gonna throw the trash heap in the river. Like, this is the issue here.
We have to stop those monsters!
Marjorie's like, don't be so hard on them. They literally don't even know that I'm alive.
But she is! Or he is.
And they keep doing that, like, stumble thing.
Please, Madam Heap, sir.
That's really the only kind of comment that they make on that. That's as far as it goes. Your call, how you want to take that. Just noting it. Just noting it. Boober's like, the trash heap is our comfort and our hope and our wisdom. And the trash heap, for some reason, her accent just keeps changing now.
Then, Fragglette, go sit quietly under the tree at the end of the garden.
And I would like to note, this is all Jerry Nelson still. This is all Jerry Nelson. All the voices were Marjorie showcasing his range here. Wembley and Boober go sit down and they're like back to back. They're so cute. Wembley keeps thinking about this postcard from Uncle Matt. He says it from memory. It's one where he discovers these odd little rooms that transform people. Two guys walked in, the doors closed, they opened again, and they were two ladies. Matt went in.
I could hardly wait to see what changes it would make in me.
The doors closed, they opened, and the place changed. So Wembley's like, oh, that's it. We want the place where she's in to change.
Wembley, your brain is floating off into the sunset.
He's like, we gotta move her.
Where can we move her to? And how?
Oh, where?
Like, we'll move her to the other side of the rock because the Gorgs don't go there. We have no idea how to do this, though.
Now try the how question.
How?
Philo and Gunge come back panicked. And they're like, the Gorgs are putting her in a wheelbarrow to throw her in the river. Pa and Junior, they're like, actually, you know what? It'd be a good time for a nap right about now.
The afternoon is warm. Methinks a nap would be a fine idea.
Me thinks you're onto something, sire.
At that time of the day, and this isn't too urgent, let's hit pay real quick. And since Junior walks in his sleep, Wembley's like, I have an idea.
If it's the idea I think it is, it's really dumb.
I've got this really dumb idea.
Me. So, he holds onto the Junior's ear, and he's like whispering in his ear, like, stuff to do. He's teeny tiny Fraggle. I love him so much. Wembley guides him with much difficulty to dump the trash heap on the other side of the rock.
Look out for the table! Look out for the table! Now look out for Pa! There you go.
But it works. The trash heap is moved, and Junior goes back to sleep.
Pretty as a picture. Yeah.
Fraggle's going to see if the trash heap is okay.
The mighty Fraggle heroes
are in the presence of
the all-knowing
and the recently moved
trash heap. Yeah.
They're like, the trash heap might still be changed, and well, yeah.
Yeah, but I think I've been feel the way I always do.
Voice is still changing with like every line.
Yeah, that is much better. No, nine, it is not.
But she's a woman again for sure now, apparently. I don't know.
Well, sakes alive, it doesn't matter at all.
She's very grateful for the Fraggles. Like, we don't care about that anyway. We just care that you're safe and, like, about who you are inside. Our wisdom and our comfort and our hope. She sings a song.
Trash is back in town.
I'm home for good.
and her voice still changes with every line. The song is about how she's been all around, but all that really matters is when she's with her friends and her loved ones.
Well, there we go, me boyos. I didn't go away. I just changed a little, but only a little.
Back with Doc and Sprocket, basically the point of all this.
Things don't disappear, they just change and change and change again.
Anyway, Doc remembers that he doesn't even like iced tea. Sprocket does though, so he pours himself some. Couple things. Gobo, Red, Moki, not in this episode. Gobo is mentioned, but they never actually go see him. And you know what? As much as I love all of these characters so much, sometimes I don't even really like notice that any of them are missing until the end, and then I'm like, oh hey, I don't think I ever saw them. I don't know, I think it's just because they're all able to fill out the time well enough, and like they're all so dynamic that it just like never really feels lacking if anybody's missing, if that makes sense. This episode was written to explain one of the changes that they made for season 2. I mentioned a bunch of other ones earlier, but this one I didn't because I figured we would talk about it this episode, which was the location of the trash heap. They wanted to move her from behind the castle to a little bit closer to the garden entrance, so the Fraggles wouldn't have to make such a trek to go see her, but also to free her up to give like unsolicited advice or just like chit chat as they're passing through. And they also dialed back on her being magic. They took her powers. Rude. She's still magic in my heart though. Also, with all these changes, ironically, I think she's only in this season twice. We don't really see them much this season at all, unfortunately. I love them. Oh, Marjorie, sweetheart.
Come back to us.
It's okay, we'll see her again though. We gotta be strong. Anyway, so obviously this episode has to do with change. You could look at it in any way that you want, but I'm gonna simplify it the best that I can. People change and change and change again, but the you at your core is still you. Your core values, your experiences, those kinds of things. Those are all there. Ice to water to gas all look different, but the components are the same. Marjorie moves homes and even changes physically in a way, but people change all the time in big and small ways, and that's just part of being human. But in the end, all that matters is that we accept each other for who they are, like on the inside. Like, who cares what you look like as long as you're not like a shit garbage person. We support each other as we grow and change and discover new things about ourselves as individuals. All they really cared about was getting Marjorie in a safe place. Still, it's the same trash heap to them. Episode 4, Red Sea Monster. Can you tell I really like this episode? So, I say regular day in the workshop, except there's a fan blowing a bunch of seaweed around. Doc is drying it out, I guess. Gobo pokes in to get his postcard, but he's like, ew, it reeks, I gotta go fast. Doc comes back in and he's like, what happened? Everything knocked down on a Sprocket, but that's on Gobo. Sprocket's innocent. But Doc's like, ugh, I know it's nasty, but this is an excellent form of nutrition. And I was like, yeah, dude, of fucking course he's Peter Lorre. Oh my god. That fully checked spooky ass.
With me counting, you're sure to break it.
Marlon. He's the official timekeeper, alongside Moki and Boober. Red hates this guy too, it seems, though. But he says the record is 10 rock beetles. In this context, I guess it's like 1 1,000, 2 1,000, you know? But they're all counting at like totally different paces.
1 rock beetle, 2 rock beetles, 3 rock beetles, 4 rock beetles, 5 rock beetles, 6 rock beetles, 8 rock beetles, 9 rock beetles, 12 rock beetles.
He's like skipping numbers. Red comes back up. She says 11 rock beetles. Boober says 3. Moki got 5. Marlon got 15. Boober's like, what is that smell?
You!
And Gobo and Wembley walk in.
What happened to you?
Oh, I got contaminated in outer space.
Contaminated? What?
Red's like, hey Gobo, I just beat your record. But Wembley explains how the hairy creature had a magic wind weapon and a stink trap, and they got Gobo in it.
Gobo, I broke your stinky breath-holding record.
She's like, didn't I beat him, Moki? And she's like, yeah, I mean, like, technically you were like this close. And she's like, 11 rock beetles. I beat him.
Actually, they're both exaggerating.
I am not exaggerating!
True, sort of.
He is the one who exaggerates.
She's like, are you kidding me? You couldn't catch me dead making all that shit up.
Hey, just a minute, Miss Perfect Braid.
And she and Gobo are about to throw down. But Moki's like, okay, listen. All he's saying is that there's lots of strange things out in outer space. But Red runs off, dramatic as hell.
Pardon me, fantasy fans. I'd sooner go and have my own adventures.
Boober's like, oh, well, you know Red. She's like, always looking for attention. She hears this though, and she's like, Wembley reads Uncle Matt's postcard.
Be my guest.
Oh boy. Dear nephew Gobo.
Uncle Matt is exploring a fraggle pond when he discovers something new about silly creatures. He bumped into one of them and realized the creature had split in 2. They seem to be pretty happy about it, so he just kind of makes the Uncle Matt face. Aww. And I don't know why the closing of his postcards is so cute to me. The love to all, your Uncle Traveling Matt. That's so cute. The Fraggles are like, wow. And Gobo's like, yeah, that's what I love about Uncle Matt. He never exaggerates.
Nothing but the straight goods from that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Boober's like, hey, I wonder where Red went. And Moki's like, yeah, I feel kind of bad. We probably hurt her feelings. And Gobo's like, nah, she'll be fine. Cut to Red, not fine. She's like, I just want to have some fun, and now I feel dumb. And then she sings a little song.
Bring back the wonder we knew long ago.
She always has me crying. There's some rock/plant singing along, like in the background.
I was in love with the song River Flow.
Play. But Red's like, I've never felt so alone. But then a big creature thingy starts swimming up behind her, and it like shrieks in her ear. And she runs off yelling about it. Back in the workshop, Doc's trying to read the recipes that he has, but he's like, wish I knew more Japanese.
They just muddle along. Hey, you want to taste? I don't know why people keep thinking I'm exaggerating about this stuff.
He's determined, okay? He's set on that. Wembley is trying to play Gobo's guitar.
Oh, the curse of small hands.
Jack Kelly, lawyer. Are those fake hands? No?
Anyway, Red runs in, and she's like, yo, guys, you'll never believe what I just saw. And they're like, what? And so she's explaining.
It had a magic wind weapon.
It had a magic wind weapon?
Yeah, it blew my hair back. Oh.
But Wembley's like, that sounds like what we just... And she's like, I know it sounds fake, but for real, like, hear me out. I actually did see this. So they all go.
And maybe later then we can go out in this hot sun and chase our tails.
He was only joking.
Oh, well, sounded good to me.
Fraggle's at the pond. They're all waiting. They've been waiting a hot sec.
It was not my imagination, was it, Moki?
Well, heck no.
Are you sure this is the right pond, Red?
Oh.
Of course I'm sure.
But they finally hear something. There's like some bubbling. And Red's like, oh, that's what it sounds like. Gobo's like, that's cave moss, dude.
So it is.
Yes, indeed. Top quality shenanigans.
And the rest of them are like, you really had us going. Okay, let's go play Can't Touch Floor.
I do not want to play Can't Touch Floor.
She's all irritated that they won't believe her, and she's like, I'm gonna stay here until I see this thing.
You're being awfully stubborn, Red.
I am not stubborn!
Remember that. Red is not stubborn.
And she's starting to second guess herself, but it comes back out of the water just for her. And he's huge and purple, and I love him.
It's the hugest thing in the universe. And its nose is itchy.
She's amazed. And she's like, don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I wish you could tell me who or what you are. And he does tell her who he is.
I am the last of the lily creatures.
He's the last of the lily creatures. He is very, okay, he speaks very, I'm like crying already. He moves very slow, and he's huge, and he speaks very raspy, like a dragon that's been awoken from 1,000-year slumber. And this is Bobstar. Everyone say hi, Bobstar. I believe he was here before, but this is my fave. He is also in the big comfy couch as the Dust Bunnies and Molly. And I know he's in a later episode off the top of my head. I love this creature so much. I mean, I did a whole painting. Anyway, she asked what he's doing here.
I smell these lilies.
She asked him if he'd mind if she brought some friends to see him. And he doesn't really respond. But she's like, oh, I know you wouldn't mind. And she like runs off screaming about it. And he's like, oh God. He gets scared. He kind of hides again. But she's just excited to have seen this creature that no one else has seen. But she's back at the rock telling a bunch of fraggles about the lily creature.
Now, I don't expect everyone here to believe me.
But that's good.
And she's looking for one witness. Marlon wants to go.
Of course he does.
Yeah. And Red's like, are you sure?
Red, take me, please.
She's trying as hard as she can not to be a dick. It's like palpable. But he's like in all his fishing gear. He looks like a cryptid hunter. He looks like one of those Sasquatch guys. But he's like snarling and huffing as he does this.
I crave such an experience.
Sorry. Don't.
Wow.
Gobo is like beggars can't be choosers, being a total shithead to Red right now. So she's like, fine. Let's go, Marlon. Marlon and Red are at the pond. Marlon is still chomping at the bit to see this thing. Red's like, just be patient. And he's like, I'm as patient as they come. I have a vision. And she's like, okay.
Once we, alone, have made contact with the beast, other Fraggles will admire us greatly.
And they'll all want to hang out with us. He's like, I'm gonna have to turn people down because we'll be so busy with our full and happy lives.
So very busy with our full and happy lives.
Red's like, the fuck are you talking about? And Marlon's like, popularity.
Having friends.
And Red's like, what does a sea monster have to do with having friends?
You could not understand the workings of a lonely mind.
I get lonely sometimes.
You do?
Incel vibes from this guy. I'm sorry. I hate him. I love him. Oh shit! And the lily creature swims up. Except for just kidding. It's just Go-Go with a shark fin on. And Red's pissed. Moki's like, oh, it was just a joke.
Why must they play such cruel jokes?
Don't let him get to you, Marlin.
And Red's just done. She has Marlin stand watch at the pond while she calls Go despicable and runs away. Speaking of running away, we see Red like fully running away. Like she's got her bags packed. She's camping out here. She's like, I'm gonna live by that pond until I see it again. And Gobo and Moki are like, it was only a joke. We didn't mean for it to go this far.
Feelings have nothing to do with it. This is a fork in the road.
Gobo says there's nothing they can do. She's dug herself this hole, and now she's gotta dig herself out of it. But he still thinks that she's just making this all for attention. She comes back to the pond. Marlin set up a whole trap for the monster. He's like, no, this is all wrong. His megaphone is taking me out.
I have a vision. I see a large sign that says Marlin's Monster Museum.
Many Fraggles wearing special shirts with pictures of me.
I see many Fraggles wearing special shirts with big pictures of me on the front. And of course there will be shirts with pictures of you too.
Red's like, I don't want this. And he's like, what? Of course you do. You left all your friends, gave up your whole life for this. And she's like, oh, okay. Shit, yeah, that's enough. And she lies and she says she made the whole thing up.
Call it the workings of a lonely mind.
Red, you are very strange.
I'm obsessed with when she mimics the shit that he does. I'm obsessed with a character's impression of another character. He's like, oh, okay, you're weird, bye. Fred's like, ugh, good. All right, well now what? First she starts to take the whole trap down because she's like, this can't be here. We gotta get this out of here. But she's like, I guess he's right though. She's like, I was just trying to use the monster to get attention anyway. Like, I didn't even deserve to see it in the first place.
Why would the last of the lily creatures want to hang around with Miss Perfect Braids?
I like your braids.
He let her see him again. He asked her to keep him a secret. And she's like, it won't be easy, but I will. I'm gonna cry during this one. I didn't think I was gonna cry during this. Sorry. I get talking about it though, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, I love this show.
I am the last of the lily creatures. If I cannot live here in peace, I cannot live at all.
But she's like, can I come back and visit you? And he's like, of course, we're friends.
Come when the lilies are in bloom. I really do like your braids.
I really do like your braids. I don't know why this one makes me cry. It gives me chills. Like every time.
He does like her braids.
He really does. I love it so much. I love it so much. But he swims away and Red's like, wow. So, geez, sorry. I will not let the tears fall down my face in this video. Anyway, so Wembley's playing guitar again.
Does that sound okay, Gobo? Oh, it's sounding real sad, Wembley. Oh. And that's good, because this is a blues song.
Oh!
Boober's like, Moki, sing the sad words.
Listen to my sorrow and shame. I send my only friend away.
This one's like fine. They're singing about how they're sad that Red's gone, that they sent her away, really. And Red's looking on in the back behind a doozer tower, though. But she comes out of hiding and she's like, hey.
You came back to us. Yeah, afraid so.
She tells them that she forgives them, that she actually made it all up.
You know me. Anything to get your attention.
Hey, no problem, Red. We're just glad to have you back.
I love how they're like, no questions asked, dude, we get it. Glad you're back. Moki starts singing an upbeat version of the song that they just sang because her friend is back, yay. Red's dancing with him. And we end on a really cute shot of Red sniffing a lily like by the pond and like the water ripples beneath her. And I really like it. I really love this episode. Real quick, back with Doc and Sprocket. Sprocket is in a food coma. Doc made Japanese seaweed pie, and turns out it was like real good because he ate a lot. The chopsticks and the dog food bowl. So, I am once again shouting out David Young for another one of my favorite episodes. He was the writer for Marooned too, and you know my deal with season 1 episode 17 Marooned. He was also responsible for 9 other episodes. I don't know. I feel like his are like a little darker, and I like them. This one isn't so much like outwardly so, but the implication, because of the implication, it is a little bit. It is a little bit, no, because the lily creature is the last of his kind. If anyone were to find out about him, he would be in danger. If he cannot live here in peace, he cannot live at all. He's gonna die. And we see how Marlin reacts to even there being a possibility of this creature existing. He plans on capturing it and exploiting it, like, immediately. This beautiful creature is meant to live free and not be locked up in a freak show. Especially because he's the only one left, too. Like, he deserves to live the rest of his days in his natural environment. And he should be able to live as he's meant to. Red is super excited when she sees the lily creature. She's really eager to show all her friends and, like, isn't really thinking about the effects that this would have on the creature. Or, like, what that would mean for him at all. He chose to show himself to Red, and they form a really sweet bond. Like, especially once she realizes how important it is for her to protect this creature. And as nice as it would be to share the experience with other people, not everyone will appreciate or understand him the way that she does. There are beautiful things in this world that we should be protecting. These creatures have whole lives and we each play a part in the ecosystem. So I want to take that away from one another, especially for like your own personal gain, regardless of species, is just selfish. Unfortunately, we never see the lily creature again. But I would like to think that this is because Red actually did keep him a really well-kept secret and protected him, and he is swimming peacefully, enjoying the lilies, and Red sneaks off on her own from time to time to go visit him. Episode 5, Uncle Matt comes home. Doc is teaching Sprocket the art of knot tying. Not really the point. But Gobo comes and gets his postcard. Sprocket barks at him. Doc says there's definitely no silly little creatures on the wall. Maybe mice, but no creatures.
Oh, he's not from the wall.
Where is he from?
Picked him up by the dumpster at the Playhouse of Mouse.
Yeah, that checks. Alright. Anyway, Doc is aware of the potential existence of fraggles, but pretty much same as usual here. Uncle Matt has marked this postcard's special announcement. Doc hears Gobo yell, "Whoopee!"
But not these silly creatures you go on about.
And he's like, okay, Sprocket, you might be right there. So he puts a sound-activated tape recorder and a tripwire camera up to try to catch evidence of them. Mice do not go whoopee.
You say sorry right now!
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Pepperjack. She don't know what she's talking about. Mwah.
Gobo is so hype right now.
What's the most amazing thing you can imagine?
Owning more than one shirt.
What?
Uncle Matt is coming home. He's tired of exploring and he wants to see Gobo. Matt is famous in the Fraggle world. Everyone knows who this man is.
I share a room with a Fraggle whose famous uncle is coming home.
Oh, Gobo, I know how you...
So everybody's stoked. The gang is excited for Gobo. They know how much he missed him. Red is so that they won't have to put up with any more postcards. And then she's like, oh.
We'll have to put up with him instead.
Red, have a heart.
Oh, okay. So what are you and the postcard king gonna do?
She's had long-standing beef with this guy. She's just not about him. Gobo explains how he was just a kid when Matt went away. But now that he's a little older and he's an explorer too, he's like, we're gonna go on all these adventures together. It's gonna be great. Red's like, okay, yeah, right. The rest of them are like, we gotta welcome him, give him huzzahs. Gobo's like, a welcome home celebration? A party? Of course, we totally have to.
A party? Oh, why didn't you say so? Any excuse for a party?
Who you party with?
Lot of monsters from Grouchland. I think I've seen a couple of these cave creatures around. Oh, my cousins, Bog and Quagmire, when they're in town. Not Batley, though.
Ouch.
He's not invited.
Ooh.
He wouldn't come anyway, he's a narc.
Okay. So all the Fraggles are getting ready for the celebration. They're rehearsing their whoopee cantata. Okay, so we knew I was bad at the board, but we didn't know I was so bad that I was gonna forget a character entirely. Gillis Fraggle. He's like a musician or something. Played by Richard Hunt. He's in 3 episodes this season, but he doesn't really do anything that's like super important, I guess. So I think that's why I forgot him. But he is there, and I realized while I was editing. He's in Uncle Matt Comes Home, Manny's Land of Carpets, and The Day the Music Died. And he is named after Don Gillis, the composer of like the background tracks for the show. So yay, Gillis Fraggle, I'm sorry I forgot you. I will atone for my sins later on. The little song is just about how their hero is coming home. He had to go out there and explore on his journey, but you know, the journey always ends and he will end up home someday. So Red and Wembley ate the Uncle Matt statue off of the radish meringue cake.
I can see we weren't alone.
Oh, yeah, I see some radish frosting on your upper lip, Gobo.
They're just covered in meringue. Gobo's a little upset. Uncle Matt isn't even here yet. Late to his own party. Everyone's like, he's missing all the fun. And Gobo's like, I guess you can't hurry him. Just like, give him some time.
Yeah, sometimes he's lost for months at a time.
Listen here, Moss Mine.
I love Red snickering in this scene. She's being such a shithead. Gobo tries to defend Matt though, and talks about the adventures that they could have. Red's being sarcastic as ever. Oh, I forgot to take him off of the board. Sorry. See, we do the board, and then I forget that I have people on the board. Put it away. And he's like, we're gonna find the crystal cavern. You'll see.
Oh, and then I'll turn green and grow a second head.
Oh. Oops, I told you I could find my way to the pool.
Doc and Sprocket have been waiting for hours. No evidence of Fraggles in the wall yet, though, so Doc hears a knock at the door. He answers it. He doesn't see anyone. But then he gets distracted by the stars. And Uncle Matt just waltzes right on in.
Thank you very much.
He looks around and sees, oh shit, they got set up there. He messes with the camera and then he barks and struck it and flips to the hole.
Oh, behold, Traveling Matt is home.
What an entrance. He announces his arrival too. No one. Then he goes to the Great Hall and everybody's there like sleeping, passed out from partying. Hey. But then they wake up to him going, behold! And they're like, huzzah! And Wembley trumpets like directly in his face and spooks him, making him run into some more shit. And he lands in the cake.
Well, you were right, Gobo. He is a great explorer.
Delicious.
He found the cake.
In the workshop that Polaroid is developing, it just took a pick of sprocket. And then he plays the recording, and it's just barking. Doc's like, machines don't lie.
So no more jokes, okay?
Gobo is as excited as ever to have Matt back, and he and Wembley are like, tell us about outer space. I also love that he has all the postcards on the wall. I just think that's so cute.
Well, outer space is this big space out there.
No kidding.
It's filled with silly creatures, but you can't make friends with them.
He says he missed Gobo and he's tired of being alone. Matt spots his old bed and he hops up in it, and Gobo tries to tell him that that's Wembley's bed now.
It's okay, Gobo. Let him stay. It would be selfish of me to want to sleep in my own bed.
Wembley's like, oh, don't worry about it. I'll sleep with Boomers tonight. Thinking about this duo who are out Muppets.
Well, good night, Gobo. Good night, Gobo's Uncle Matt.
Good night, Gobo's friend Wembley.
Good night, Wembley.
Bye.
It like makes me want to scream complimentary. Anyway, Gobo asks a favor of Uncle Matt.
What can an old uncle do for a young whippersnapper like you?
Whippers.
But he takes so long to get to the point that Uncle Matt just like sleep. He's out. The next morning, Matt and Gobo freshen up in the pond. Matt's like, it's good to be back. He says they're gonna be inseparable.
It's gonna be just like it used to be in the olden days, my little laddie.
And Red passes by.
Hi there, hotshot explorers! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Oh no, here she comes.
And Gobo quickly tries to debrief Matt on what he was asking him last night, but Matt takes this as him asking him to lead the expedition to find the Crystal Caverns.
Come on, little fella. I'll lead, you follow.
We're really doing it together. I just like being nice to the old guy.
So Matt and Gobo set off, and they sing one of my all-time favorites. Every morning, every day,
every evening, showing me the way.
He's like, try to keep up, Gobo, as Gobo's pretty much taking the lead.
How the sun goes round, I'll still be found.
But Matt stops Gobo mid-song, and he's like,
That is my song.
okay. Damn. Totally checks for him, though. Wembley screeches as he runs up.
Ah!
He has their map. Matt's like, I haven't used a map since I left for outer space.
Plan? I haven't got a plan yet. I'm waiting for a typical stroke of genius.
Wembley says there's two impossible things in the rock. Finding where the crystal caverns are and finding the home of the rock clingers.
Ah! I've just had a typical stroke of genius.
We're following a rock clinger home. What's a rock clinger? They're the most disgustingly cute things in the universe.
Yeah, if you follow one, it'll fall in love with you and cling to you forever.
Matt has found one.
Over here. Oh, it's so cute.
Oh no, it's adorable.
I shall follow it thither.
Gobo follows his map, though, going the opposite direction, and Wembley follows him.
Gee, Gobo, should we follow the rock clinger thither too?
Matt gets there first, because he followed the rock clinger. Gobo's getting frustrated. He's like, this is crazy. Wembley and Matt follow the rock clinger thither now.
You know, I'd forgotten just how boring these old caves are.
They reach another part of the cave. Gobo gets there at the same time as them, and he's like, well. Matt doesn't believe Gobo could have done this with just a map.
Oh, look at the dumb little wimp. I think it's fallen in love with you.
Just a minute.
He's mad that Gobo's not showing him the proper respect as his elder. Although, he is not showing Gobo any respect either. It goes both ways.
I'm as much an explorer as you are.
Wait a minute, I have an idea. Why don't we just sort of stand here and rest for a few minutes, okay?
Gobo could read a postcard. Actually, well, Matt's here. So Matt's like, actually, I'll just tell a story, whatever.
Oh, brother.
Well,
you see,
Matt was exploring a hilly place where people with white legs are being cared for. They acquire these white legs through skiing. He tries, although he is a fraggle, he has finally made it.
Heroes got to do what a hero's got to do.
He broke his fucking leg. Gobo's like, yeah, cool, if true.
That was wonderful.
Yes.
Wasn't that wonderful, Gobo?
Yes.
That was wonderful, Gobo.
Yes.
Uncle Matt.
I question anyone who follows rock
No, please
cleaners.
don't fight.
Do you know what I'm thinking of? Hello, ladies, hello. Stop fighting! Do you hear the smiling friends in that? Everything is Fraggle Rock and Fraggle Rock is everything. Everything is connected. Anyway, they argue some more, and Wembley's increasingly more stressed. He does not like when people are fighting.
Oh, you couldn't lead your way to that rock.
What? This rock here? This rock, Gobo? This rock?
He's trying to get both of their attention, though. He's like tapping them on the shoulder and shit. They don't care. They're not paying attention to him at all. They're like too caught up in their fight. Wembley runs away screaming a very crunchy scream.
Does it, Gobo?
He's had enough, though. Matt and Gobo are about to tussle.
Take that back!
Yeah, I'll take it back so I can give it to you again.
They just call the whole adventure off. They notice Wembley has left, and they're like, oh, why would he leave? Because he doesn't want to listen to you guys fight. I wouldn't either. And he just wants everyone to be friends.
Can he find his way home?
Wembley's a great guy, but he's
not an explorer.
No.
So they decide to go look for him. Of course, they can't even agree on one way to go, though. So they end up just like splitting up because they just want to find him. You hear Wembley yell for them behind them, though. They turn around and they go into that cave that's sparkling. Matt claims he found him.
You found him. What about me?
But you weren't lost.
He tells them that they called off the search. And this lives in my mind.
Anyway, little green Wembley,
I can't stop calling Wembley Little Green Wembley like this now. I don't know why that's so funny. Anyway, Little Green Wembley. That's nestled in there and made itself a home. Little Green Wembley. And now I can't stop calling him that. Anyway, Wembley's like, look around. We're surrounded by rock clingers.
So, rock clingers live in?
He's like, we're in the Crystal Cavern, dude. Wembley does the cutest little giggle.
Ew! A man can't be that cute. That's just for the girls.
It's really not cool of him to keep doing that. Gobo and Matt are both fighting over who found it still. Wems is like, you're driving me crazy.
The fact of the matter is, I discovered it.
Well, yeah.
You guys were so busy fighting, you couldn't even look for what you were looking for. And they realize they just do not work well together. Wems is like, it doesn't even matter who discovered it. What matters is that it was discovered. The rock clingers start to swarm them though, so they're like, okay, let's get out of here. And they pick up some crystals before they leave to prove that they were there.
The most beautiful place in the universe? Huh. Not after you've seen a used car lot at sunset.
Gobo gives Red a crystal from the cavern and he's like, I told you so. She's like, wow, and she apologizes, but Gobo's like, don't apologize, Wembley found it.
Uncle Matt is back! We can sing the song again!
Oh no.
Matt, you have to leave.
What?
Gobo tells Matt that he's got to go back to outer space or he's happy. He's like, it's where you belong. Matt's like, you notice. And he says that Gobo's grown up. And he's like, thanks for noticing. He announces that he's leaving and they all wish him farewell. He tells Gobo that he'll miss him and he leaves him with his rock clinger.
Oh no, I'm being worshipped from a near.
Matt zips back out the hole into outer space. That camera that Doc and Sprocket had set up goes off. And immediately he's like, wow, what a postcard this'll make. So Doc and Sprocket are sleeping though, so he just takes a picture and walks right out with it. When Uncle Matt is coming home, everyone expects things to just kind of be the same as they were before. But things have changed since Matt's left. Like with Matt, with Gobo, with kind of everything. Things don't really just stay the same. You can't just like return to what you left. Matt still sees Gobo as his baby nephew. And like, yeah, he is, but also he's grown up a lot and he refuses to recognize that for like a good part of the episode. He doesn't really realize that he's a whole guy now. But Matt wants to treat him like he's a baby still and like lesser than because he's been doing this longer. But like, that's not always true. Gobo realizes Matt is stubborn and stuck in his ways. And as much as he'd like to spend time with him and be able to explore together, they just do not work well together. They've grown into two different people and that's okay. As long as they're able to recognize this and still support each other, I guess. Uncle Matt can visit and keep in touch. Postcards still. He's happier out in outer space anyway. He realizes this when he visits home. It's not his home anymore. He's outgrown it. And Gobo's outgrown needing his uncle around all the time. People change and grow apart and this doesn't mean that they can't still hold love for each other and continue to support each other. So clearly it's a different day and I'm feeling fine. I tried to rock with the Wembley shirt again. I don't think I'm gonna keep it on. I'm out of outfits. I'm really sorry. I wanted to be on theme so bad. What's going on? It's doing the thing it's supposed to. But then in the front, and why does it look flat? I look silly. And now I look normal. All right, well, I want to be extra all the time and I can't. I can only do so much in a day. I apologize for like the 700 outfit changes you're gonna get throughout this video, but I don't really know. I don't really know what else to tell you. It's a long video. We're gonna have to do it in parts. I need some sort of energy in me and I don't have any. I've been sleeping like shit on my couch for weeks. Okay, genuinely, I feel like I can't start this because I'm not dressed properly. I don't like this. Hold on. Is this better? I put the trash heap dress on. I think this is better. I feel like I need to be on theme or I'm gonna freak out. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what my situation is. Episode 6. Boober's dream. Last night, Doc had a weird dream. There was a furry little creature running around the workshop and he handed him a pair of red and white striped socks. Very vivid dream. Wonder what it meant. Never mind that though, there's a knock at the door. Doc goes to get it.
Can't a man and his dog eat a quiet breakfast without people always...
Ned Schimmelfinney. Don't forget Ned Schimmelfinney. So here's the thing with Ned Schimmelfinney. We never see him. And I'm not really gonna put him on the board right now. However, I did print out a card for him. This actually might be the only time we do see him. I did dump an entire Red Bull all over these pictures. Like, immediately. First thing I did. I had these all done, had them all printed out, and then I dumped a whole Red Bull all over them. So that was really cool of me. Ned Schimmelfinney, we see his hand. I'm not sure if it's now or some other time. But Ned Schimmelfinney, he's here, kind of. Anyway, Ned hands Doc those exact socks. Doc's like, that dream's trying to tell me something, but what? Doc just keeps going on about dreams and how we'd know more about the world and ourselves if we just paid attention to them. Speaking of attention, Sprocket can't get his. Bobo gets his postcard and meets Wembley back in the hole. He says he promised Boober he'd help clean.
Another day, another postcard from my Uncle Traveling Matt.
Yep, another day, another postcard from Uncle Traveling Matt.
And Gobo's like, that doesn't sound very fun at all. And Wembley's like, oh, come on, Boober's more fun than he looks.
I love Boober too, but you know, I think he looks like about as much fun as a potato.
Gee, I always thought potatoes were a riot. Oh.
Also, the amount of times Wembley will hit his head on this pole. He has brain damage. Definitely.
Oh, me too. Not the best echolocator.
Yeah. Boober is napping, talking in his sleep. Does not sound like Boober at all.
Oh, I love to laugh.
Wembley wakes him up and he's like, oh no, I just had that nightmare again. It was about a fraggle named Sidebottom.
He's gruesome.
Don't look, he is on the board. Don't pay attention to that quite yet. I'm so excited. We're not gonna get ahead of ourselves. Don't look at him yet. How funny I wore my dress because you are in the presence of...
Y'all know it.
Tracy. Marjorie's like, he turned your dreams into a party? Not gonna lie, that sounds fun. Well, only thing you can do is learn to live with it or just stay awake.
What's wrong with staying awake?
Well, the point is more so that you have to face your problems and not ignore them, but also people can't survive without sleep.
Oh, not me.
You're not people. You sleep for like an hour maybe.
Well then, you'll just have to stay awake.
What? Oh, that's a first-rate set of alternatives, Marjorie.
Anyway, she says you can learn something about yourself from your dream.
There's small choice between rotten radishes.
Oh, you said it. I heard her.
But get a second opinion, I guess. Bring Wembley next time. And she casually mentions that Fraggles can share dreams. So add that to your Fraggle lore knowledge if it wasn't there already.
All dreams are a little bit true.
True.
So, Boober and Wembley are laying down to take a little nap, and their heads have to be touching for them to share a dream.
I really appreciate you sharing this dream with me.
Oh, don't mention it.
But I already did.
Okay, mention it.
And they say, dream and see, oh, what a dream can be.
Dream a dream and see.
What a dream can be.
I think, personally, that they could not have gotten cuter with this show. I'm not joking. The cutest, sweetest shit lives within Jim Henson Project. If you pay attention, and I could go off on a whole tangent about how good his works are for like mental health and a general positive outlook on life and the human experience. Brainwash yourself with this stuff. I am not joking. It'll change your life. Anyway, they go into the dream and there's this like dream sequence overlay type thing, but it looks almost like watery and it's so fun. Like it's not too much. It's like hazy, ghosty, dreamy looking. I love 80s FX. Genuine statement. I'm not being ironic with that. I love it so much. I fully prefer it. It just feels more imaginative and fun, and like even if it's not necessarily something that's done well, it just feels more creative to me. Besides the point, they fly over to Sidebottom. So, Sidebottom, it's time for your intro.
Hello, Boober, old pal, old buddy, old pal, old buddy, old pal, old buddy.
Hey, what is this? Have you actually brought a friend?
He is specifically the fun side of Boober that he pushes to the bottom, hence his name, Sidebottom. He is exactly like Boober, but more fun in every way. He laughs and sings and dances and tells doozers jokes. And he wears all these bells and little jingly things. And why do I sound like Sidebottom? That's literally what he sounds like. He does that. He like hops around. He's just constantly like, I love him.
I've got lots more jokes to tell you.
Well, sure.
Wembley!
He also wears red and white striped socks. Like what that we saw earlier? Like those of which that Doc had mentioned earlier? So he lives in Boober's dreams. But back to said dream. Sidebottom is thrilled that Boober finally brought a friend here. He starts singing this little fiddly type song.
Everybody's doing it. Boober's dream.
Everybody's doing it. Boober's dream.
Wembley loves Sidebottom. Who was really surprised? Of course he was gonna love Sidebottom. But this distresses Boober to no end.
But
so Wembley Solemn Oath of the Fraggles is, which if you didn't know is Weeble Weeble Waffle Waffle Garpax Gumbitch Whoopee. Keep that in your brain. You never know. But he swears to Sidebottom that he will come back and see him and bring more friends. And they go squeak squeak.
Okay, come back real soon.
I will. Squeak squeak.
Squat squat.
This lives in my brain. Please, can we start doing this? If I say squeak squeak, you have to say squat squat, or vice versa. It's like a call and response. I say squeak squeak, you go
Squat, squat.
thank you. Those are the rules. Come on. Anyway, they wake up. Boober asks what Wembley thought, and he's like, that was so fun. Boober's like, right, it was awful.
Sidebottom was great. I haven't laughed that hard since yesterday.
Boober's like, no, it's bad. The fun is bad. What are you talking about? Fun is dangerous.
Wembley, don't you realize that when you laugh, germs can get right in your mouth?
Well,
This is how some people sound sometimes when they won't just let people have fun. Like harmless fun. Wembley's like, what? Sidebottom's great.
He's you.
How can you say such a thing?
Well, you wanted a second opinion.
Not that second opinion.
Boober's like, he is not me. No way. He's reckless and he sucks and I'm not that.
I pride myself on my inability to guffaw. Sidebottom is not me.
Well, then maybe you're him.
Wembley, no!
But he's like, nah, no way, because then I'll never get rid of him. I'll never be able to sleep again. Back in the workshop, Doc is looking at a book about the meaning behind different dreams, and he's like, none of this is right, but it's got nothing about the little guys that he saw in there. There is something about doozers.
It says little creatures that high who are green and wear helmets are symbols of work and creativity.
But then he goes on to describe the little guys that were in his dream, and Sprocket's like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you. It's a little guy that lives in the wall. And Doc's like, I just can't get my mind off it. I wonder what those things were. The gang is playing freeze tag in the Great Hall. Sorry, they're playing Fraggle Freeze in the Great Hall. And Boober and Wembley come in and Boober's like, I don't know if I want to play. I personally do not like the frozen Fraggles. I think they look strange and soulless. There's a couple things that they do every so often that I'm just like, I don't think I like that. Uncle Matt postcard time. The other day, Uncle Matt has discovered that the shiny creatures in this world share dreams too, but not as Fraggles do. They all come in, they settle down together, and they close their eyes and they go to sleep.
Standard procedure, I admit.
But then, the strangest dream he's ever seen. Nothing at all like a Fraggle dream. It was a drive-in movie. Okay, we're gonna play a little game. What movie was playing? Vote now on your phones. Was it Labyrinth, The Dark Crystal, Star Wars, or E.T.? It was... The Dark Crystal. So the Dark Crystal came out during when they were making the first season. I only know this because I know they had like a production break sometime during the first season for when it came out. I know I talked about this in the last video, but I'm a Labyrinth girly more so. A lot of people are pegging me for Dark Crystal, which I think is kind of funny. It's not like I don't like Dark Crystal. I've only seen it, I think, maybe twice. I need to go rewatch it again. You know who my favorite in Labyrinth is? Or I guess who my favorite? I'm gonna make you guess. And with my curse, have I even explained what said curse is? I've been finding out that a lot of my favorite things, Muppet-wise, Henson-wise, a lot of my favorites, are the same fucking guy. Anyway, I'll tell you my two favorite songs in Labyrinth. Underground, the credits, and As the World Falls Down. And then my other favorite, I can't tell you, because I feel that it would give away. And I feel that just saying that tells you who my favorite is. The curse is active with my fave, unfortunately. So I'm really not sure what to do or how to watch anything anymore. Genuinely, I'm turning into Tinkerbell. Okay, where am I? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Monkey's like, wow, weird postcard. And Red's like, wow, weird uncle. Boober's like, you want weird? You should meet Sidebottom. Boober's like, yeah, Sidebottom seems lonely. Like, I think he needs friends. We should go visit him. And Boober's like, no, if you do that, I will really never get rid of him. And Mumbly's like, well, I kind of promise.
Solemn oath of the Fraggles.
Heavy.
Boober's like, okay, well, then there's nothing I can do. I guess we can go once and then that's it. And they all solemn oath on that. Time to visit Sidebottom. So they all lay down with their heads together to dream share. And they start with the dream a dream thing. But then they sing a little song.
Why does dreaming keep revealing what our lives conceal?
This one is so cute. I am so sorry that I'm getting like aggressive over this show.
Dream a dream and see what a
happens to me if I like something so much. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, what do you want? I don't know. What I want I can't have in a few aspects. What do I do with that? Where do I put that? How do I get rid of it? I don't want this. Anyway, the song. Oh my god, the song. Sorry. I actually love this one a lot. Dude, what's up?
All their voices.
Yeah, no, this song is beautiful.
Why sweet dreamers dream.
I feel like it's not said enough how genuinely talented all these people are. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Are you joking? That is beautiful. Ugh, but the music in the show is so good. The cast is so good. Everything is so good. I'm physically ill. We're on season 2. I actually don't know what's gonna happen to me by the end of this series. I'm kind of worried. Anyway, I can be normal. I can be normal. I just feel things so hard. I would love to stop. It would be really nice if I could stop. They each appear in the dream world one by one as they fall asleep. And this is so cute. So they all like dream flow except for Boober. And there's this little like cherub doozer, which I think is so cute. But you can hear Sidebottom singing the theme song as they go over to him. And he's like, oh my god, he's like overjoyed to see all of them here. His little greetings to everyone are so sweet.
Smokey, you look ravishing. Oh, and Rat, seeing you here is beyond my wildest dreams. Go. I know how everyone admires you.
Like, oh my god, I'm sorry if somebody greeted me like that.
You got me, I'm charmed.
Right, he's kind of got me. His vibes are immaculate. But anyway, they're like, wow, a Boober who's fun. This is wild. And they're having a great time. And Boober's like, oh my god, no, please, let's just wake up.
We're just getting into it. Then it's time to get out of it.
He is anxious as hell. Sidebottom's like, oh, okay, well, like, please just come back. And they're like, oh, we would, but we promised Boober that we would literally never do that again. He does not like this, obviously. It is so lonely in there. Boober won't let him out, and he won't let anybody come in to see him either.
What's a dream like me to do? Try nothing. Oh, but nothing just isn't my style.
He's like, one more game of Fraggle Freeze real quick, just real quick, and then you guys can go. So he freezes all of them, but they actually like can't move. Like they're stuck. He magic froze though. So now they have to stay with him forever. Boober's like, oh god, please let them go. Just like take me instead. And Sidebottom's like, I see you all the time. I've had enough of you, dude. I wanted these guys. Now I got them too. And we see the reality of the situation. Like outside their bodies, they're all just like laying there, just like groaning, like frozen. Weird. Don't like. Sidebottom's like, hey, haha, no, I'll never be lonely again. Boober's like, okay, enough.
Hey, Sidebottom. Yes. What's over there? Over where?
And he tackles him. He's like, if I let you up, will you let them go?
Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us up and you'll find out. Notice I am not laughing. Notice I am still sitting on top of you.
He's like, fine. You always win in the end anyway. And the Fraggles can move. Yay.
Go on, Boober. I didn't know you had it in you.
Oh, well, he does. He's got me in him.
Sidebottom's like, okay, so do you want to tell me like why we're fighting in the first place? And Boober's like, it's because you're fun.
And fun is dangerous and it gets out of control. And wait a minute.
Actually, I won, so I guess maybe I am in control. And Sidebottom's like, yeah, did I ever say you weren't in control? And they sing a little song about their differences.
I like to jive and bob. I like it when you stop. So who knows what you see?
I really like this one. It's really cute.
I know what I see, and it's fine by me.
But they actually do kind of like each other. So they almost merge into one. But Boober's like, oh my god, what are you doing? We just met.
Merger? I hardly know her.
Boo. Oh my god, buy me dinner first.
What, no flowers?
Okay. But they almost merge. Sidebottom's like, no, we've known each other forever. Don't kid yourself. So they still merge, become one. I would also just like to note how Boober is the only one the whole time that's like not dream-like ghosty looking. But when he merges with Sidebottom at the end, he does get all ghosty dream-like. He's whole. Boober just makes him agree to control himself and not be like too much fun. But they all wake up. And Boober's like, okay, I got a headache now. Everybody go home.
Sidebottom, are you still in there? Huh? Oh, good. Just check.
He is. Sidebottom is a part of him now that he's like accepted that side of himself. He's a little closer to becoming a whole Fraggle. Back in the workshop, Doc still can't make out what his dream meant. Nothing about those little guys in his book at all. Maybe they're part of himself. Happy, carefree, fuzzy. One day he'll figure it out. Not anytime soon though, he won't listen to Sprocket. Sidebottom is a great way of showing how people have different sides to them that they don't show everyone. Boober represses the fun side of him because he fears what can happen if he lets go and just like has a little fun sometimes. His anxieties and need to try to control the outcome just overrides everything else. And he just pushes the fun side, Sidebottom, to the bottom. I think it's because he knows that Sidebottom is gonna act on whatever urge that he has in the moment. Like when he gets so lonely that he just like freezes all the Fraggles and traps them there. Like that's not really what we need to do either, but I guess we could find a balance. But Boober finally learns that he actually is in control, but this helps him to accept Sidebottom as a part of him. Accepting different aspects of yourself and learning to work with them instead of like trying to fight it. Instead, maybe just channeling that in different ways. It's part of becoming a whole person. So about here is where we took a break last time. I honestly was struggling to even find something to put here, but I like the structure that I used in the last video. So I want to go back to the original concept of the show. In the first video, I brought it up very briefly, but I think it's interesting. I don't have a ton to say, but if you're not feeling a little break, whatever, you can skip ahead. I have the sections of this video marked out again. So if you feel the need to skip, you can go ahead and skip. I'll see you later. So Woozle World. Yeah, that was what we were rocking with at first. I am so glad we didn't go with that name. I'm not personally a fan of that. I guess they didn't stick with it because it sounded too similar to British TV shows at the time. I don't know what they were. The word fraggle came from the Frackles from the Great Santa Claus Switch, which I have not seen. So I don't know anything about that one. I think it was Jerry Jewell who liked the name. So they just took that name, but since they were the bad guys, they just like softened it. So they're like, Fraggle. Sounds great. Anyway, the whole concept of Woozle World was pretty similar to what we know now as Fraggle Rock. Some things were like tweaked to become what they are now, and some things were just like totally scrapped. Ain't that just the way? So the Fraggles were called Woozles, the Doozers were called Wizzles, and the Gorgs were called Giant Wozles. I hate all of them except for maybe Wizzles, and for whatever reason that was making me think of Popples. But then I looked up Wizzles because I was like, is there something similar that looks like that? And I looked up Wizzles, and apparently they were a species in Dora the Explorer. And looking at them, I gotta say, yeah, that's a Wizzle. Those are Wizzles. You're gonna look at that guy and tell me that guy's not called a Wizzle? You're wrong. Doc and Sprocket aren't safe either. Doc was called an old codger. So I looked that up, and underneath it on Google it said derogatory. So I'm sorry if I just said a slur to an old man. I get that was just an eccentric old person, really. But that's what Doc was called. Sprocket was called George. And don't really hit right, do it. There was also a Woozle Wanderer character who would end up being Uncle Matt. And I apologize, I don't remember where in the visual history book that I have this is. This is the book that I have, by the way. A lot of info I'm getting, I'm just kind of citing this. It said, when the Woozle goes outside, he's peering around a lovely English landscape, or surrounded by kangaroos, or in our case, shopping centers and superhighways. And I was like, oh, that's such a burn on us then. But now, rough, dude. Ouch. And Michael Frith, the art director, you better not have forgotten, just checking, he suggested for there to be a trash heap that was an oracle to the Woozles, because you can learn a lot about someone from their trash. So trash would be very wise. The concept of the Fraggle Five, that came around a little bit later. Originally, they were going to focus on a family of Woozles. Like a mom, a dad, some kids. One of them is probably the main character, I don't know. Grandma, some babies, you know, the families and who can be in a family. Also, there would be fearsome beasts, and a species much smaller than the Wizzles, Doozers, even. But we don't know what they are. We don't know what their deal is. So don't worry about that for now. Forget I said anything. Also, Woozles hated Wizzles. So Fraggles hated Doozers. They would kind of react in the way that a Gorg would react. Before the thought of Fraggles / Woozles eating radishes, they ate truffles that the Doozers / Wizzles would dig up. And the Doozer sticks were originally what everybody thinks that they would probably taste like, which is like sugar cubes or just sugar sticks. But then they were like, oh, well, if the Fraggles are gonna eat them, they can't just be eating sugar all day. So they probably should be derived from like radishes. But they kept the look anyway. They were just like, yeah, it would look better. So we already did that. We'll just keep it and they'll be made of radishes. Whatever. Don't worry about it. But they are just acrylic sticks in the real world. Honestly, there totally could be more about Woozle World out there, and like I might even know more about Woozle World, but these were the notes that I took during my season 1 deep dive, and I just kind of reused that for a little break now. So that's what I have for you today. Oh, don't think I forgot. How are you doing? I hope you're well, and if you're not, that's okay. You will be, in some capacity anyway. I'm so glad you're here, whether you're new or you found me from the first video or from any of the other things that I've been doing lately. There's so many new people. I'm a little scared. I won't lie. I'm a little freaked out. But thank you for being here. I'm so stoked that of all the time that you have, you chose to spend a little time with me and the Fraggles and the Doozers and the Gorgs and the Silly Creatures and this dumbass Muppet that's been crashing on my couch. It's been something. A lot has gone into this video that I didn't anticipate. We went a little off the rails. I'm having fun. I don't know what's going on, or where I am, or what I'm doing, or what I'm saying. Anyway, grab a drink, grab a snack. I know I need the reminder sometimes, so I like to give you that as well. Go piss, girl. Whatever you're gonna do. I don't even know why I'm recording this. I just felt like it'd be fun to open it together. Okay, don't pay attention to the crazy angle that I'm at. There's nowhere for me to put my phone. I got a blind box, a Fraggle blind box. This is the third one that I've had. I had one years ago, and I had Flange, but I don't know what I did with him. I have a Moki now. I think they look a little whack, but like in a cute way. There's little keychains. I think this is the only Fraggle Rock blind box that exists. I think there was another one where they had like full bodies, but they're kid robot. I got this off of Amazon. You can get Wembley, Uncle Matt, Ada. I don't know, Ada Doozer. I don't know about that. I feel like they just kind of made up names. Red, Moki Gobo, that's Sprocket. Don't hit me with a question mark, that's Sprocket. Millie, Doozer 3. Cotterpin, Uber, Architect, Thomas. Yeah, see, they're making up names because they're all the Doozers have. We talked about this. And then this one is Flange. I know that because I had him. Okay. Here we go. I can't tell. Stop! Oh my god! Fuck! Oh my god! Is Cotterpin. Shut up, I got both the Kathy Mullins. Okay, that's it. That's all I have. Back to whatever we're doing. Episode 7, Moki and the Minstrels. Doc got himself a saxophone. He's gonna teach himself how to play it. He's talking about how it's a mix of a few different instruments.
Hold this. How to play the saxophone. Starting now. Thanks, Sprocket. Now.
And he wants to know what's inside it. So he's like, let's cut it open. So he takes it apart. It's Doc. I don't know if you're surprised. I wouldn't be. Moki is walking along, singing some little song. And she hears a mysterious voice. Not so mysterious, because it's Cantus. Cantus! So we're putting him on the board. What's up, Cantus? Long time no see. So happy you're here. He's one of my favorites. And if you forgot, this is Jim Henson. You better not have forgotten. How could you forget? So he comes out of nowhere with the other minstrels, though. He's always got the other minstrels with him.
Oh, my fave is the purple one.
Yeah, he would be.
What? He's purple.
Don't. The minstrels were here listening, though.
What did you think?
Thinking had nothing to do with it. Your song came from you. I know. I was listening.
Cantus heard Moki and says that he would like for her to join them.
Perhaps you'd journey with us from here to there. Only if you're going in the same direction.
Well,
Moki and the Minstrels, name of the episode, they make their way towards where the rest of the gang is. Oh my god, I love this quote.
It's good to be somewhere. And here's where we know our best.
Oh my god, I love this quote. Cantus has so many good quotes. Anyway, Moki seems to want to be a minstrel now.
You must have to be pretty special to be a minstrel, huh?
Only a minstrel can be a minstrel.
Oh, well, if she were, then she could be one.
True.
She must be a minstrel. She loves music. That's not enough, though. Everyone loves music. A minstrel must hear an inner
ping.
Ping?
Ping.
She says she hears one. But is it the one? The minstrels sing a song called Music Makes Us Real.
Bing! Make a minstrel out of stone. Make 'em out of rag and bone. Make 'em from a royal throne. Music makes us real. Hey!
Music is everywhere. We all experience it. It's part of what makes us alive. Shared human experience. But minstrels travel to carry that music everywhere.
Round and round we go. Where we stop, we never know.
And spread that message with others. Might look like an easy job, but it is not an easy job. It is something that you must work at and truly be dedicated to.
Never get a holiday. Ecstasy's the only pay. Music makes us roam. Hey!
Anyway, there are 5 minstrels.
As far as I know, and I know pretty far.
And they do have names, by the way. I don't know like when this is brought up or like where we find this out, but I'm gonna tell you what their names are, okay? Murray, Brule, Brio, and Balsam. I would just like to know if Balsam is a nod to Philip Balsam, the composer for the show. If it's not, it is now. Those are their names though. Not really that important, but anyway, Cantus says you must hear a certain ping to be a minstrel. And the rest of the gang is like, peace and love, but are you sure it's the right ping, girl? But Moki claims she hears it.
Moki, will you stop pinging and think about what this means?
Thinking has nothing to do with it, no.
She just wants to sing all day and help people like that. That's kind of as far as she's thought.
I hear my destiny calling. Moki!
Wow, clear as a bell.
She's got no clue what this entails or what kind of work she's got to put into it. But that means nothing for her right now. She hears the ping.
And being a minstrel is all I've ever lived for.
But you never even mentioned it until the minstrels came yesterday.
Well, that's when I first knew Red.
But the gang says goodbye to Moki. Gobo gives her a postcard from Uncle Matt, and she gives him a little kiss on the nose. Boober hates musical goodbyes, and he hugs her. His little hug. Oh, and Wembley adds to the musical goodbye. It's
Bye, Moki. Come back soon and unite the rock with music.
touching. Oh, I love him. But Moki follows Candace off. The gang is sad. So Moki asks Candace what they should unite first.
To unite the parts, you must listen to the whole. All is all. Is.
Yes.
You must work hard and long and listen.
And one of the other guys, he's like, don't worry, all he ever says is listen. I mean, something different every time. And Moki's like, nah, I totally get it. She so doesn't get it. He starts singing at the doozers, and the doozers are like, ew, let's get out of here. Just ignore her, guys. Maybe she'll go away. Oh my god. Anyway.
Relocate immediately.
But Candace plays a little tune for him, and they're loving it. He tells Moki, you hear things, but you don't listen.
I don't.
Hey, get used to it. The guy appears out of nowhere, says, listen, and then he's gone. It's enough to drive you up a boulder.
You know what's enough to drive me up a boulder?
Are you good? Like, are you gonna make it through this episode? You got this. The minstrels tell Moki that one day she'll hear something that she's never heard before. They tell her to listen to a song of the water.
That's just
and she's like,
water.
what? It's just water dripping. But it turns into a song. And she's like, wow, I've never heard that song before. Candace is like, there's lots you haven't heard. We're gonna test you tonight. She's like, oh, what if I fail? Then what happens?
Nothing.
So, she's still worried about the whole thing.
I don't like the way he said that.
Yeah, sure, but there's nothing to worry about. That is, if you're really a minstrel.
And she asks where they even are, and Candace is like,
Not far from where we started.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about anything. I'll let you know when you're tested.
You think these guys garden? Not like the Gorgs, if you know what I mean.
Oh, definitely. And I would love to join their garden party.
Party.
Back with the gang. They're listening to Red read a story. It's a sad one. It's reminding them of how Moki left. Philbo's like, we gotta try to be glad for her. And Red's like,
I can't. I'm sorry. I've tried, but I am not glad.
I miss her. I am not glad for her. Boober is just laying on the floor. Candace wakes Moki up and tells her that it's time. They all snore in harmony, and I love that. I love them. He brings her through a cave and says to listen to the rocks songs. She's like, I don't hear anything but the wind. He says her first test is to listen to the cave until she learns the song. And she's like, ha. Well, I mean, like, I'm already a minstrel, right? So, like, can't we just skip this part? He's like, no, it's much more than that. You'll get this even if it takes forever. If you're really a minstrel, you'll be able to do it.
If you've got what it takes, you'll take what it's got.
Moki's like, well, if only the wind would stop, I could probably hear the song. I don't have this kind of time. But she listens for the source of the sound.
Cave, I am really listening this time.
And she follows it, touches the rocks around her, and they start to, like, glow and hum. And this is another, like, simple lighting trick that I just really love, and I think it really adds so much to it. I don't know, it makes things so cute and magical, and even with, like, not a whole lot, love. Anyway, she's like, is that it? No, this doesn't sound like a song still. I can't do it, I give up. And as she says this, kid just comes in, and he's like,
Moki! Moki! You did it!
and I'm so obsessed with the way he comes in. Oh, I love him. She's like, what? No, I didn't. I'm a failure. He's like, nah, well, you're not a minstrel, but you're not a failure either. You started and that's great. And Moki recognizes that she can't just skip all the work that it would take to become a minstrel. It takes a lifetime of dedication, and maybe she doesn't hear the ping, but that's okay. Now she'd know. And Candace sings a song with the other minstrels. Lose your heart and it's found.
Steep your heart in the deep of the earth again. Lose your heart and it's found.
I love this one. Jim Henson, I love you so much. Candace like really hit something for me. I don't know why. I don't know, man.
Once I thought I could fly like an eagle can. Once I thought I was brave. Now I wait till my heart starts to beat again deep in the heart of the cave.
Such a strange, deep emotional connection to Jim Henson.
I think you need to unpack that one.
You're gonna tell me to unpack something? Oh my God. Anyway, for me, this song is saying, let your heart wander to what it's called to, and you'll find yourself there. Try things out so you can find what you're meant for, what you hear that ping for. Smokey's like, that's great, but I never would have heard it.
All it takes is dedication, determination, and inspiration.
Also known as hard work.
Yes, wonderful, isn't it?
And she's like, oh, I didn't know. So I didn't realize this could take my whole life.
You didn't need to know until now.
I can't do it.
Oh, but you can. And maybe someday you will.
But she's like, no, I have to go home.
But what will you do there? What must you always do?
Well, listen?
I said you weren't a failure.
The gang hears the pipe music and they're like, oh, they're back. Maybe Moki's with them. Moki comes back in and Red's like, am I allowed to hug a minstrel?
Well, I don't know about a minstrel, but you can hug me. Oh, please hug me. Oh.
I don't know why the please hug me just like, oh, why the fuck am I crying? It's like she's always the one that's hugging everyone else. Anyway, God. Anyway, Moki's like, contrary to what I said when I left, I am not a minstrel, actually. And they're all so glad.
So glad. I mean, I'm glad if you're glad. Are you glad? Oh, yes, yes, because now I can do all the work I need to do before I do all the work I need to do.
Back with Doc, he's still trying to play his saxophone. It sounds like shit, though.
Oh, that sounded horrible. You know,
Sprocket's howling. He's like, dude, you gotta stop. Doc's like, this could take forever. I don't got this kind of time. But he's like, oh, well, now we know how it works. So we can appreciate how difficult it is to make it sound like this. Then he turns some music on, plays some actual good jazz music. Okay, so the Cantus episodes are always really interesting for me to try to interpret. Here's what I personally got out of this one. Everyone can be creative, and that's a joy for everyone to share. However, for it to be your job, your life, requires a certain spark, ping, if you will, to make it far. Not everybody's gonna hear that ping, and that's okay. You may hear it with something else, though. For it to work in your favor, you really have to truly bust ass. Something primal in me is like so driven to be constantly creating, constantly working on myself, constantly striving for better than what I have. I will not accept a life I do not deserve. Please, I must die. Anyway, yeah, I can't stop. Literally something in my brain is constantly coming up with new, insane, and incredibly ambitious ideas. Usually my break on the weekend is a whole new insane project to do in 3 days. That's how I take a break. Is that not insane? I don't know. I just really hope other people hear that ping for something in their lives. I don't know what exactly it's for, but I think I got that ping in me. I get Moki to an extent in this episode, though. I will not lie. I do feel a little called out sometimes with this one. I often want to skip steps, too. I know that's not how it works. You just kind of got to work with what you have. There are no right conditions for anything. You don't need to wait for the wind to stop. Listen to what it's telling you. Focus on what is there. Episode 8, all work and all play. Mail call it Doc and Sprockets. Another postcard for Gobo Fraggle, and a Dog Days magazine with an Airedale on the cover. Sprocket's got a thing for those. Sprocket's looking real down, though.
You've been looking really bored and wretched lately.
He's like, well, if you're not happy with your life, then you should change it.
Change it.
Don't just sit there, do something. Anything's possible. What you want to be? And Sprocket's like, and he pulls out a printed picture of a horse. Doc's like, okay, well, I said I'd help.
I don't think I know how to saddle break a mongrel.
And we get to see the Doozer Dome! This is like their version of the Great Hall for the Fraggles. They live in a geode, dude! They live in a geode! That's so cool. I was so distracted by like their bustling little city that like I never realized until I read the visual history book. And their little fountain with the doozer on it. That's so cute. And the baby doozer. The doozers really grew on me. But they really put so much into these little guys and their world. Like, how can you not love them? How can you not have an intense appreciation for every single aspect of this show in the way that I do? Ah! How can I be normal? Please, teach me. I need a tutorial. Anyway, so I'm gonna give you a brief little rundown of our main doozer characters, and I guess I'll put them on the board because this season, we actually get to see them like as individuals. They have personalities now. We love that for them. Also, each of the doozers are played by the same cast that we've had like this whole time because there's so many of them. I'm gonna doozer tower off to the side. Architect is Jerry Nelson. Cotterpin is Kathy Mullen. Flange is Steve Whitmire. Why did I just look dead behind the fucking eyes when I said that? Cut that out. Cut that out. Flange is Steve Whitmire. Be normal. Ah! We'll cut this cake. Wingnut, who's Karen Pro. Wrench, I'm sorry, we're kind of covering Boober, but that's okay because that's also Dave Goals. There are more doozers, but I'm just gonna rock with those right now because those are the only ones we have in this episode. Back to the story.
Well, another day, another doozer bridge, huh?
You know how it is, just work talk with the boys. One of them asked Wingnut if she would like to grab something to eat. He says he's got those new blue food pellets. This is what doozers eat, by the way. Food pellets. I'm pretty sure they bring them up again, but the blue ones are the only ones brought up in this season, I believe, so we're eating blue tonight, I guess. I don't know, don't ask me any questions. But she's like, oh, I would, but I gotta find my daughter Cotterpin. She's getting her helmet in 2 days. This is a very important moment for the doozers. She's gotta make sure she's been sitting for the ceremony though. Cotterpin is chilling on the lawn, drawing in a notebook. One of her buddies, Wrench, asks if she wants to go out back and play Work Crew. She's like, dude, we're gonna be Work Crew in like 2 days. Why would I want to go play it? She's like, give me a break, I gotta study.
You better stop drawing those silly pictures and start studying. A doozer'd think you didn't want to become a worker.
A doozer'd be right.
She just keeps doodling though. She's not studying. She is not thrilled about being a worker at all. And everyone's like, you're crazy.
Cotterpin doozer, you're nuts.
I love the way he says that. Her mom, Wingnut, she comes up to reprimand her.
Cotterpin, what's wrong? I've overstudied. My brain is being squished right down into my toe.
Dead on the ground.
I've got the smartest toes in doozerdom.
Her dad, Flange, asks how everything's going. He finds out Cotterpin's been slacking.
She's drawing weird pictures. It's a bridge. Bridges do not look like that. Mine do.
Cotterpin's parents remind her of the story of the doozer that didn't. He didn't work, he didn't build, and he grew long fur and a tail and turned into a fraggle. And Cotterpin's like, wish that were real. Rather be a fraggle. They're like, oh, that's it, you're going to the architect. He's doing construction down by the cave of the rumblebugs. Go. Get. So Cotterpin goes to see the architect. She's like, my parents said to report to you.
What am I going to do with you?
Why don't you just give up on me?
In 2 days, the architect is conducting the ceremony of the helmet, which is just when young doozers are inducted into the workforce. Cotterpin does not want a helmet though.
How do I know there aren't finer things?
The architect is like, whatever, go study. She drives off.
Gee whiz, doesn't anybody like to listen to rumble humps but me?
Kicking rocks right now. Kick a stone, you could say. And guess what? She sings a song to the tune of Kick a Stone. Shut up!
I don't care what they say, 'cause I know where to find my way.
Going the way I got to go. Don't know what else I'm gonna do.
Won't be the way they said to go.
I'm sorry? Am I bugging out? That's the same tune, right? That's similar, right? Sorry, what am I talking about? What are we talking about? But her, Cotterpin, my baby girl. I love Cotterpin. I'm obsessed with doing my not so great version of her voice, so I apologize. I apologize in advance for how many like shitty Fraggle Rock impressions I'm gonna be throwing at you just out of nowhere. It just kind of happens. I don't really know what to tell you. Happy Halloween. Everybody asks me if I'm doing Halloween news. I'm not. That shit burnt me out. And now I don't even know if I like Halloween anymore. I do, clearly. But I gotta take a break this year. I can't go crazy with it this year. I gotta take a step back. When you make an entire holiday like your whole thing, yeah, give it a couple years, you're not gonna like that holiday so much anymore, especially when they just fuck up this holiday left and right. I really don't know what's going on with me, alright?
I don't care.
I don't know what this show is doing to me, but it's something for sure. Anyway, Red and Gobo are walking through the same area. I love the way Cotterpin says fraggles.
Fraggles!
Cotterpin's being called back to study, but she doesn't wanna. She wants to be a Fraggle, dude. So she follows Red and Gobo. The workshop, Doc comes in with a whole saddle. A whole saddle. Rocket's thrilled. So there's that. He's a horse now. I don't know.
How is that? Okay, Sprocky, giddy up.
Gobo and Red come in to see Wembley. His high is so cute.
Hi, Wembley.
Hi!
They got Gobo's postcard. Uncle Matt time.
That's neat!
Now we can read the postcard from Uncle Matt.
Not neat.
Uncle Matt has discovered a very strange place where young silly creatures go. They put round things into slots, push a lot of buttons. But then the fun seems to be over. He doesn't really get why they're doing that. It looks like they're having less fun than doozers. They're playing arcade games. I always love the difference in perspective from Matt. And it's also just such a fun segment to have. So versatile. We love that. Cotterpin's studying. Not stoked about it.
Not one bit.
I deserve that. I deserve that. Her dad checks on her and tells her to do the work.
Or you'll turn into a Fraggle.
She's like, what's wrong with that though? The one called Red even memorized the rumble hum. Like, that's so cool. Everyone gathers in the square for the ceremony and they sing a song. It's kind of catchy.
Do you know the Doozer lore? Love it as your own.
I do, actually. You think I get my helmet?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we really, really can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
They're taking their doozer vows. Powderpan does not want to be there. She would rather actually be anywhere else. I love how lumpy these little guys are. They're like little boogers with antenna. I love them. The architect's little dance too. Anyway, Powderpan is finally like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
Oh, no, I won't take the helmet.
I'm gonna go be a Fraggle. So she runs off, and now she's watching Red sleep. Girl?
What, is that weird?
What? Why do you ask?
Well, I do it to you.
You, dude.
Well, you never know.
Thanks. You don't need to do that, though.
It's nothing.
Oh. Never mind. Anyway, speaking of though, Powderpan goes up to Red, and she's like, oh, she's my favorite Fraggle, and she tries to wake her up.
My name is Powderpan Doozer, and I simply must talk to you.
Well, doozers don't talk to Fraggles.
And then she just keeps swatting her off of her. Red does not care at all until Powderpan's like,
I think you are the most terrific Fraggle in the whole world.
That jolts her up. That gets her.
Would get me too.
Yeah, I know it would. Red's like, really? Why are you talking to me? And she's like, I want to be a Fraggle just like you. You do all the things that doozers don't. I want to do that.
Well, I suppose I could teach you a thing or two dozen.
Powderpan's like, can we do something Fragglish? Like, I'll race you to the whistling tunnel. And Red's like, you know about that? Okay, let's go. So she takes off, and Powderpan's like, wait, get me down. So she gets her down, and then they're off. Red absolutely smokes her though. Powderpan's trying to keep up, but like, Red doesn't realize that she's this big, and she's so fast compared to her.
You are 6 inches tall. You really can't be a Fraggle.
She wants to be with the Fraggles. Fraggles. And she's like, if I go back, I gotta admit that I was wrong.
Oh, you don't want to do that. I hate doing that.
Red's got Powderpan on her head. Ugh, they're so cute. She's like, don't worry, we're gonna figure it out. And they come across some rumble bugs. Powderpan's like, oh, can you sing me one of their hums? So Red sings along with the bugs. And this song really slaps.
Well, the sum of a hum and a rumble bug's tum is a bumpity rum tum tum. And there's some that are glum when they come to the drum of a rumble bug's rum tum tum.
I love it. I love a fast, like, tongue twister type song. Every time I have to learn it. And I've yet to learn this one. But Powderpan loved it. And Red's like, anyone who loves the hum of rumble bugs, it will make a great Fraggle. She's like, ooh, let's go do the most Fragglish thing there is, swim.
We're gonna take a swim.
A doozer cannot swim. It's impossible. And Red's like, what? But that's the best thing that there is, though.
To a doozer, it's the awfulest, terriblest, most disgusting thing in the whole world. A doozer'd rather die.
And she's like, oh, maybe I am really a doozer. And Red just nods. And she's like, well, you can still come visit me, though. And Powderpan's like, no, doozers don't visit Fraggles. I gotta admit I was wrong and take the helmet and work. Red's like, there's really nothing you can do.
Well, don't give up till you're sure, okay?
They part ways. Powderpan goes back to the doozers. And the architect is like, well, couldn't be a Fraggle, huh? She's like, no, but I can't and I won't work.
I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I won't take the helmet.
And he laughs and he's like, well, a doozer like you only comes around once a generation. And she's like, you mean that there's others? Where? And he's like naming off some others. Old man pipe wrench, disc drive, putty knife.
She was really contrary. And then there was me.
The dramatics. Jerry Nelson and his dramatics. But she's like, what? I've never seen you wear a helmet. And he's like, I refused. All I wanted to do was draw.
I love to draw.
So I recall.
He's like, not all doozers take the helmet. A few of us take the drawing board. And he asked her to be apprentice architect. Good for her. Also, I guess doozer constructions used to be circles. It took him years to get squares.
Well, personally, I like hexagons.
Oh, there'll be no hexagons around here, young lady.
We'll see.
Back with Doc and Sprockets. Doc got Sprocket some hay for dinner.
Sprocket, you're sounding like a dog again. You'd rather be a dog.
But don't worry, Doc has real food for him. In this episode, we get to know some doozer lore. Love it as our own. But mostly we get a good look at Powderpan, who's like the only doozer that's not about working. She's following her own path. And although everyone around her thinks that she's like nuts for it, Powderpan doozer, you're nuts. She knows she wasn't meant for the typical working doozer life. You can't live a lifestyle that was not meant for you. It's not sustainable. Can't be something you just aren't. Powderpan loves to draw. And when she goes to the architect about this, he has her make him his apprentice. She didn't even know that was an option. But she she found what was right for her within the space that she's meant to be in. She's where she belongs with other doozers. But she's taken a more creative approach to her life. It wasn't impossible, even though everyone around her said that it was and that was crazy. But changes don't come about from people falling in line or just doing what everyone else wants you to do or what everyone else tells you is the right thing to do. If you know what you want and what you need, you can choose things that align with that path. If you want something different for yourself, you gotta go get it. And even further, like what the architect says, if he hadn't been contrary, then the doozer buildings wouldn't look the way that they do today. Have faith in yourself and your ideas, and you never know what it'll bring. You could be the one to spark the changes that you want to see in things. And I try to tell myself that. But yeah, episode 9, Sir Hubris and the Gorgs. It's storming. Sprocket is woken up by the roof leaking. Doc comes in with the mail. Sprocket tells him about the leak.
That's it. Oh, I'll just set that down there.
Bilbo and Wembley are walking through the tunnels.
Going on a one fraggle exploration.
Oh, can I go?
Wembley.
Please, Gobo, I want to help. Please, 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 oh, please.
And wait, okay, hold on, I have something to say. The way he says this one, please. Okay, a lot of the guys in the Muppets do it, but if it was emotion, it would look like this. Do you hear what I mean?
Please?
Specifically, I picked it up like for the first time ever with any of these people when I was watching Muppets Take Manhattan, but like the 1000th time. He goes, "You see that rich producer over there?"
Say, isn't that rich producer over there?
It's stuck in my brain forever now. I don't know why it's that line, but it's one of the things that has plagued me.
And I never carried the plague, not even once.
You sure about that? Because there's actually so many Rizzo things that live rent-free in my brain. Like for way too long. And I didn't realize until recently. I think that it's maybe breaking my brain a little bit. I think that maybe I might be losing my mind. Anyway, sorry. It's been a second. Let's take a little trip to the Gorg's garden to see how they're doing. Forsooth. Mom and Pa are talking about how Junior's getting older. He must be instructed in the ways of the Gorgs. I would like to note that although it is storming in outer space in the silly creature world, it's sunny here. So I'm not really sure how like physically these two are connected. I'm not really sure the distance, weather situation. I don't know. Don't worry about it right now. Don't worry about it. Anyway, Mom's decided that it's Pa's job to tell Junior about all this, and he's not thrilled about that. But Pa goes up to Junior and he's like, "We gotta talk." Junior almost takes his head out with a rake.
Oh, is this that talk, Daddy?
Yes.
Oh boy, oh boy.
And he is way too excited. Sir? Time you learn how to rule the universe.
Oh, this is that talk.
Pa's like, someday I'll be gone. And Junior just immediately breaks down.
King commands one of his subjects to thump the Fraggles.
Do I have any subjects?
As a matter of fact, no.
Well, in that case, Fraggles!
Gobo gets this card from Uncle Matt, but Gobo just loves being an explorer, and he sings a little song called Only Way Home.
All I want to be is a traveling, be a wandering man.
He just wants to travel the world so we can know more about it. Love him so much professionally. I've been rewatching The Muppet Show. I know he's like everyone on there though, but every time I see Robin specifically, I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, oh my god, Robin, how nice to see you. And then I'm bawling about 2 minutes later. He's just so cute. Anyway, there's a cave creature.
Will you go one way? See it some kind of fun way. Start exploring the two-way. Wow, it's just like a throughway.
Singing along with Gobo for this song. Her name's Aretha. I don't know if that's ever like verbally confirmed, but like everybody seems to know this information, so that's Aretha. Oh, also, new tunnel just dropped. Gobo sees a light at the end of said tunnel, so he follows it. But everything starts shaking a bunch. And that is because Junior is jumping up and down. He is so excited about story time.
Gadzooks, lad, you'll bring down the ramparts.
Ma's gonna tell him the story of Sir Hubris, and he's stoked. He's like, I love that one. And Pa's like, you've never even heard it.
He felt the vibes.
He just knew. Gobo emerges from the tunnel in the Gorg castle as Ma starts reading.
Once upon a time, before time began,
the world was ruled by a mystical creature, Sir Hubris. He wasn't a Gorg. He was only half the height of a Gorg and skinny as hell. And he was unhappy. He wanted to see the land that he ruled. So he put on his traveling cloak and wandered the universe. Before he left though, he gave his crown to the first of the Gorgs, King Gorgus the Great. Hey, nani nani nani. Put some respect on his name. It says when Sir Hubris returns though, the crown is to be returned to him and then the Gorg reign would be over. He was like, Sir Hubris might come back. And Pa's like, it's just a legend. Gobo is back talking to Wembley about how he found another way into the Gorg's castle. Gobo's like, oh, that's it. And he whips out a postcard.
Listen, Wembley, listen.
Okay.
They all go, ugly.
As I told you, silly creatures are some of the ugliest things in the universe.
As ugly as gorgs?
Though not as ugly as gorgs.
I can't stop saying it like that. Uncle Matt says silly creatures are the ugliest things in the universe. Sometimes they disguise themselves. But when they do this, other silly creatures will give them food. He was mistaken for one of them.
Me?
And he's given a treat.
Trick or treat. Oh, thank you.
Gobo takes this last part into account. He's learning. He's got a plan for getting rid of the Gorgs. I feel like this season they're more aware of the connection between Matt's postcards and their situation, but I'm not sure if this is true or maybe that I've just picked that up more. Real quick though, let's check in on Doc and Sprocket. The rain has not let up at all. Doc's gonna go up to the roof to fix the leak.
Is it Sprocket? Oh, it isn't dangerous. No. Oh, ye of little faith.
But Doc's like, I know my way around the roof. I'll be right back. I got this. Back in the rock. Their plan is to pretend to be Sir Hubris. All getting on each other's shoulders. Moki is a little worried about this, understandably so.
What if I just watched Gobo?
No, there has to be this many, otherwise it won't be tall enough.
Everyone else was busy.
Or smart.
Moki steps on top of the Fraggle Tower. They all yelp about it, and Boober gets weighed down a little bit. Gobo runs up to get up on top of Moki's shoulders, and this just collapses him. He had a little blanket on his head, but this just collapses them. What the Gorg's doing? Ha is shaking at the ladder that Junior's up on.
What are you doing up there in the belfry?
He's keeping watch for the Fraggles in case they're planning an invasion. I don't know if I've mentioned Hand Puppet Jr. before, but they don't have the whole guy in that whole suit up in the tower there. I don't even think that that's possible. Junior gets up like nothing happened. Now he's outside. He sees a cloaked figure. Short, check. Skinny as hell, check.
You always dress like that?
Usually.
And Junior's like, oh, that's Sir Hubris. Literally 5 Fraggles in a trench coat. Can you see Boober's tail? I think you can see Boober's tail.
Wow, I never met a legend before.
I am well pleased by your show of respect, noble Gorg.
Oh, thank you, noble legend.
Oh my god, I cannot stop going, oh, thank you, noble legend. The way that he says it. Richard Hunt, the legend you are. That's so funny. Oh, thank you, noble legend.
Oh, stealing that.
Hey, dude, speaking of stealing, have you seen my little green mumbly around anywhere? I know I had him over here.
No.
What the fuck? Pepperjack!
I'm killing him.
Did you take that for you or him?
Yeah.
Liar, give it. You can have this one anyway.
It's okay. She's got others. I'll get her later.
The Fraggles are struggling hard to balance talking to the Gorgs. And they're like, we gotta wrap this up.
Oh, I'm slipping.
I got you, monkey.
The Gobo's like, not yet, it's working. Mom and Pa run out ready to fight.
Avast, ye varlets! Prepare to meet thy doom!
Junior's like, no, it's Sir Hubris. Junior's little wave and his radish jammies, please. I love him. But they're like, shit, what do we do? I guess our reign is over. I guess we gotta leave forever then. The Fraggles celebrate and flop over. Junior apologizes to his radishes. He has to pick them all before they're ripe.
Plucked before your time.
He's bringing all of them. And the Fraggles are like, oh shit, didn't think about that. The Gorgs all cry about it some more, and then Pa's like, oh, and one more thing, you gotta destroy that well. Dump the trash in it and pour cement on top of it. Nobody else can have it. The Fraggles are like, oh my god, no. Oh my god, no. The trash heap, and also the Fraggle pond. That's just bad for everyone. So they run off. Back in the workshop, Sprocket's howling. His Doc's still up on the roof. He's like, well, you quit, I'm fine. Almost done.
No! It's all right. I'm okay, Sprocket. I'm okay.
His foot just goes through the roof, and he gets stuck in the roof. Sprocket freaks out some more, and Doc's like, oh my god, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Don't worry, Boober. You're gonna feel better in a second.
Red and Gobo run in, and they're like, the plan backfired. The Gorgs are leaving and taking everything and dumping the trash heap in the pond, and we gotta stop them. They run off to do all of that again. Gorgs are singing their sad-ass song, boo-hoo, bullshit.
We will march alone through the sleet and snow till we meet with our destiny.
Time to go, or whatever. This one's not that bad. Sir Hubris comes up.
Gorgs! Oh, Gorgs!
We are honored by your presence once again, Sir Hubris.
Thanks.
Hail!
He tells them they don't have to leave, he's just passing through. They actually can unpack and stay, and also unpack all the radishes. The Gorgs say that it's their destiny, though, so they have to go.
And after all, a legend is a legend.
And Pa gives them the crown, and they walk off. And the Fraggles are like, oh my god, no, they can't leave.
They leave, we Fraggles will become extinct.
Yeah, and we won't be around anymore either.
Gobo calls them back out and he's like, wait, I wish to speak to you before you leave. There's one more thing I have to show you.
Oh, goody, I love surprises.
Fool you!
Fraggle flash. Then the Gorgs freak out and the Fraggles run. You know the drill. So it goes. Sprocket was able to wake Ned Schimmelfinny up with all his howling so he could get Doc off the roof last night. He's like, that was so dumb and dangerous. I don't know why I did that. I should not have done that. Everything's all right now though, except for the hole in the roof. So we just got back-to-back Doozer Gorg lore episodes. We get to look at the legend as far as how the Gorgs came into rule, I guess. And just in case we need a little refresh, what we know up to this point is that these 3 Gorgs are the last 3 Gorgs in the universe, like the only ones that exist. We aren't really sure how it got to that point. We don't know. Apparently, this creature of unknown origin used to rule the land, then gave his crown to King Gorgas the Great. But I want to real quick talk about the word hubris here, because I think a lot of the theme of the episode lies in the title, and I don't really see anybody talking about it. Sir Hubris, the word hubris, in case you're unfamiliar, I won't hit you with like a dictionary definition, but you know, basically meaning extreme pride, overconfidence to the point where you're just out of line, arrogance, often leading to trouble or danger of some sort. Yeah, most basic example here in the episode is with Doc storming like crazy, but he thinks he can go fix a leak in the roof in the rain, regardless of that being a totally dumb idea. Obviously, it's not gonna work, but he's like, no, it'll work for me. The fuck it will. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. And then he gets stuck in the roof. Never even fixed the leak. We also have the Fraggles feeling a little wild and thinking that they can just get rid of the Gorgs. Not even thinking about how like they actually rely on these guys quite a lot. The Gorgs are important to the Fraggles' survival, and they often fail to see this. The whole point, you know? Another thing is the Gorgs themselves. Generally, they are very overconfident, especially in their ability to rule, considering that they rule over no one. It's a little bit of a switch up to see them potentially have to like up and leave everything, like getting kicked out by somebody else. Something else I find interesting is that we never actually see the real Sir Hubris, if there is one. Like, we saw a painting of King Gorgas the Great, so I assume that that's like a real guy. However, in my mind, Sir Hubris could just be made up. He could just not be a real guy. It could just be an old Gorg's tale. Wouldn't be the first time in history that something like that has happened, you know? Somebody's bent the truth to make their people look better. Dunno. Just something to think about. Episode 10, A Friend in Need. I forgot to take all the doozers off the board for the last one. Sorry. I'm really bad at the board. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I'm really bad at the board. Back to normal. Okay. Doc comes in hot. He's like, I had so much fun today. He got all these items from a shipwreck down at the bottom of the bay. And could you maybe feed your dog, guy? Could you maybe feed your dog? They want Doc to analyze the metal contents of all of this stuff. He's got a nameplate from a ship that says La Gorgola. He also has a ring, which looks suspiciously like a doozer helmet. And he puts it on, but he can't get it off his finger. And Sprocket tries to help him.
Okay, come on, Sprocket, pull. Ouch! Well, that won't work.
But it's like very stuck. So he goes to get him his toolbox. Doc needs his pliers, but he lent them to Ned Schimmelfinny. So he goes to get him back. In the Great Hall, the Fraggles are skating on greaseberry leaves.
Don't you just love gooseberry season? That first leap onto the leaf, that first slide across the Great Hall.
First broken bone.
Yeah.
They're very slippery and it's like ice skating. And they're so cute. They're in all their winter gear. But Red tells them Gobo's gonna try the ultimate slide. From the garden to the Great Hall in one long swoop. He's attempting the impossible. Gobo is prepping.
I'm ready. You're ready. My feet are on the leaf.
Your feet are on the leaf.
I'm assuming a correct mental attitude.
That too.
And there he goes. He's off. He's sliding along and Wembley is like running behind him trying to keep up. Red's worried he won't make it. She's tried and failed. But he makes the leap over Curious Chasm. He's really zooming, doing flips and stuff. And he made it to the Great Hall. He did it. Yeah, Gobo.
That was the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
Yes, I know.
In their cave, Gobo can't sleep. So he's like, I'm gonna go up and see if I got a postcard from Uncle Matt. Wembley's like, you really want to go into space right now when it's dark? You're crazy, but okay. Gobo goes anyway because he feels like he can do anything right now. He's like, who's he kidding? I'm the bravest ever. He sings a little song on his way about how he knows he's good and he can do anything.
But whoa, I knew I was good. Wop bop doodly bop, I showed him I could.
I really like this one, it's cute.
Our next Fraggle Wave champ of the rock.
Gobo enters outer space and grabs his postcard. He's not even scared of Sprocket this time. He's like chill with him for once.
Hey, monster, what's happening?
He's so good. I want a real life Sprocket dog. Gobo's getting kind of ballsy. Literally, like he smacks a ball towards Sprocket as he leaves and Sprocket rolls it back. Aw, he waits for Gobo to like hit it back to him. And he doesn't. So he tries to go after the ball to go like get it back from the hole. But Sprocket gets stuck in the hole. Oh, poor guy. My sweet boy. So he starts howling about it. But Gobo hears this and at first he's like, oh, it's just the wind. And then he's like, oh wait, hold up, that is not the wind. So he goes back and he sees Sprocket stuck in the hole and he's like, oh no. Oh no.
Hey, are you hungry? Well, I'm gonna help you.
But Doc is back already. Schimmelfinny took him to a jeweler and they wanted to cut the ring off, but Doc was like, hell no, this is priceless. So he's going to the ER instead now. Like that'll make a difference. I don't know what else they would want to do, but okay. Anyway, Sprocket is very much still stuck in the wall. Of course, Doc doesn't notice this at all. So Gobo's trying to help him. He's worried Sprocket might starve if he's stuck in there. So he comes back with some doozer sticks.
Will you let me get closer? Because I can't feed you these doozer sticks unless you do.
Eat some, and he just spits them out because they're nasty. And Gobo's like, this is rough. If we don't get you out, I'll never get my postcards again. And Sprocket's like, the fucking Tim Allen noise. And Gobo explains to him that that's why he's been coming into their place. He offers to read him one to take his mind off of it.
It might take your mind off your problems. Dear Nephew Gobo, that's me.
And all his interactions with him this episode have been so sweet. Uncle Matt is exploring a large cave when he happens upon a small secret cavern where some creatures gathered to meditate. He didn't want to disturb them, so he tries to leave quietly.
But I could not get out!
So he, of course, calmly and logically approaches the manor.
Oh, I'm trapped! I'll never get out of here! Please, please help!
And he fully just unlocks the door and walks out. He was in a broom closet.
Oh well, when you're stuck in a strange situation, it's good to be able to calmly figure a way out of it yourself.
Gobo applies this to the situation. He keeps calling Sprocket a monster, but he says Sprocket just needs a good push. But he's like, no. And he's like, what do you mean you're scared? You're so much bigger than I am.
Easy. Here. No, that's not so bad, is it? Okay.
Gobo's like, we have to. Come on, I won't hurt you. Like, it'll be fine. And I.
Yeah. What you need is...
I'm thinking a bit too much about how that dog is just some guy and how Anyway, thinking about the fact that this is Gobo and Wembley too. So he tries to push him out, but it doesn't work, and Sprocket cries.
Oh, gee, don't cry.
But Gobo's like, don't worry, we're gonna figure it out. Like, it's gonna be okay. And he's like, oh, I know, I'll go get some greaseberry leaves so we could like slip you out. So he heads to the garden. Poor baby Sprocket, he is so distressed. My poor baby. But Gobo drops his hat as he runs off.
9 o'clock and all's well.
In the garden, Gobo finds the greaseberry bush.
You got all the moves, you just can't lose.
But he gets booby-trapped. He's been caged. Oh no.
That was not one of my better moves.
Wembley wakes up from a nightmare about Gobo being eaten by the hairy monster that he said he was gonna go give food to. And he tries to tell the gang what's going on in a total panic.
Food! Gobo! Nightmare! Harry! Ah!
Turn it upside down!
What? Oh, thanks, guys.
He can't get anything out, and they turn him upside down, and he's subdued, mostly. All I can think of is in Always Sunny, where they just go, oi, 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 at Charlie. I don't know why. But anyway, they're like shaking him. He tells them what's up.
Dum-de-dum-dum. 11 o'clock and all's well.
No, it's not.
Yeah, Gobo is caged in the garden, and he sings a little blues about it.
Thought I had the map that leads to everybody's heart.
He thought he was so clever and smart that he forgot to be cautious. And now look at him, sitting up here boo-hooing about it. Also, get it, Jerry. The amount of times that I've said that, but for real.
And now I'm anybody's baby, 'cause I don't know how to get up off the floor.
Oh, but for serious though, poor Gobo. Poor little guy. Sorry, I was really vibing with the Gobo blues. I feel bad. Sorry, little buddy. I actually really like this song though. Magorg here's crying.
Oh, to a mother there is no more terrible sound than this one.
And she sees it's a fraggle and she shrieks and she runs away.
Ow! A fraggle!
Her voice is so iconic to me. She slays so hard.
She sounds like a ladybug.
She does. But Gobo just puts his whole soul into crying as loud as possible.
She can't stand crying, eh? Well, that gives me an idea.
The gang goes to the whole outer space and they see Sprocket chewing on Gobo's hat that he left, so they think that he got Gobo. Wembley just blacks out and barrels towards Sprocket.
You monster! You ate my best friend!
He's beating the shit out of this poor dog's nose. He doesn't really seem fazed by it like at all though. But Wembley just passes out like immediately. Totally doesn't even realize what he just did. And the rest of the gang mourns Gobo.
He never cried, did he?
Gobo is still crying the loudest he can. Ma's like, oh my god, I can't handle it, even if it is a fraggle.
Although I'm a Gorg, I'm a mother first.
I may be a Gorg, but I'm a mother first.
She is a mother. She comes back to console him. She picks up the cage and she's like, oh, you have to be in there. You've been stealing my greaseberry plant. Gobo, absolute drama king. I love him. I love Jerry's fake cry voice like so much. I don't know why. It just gets me every time.
Well, that's no reason to put someone in prison.
Yeah. But she's like, what? Yes, it is. I need those to make Gorg butter and you're stealing them. Like, of course you gotta be in there. And Gobo's like, I need them too. I need to help somebody get unstuck. And she's like, sorry, nothing I can do.
Sure there is. You could open the door and let me out.
Oh, I couldn't.
Then I'll just have to cry.
Ma comes back with some Gorg butter for him. Gobo says it looks great, so sarcastically. She's like, I used it when Junior got his finger stuck in the teapot spout.
What's he doing in there?
Do we really want to know? So Gobo's like, oh, awesome, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need. And she lets him out and then goes, ah, fraggle, and runs away. Icon.
Gee, I never thought I'd get help from a Gorg.
Back at the hole, the gang cries over Gobo still. But Gobo comes back and they're like, oh my god, you're alive. We thought you got eaten. Immediately we move on. Gobo goes up to Sprocket and he's like, I got something to help. He barks at the rest of the gang and Gobo's like, oh, don't be mad at them. Like, they were just worried about me. Like, I'm worried about you. And he sings a little song.
Count on me to be there when the darkness falls. You can count on me to come as soon as you call. Count on me. Count on him.
Sprocket barks along and howls along. It's very cute. Gobo puts the Gorg butter on him and Sprocket kisses Gobo's little head. Shut up. All the Fraggles push on him though until he like launches out. Yay, they did it. They saved Sprocket and Gobo made a new friend.
Isn't it wonderful making new friends?
Ah, come on. You can't make friends with a monster. Or can you?
And he rolls his ball back to him. Doc comes home and he's like, well, happy you had a good time with your ball. At least one of us had a good time today. They wanted to cut his ring off. No surprise there. And he was like, hell no. So it's still on his hand, but he goes to pet Sprocket and gets Gorg butter all over him and it slips right off. He's like, ew, where have you been? Also, the whole time, Sprocket is explaining what just happened to him and Doc just ignores it as always. He doesn't speak Sprocket though. In this one, we get a direct connection between each of the worlds. Not that we don't normally, but they're all interacting this time. Except the Doozers. I don't remember them showing up in here except for like their helmet that Doc has on as a ring. But they each have to work together by communicating and compromising in order for the situation to resolve itself. The Gorg butter pretty much saves the day. Thanks to the lovely Ma Gorg being so understanding. But they all communicated with each other exactly what they needed. Like so well throughout this whole episode. And that really was how it all worked out. Like they so easily could have had like miscommunication this whole time, misunderstandings, whatever, but they were so like direct and clear of what they needed from each other and it worked out. I feel this could have easily gone sideways, But all of this leads to the start of a relationship shift between Gobo and Sprocket and a little bit between the Fraggles and the Gorgs too, actually. I feel like we start to see them work together a little bit more from here on out. I know in season 2, one of the changes that they wanted to make specifically was tying the fantasy world with the real world a little bit more than they had in the first season. This episode's a great example of that. Gobo and Sprocket become friends in the end, which I think is so sweet. But if they didn't do stuff like this, they would have had a really hard time showing the interrelationships between the species. Like if they weren't able to show changes in attitude towards each other throughout the course of the show. So we're gonna see a lot of evolving as we get further on. And I really love that about this show. Having room for change and growth is a really important thing for a show to be able to do. Episode 11, The Wizard of Fraggle Rock. Doc comes in with a big ass box. He found this old trunk in the attic. It was this great-great-uncles. He was a magician who used to travel around the country with his dog. But Doc goes through the trunk and he finds a pic of them together.
Wow, looks just like him.
He's got a rope trick in there too. He has Sprocket tie him up.
Escape from these ropes like my ancestor used to. That's it, Sprocket. Don't be nice to me. Oh, nice job, Sprocket. Now watch the old master escape.
He offers to teach Sprocket how to do it, and he's like, I don't know. But Doc's like, come on, you'll be great. Maybe we can teach an old dog new trick. Meanwhile, it is trophy day for the Fraggles. Woo! Everyone lines up to pick out their trophy. Red and Gobo are on their way there, and she's wondering what she'll pick.
One more step and you could have gotten a trophy for getting stuck in the doozer glue.
Yeah.
And that really would have sucked, because the lifespan on that is like approximately forever. But, little side plot, the doozers are testing out new ingredients for their glue to make it stronger. So this is experimental doozer glue. And I just want to note, the experimental doozer tower has a little hexagon-shaped top. You can thank Cotterpin for that. Getting her ideas in there. Good for her. Wembley's turn. Boober, like, pushes him in here. Wems is like, I'm not good at anything. I never know what to choose. He goes up in his little hello.
Come on, Wembley! Hello.
Oh, how I love him. He's so little baby. I love him. But he's like, I'll have...
I don't know. I guess, how about one,
I don't know, just like wembling as he does. But then he's like, I'll take the one that I always take.
one trophy for best shirt with banana trees on it, please.
Wow, yes, Wembley.
And please, the way he says please. I can't deal with him. They're like, woo, yeah, woo.
So what? I'm the only one who wears one.
I know. But Wembley's like, ugh, I can't do anything right. I wish I wasn't me. They're always wishing they weren't them. But I love them. But the Fraggle horn sounds at this moment. Something important is happening. The wizard is here.
The shiftiest Fraggle in the rock.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust him at all, but I love his tricks.
And we see the wizard, played by Richard Hunt, Icon Legend star.
We can't stay here long, so let's get this thing over with. Now, greeting, fellow Fraggles.
He's here to bring magic into their lives. His little sidekick says that he can make flowers bloom, stars shine, and tackle a poison cackler. And the wizard's like, hey, yo, maybe lay off on that part. Don't push my luck. And he sings a song.
Is it true what they say? Is it true? Is it true? Not because they told me so. Is it true? Not because the story's so.
It kind of slaps. It grew on me. The Fraggles all dance and sing along. Is magic real? Is it true? Are there powers greater than that of which we've ever known in this tiny little skeevy guy alone? Yes! It's all true. I was sleeping on this song, then I catch myself with it in my head, so turns out I do like this one. But the wizard needs help from his audience for his next trick. Red volunteers, but he does a double take in her general direction. And he's like, no, I want that good looking Fraggle that's right next to you. And Wembley's like, me?
Hey, you young Fraggle. What's your name?
It's Wembley, your wizardness.
But the wizard is stoked. And he asks him to help with his next trick. And he's like, sure, I don't know if I'll be any good, but like, sure.
Nothing up my sleeves?
Well, your arms.
Oh, stop it.
And he speaks his magic words.
Horse enchiladas, ho ho!
What? Where did this come from? This is one of my favorite things in this season. Did he just say words? Like, of all the things that he could have said for his magic words, is there a story to that? Here's the thing, I can never talk to anybody who was involved with the show because A, I probably think that I'm nuts, and B, all my questions are shit like that. The way that I'm coming off in this video is absolutely batshit insane. I promise I can be normal. I promise that I do have the capacity within me to like be normal, but I just like to get really excited about things. I just have a lot of energy within my system that I don't know what to do with, like, quite often, so sorry.
How did Wembley do that?
I didn't know he had it in him.
Good thing he got it out.
A balloon comes out of Wembley's mouth. Wembley's amazed. He's like, wow, they love you. I wish I could do that. And the wizard is like, oh, maybe you can. Meet me after the show. So Wembley's looking for the wizard.
Wizard! Wizard, sir!
And this guy shows up out of nowhere.
Hello, my friend.
Being shady as ever still. But he pretty much tries to pawn his life off onto Wembley.
What's your life like, young Fraggle?
Well, nobody ever notices me. I just eat and play and sleep and wear a shirt.
And the wizard is like, well, you wanted praise and I wanted peace and quiet, so we should switch. We should Freaky Friday.
I'll show you something that'll knock the banana trees off your shirt.
Oh, no, please don't do that. They're all I've got.
But the wizard goes around the corner and he comes back without his whole getup. And he looks just like Wembley,
Surprise!
but unsettling.
No one will ever notice the difference.
Hey, he's just got like eye bags. Well, that's literally the only difference. Like, they're the same otherwise.
I don't know. He needs to moisturize.
No one will know the difference.
I will.
But Wembley and the wizard are putting their finishing touches on their plan. They've dressed up as each other. All Wembley needs now is the wizard's beard. And the wizard glues it on it. And the wizard accidentally uses the doozer glue. Shit, he wasn't looking what he was doing.
Now, can you do my voice?
How's this?
Well, good enough.
Wembley is stoked.
Boy, I could get a trophy for being the wizard, couldn't I? Wait till I tell Gobo.
No, you mustn't tell anyone.
Nobody can know that we switched. Wembley is just stoked about getting attention, though.
Right, I can get attention. Oh, thanks.
You're gonna get attention, all right, but not the kind you think.
And nearby, elsewhere in the rock, there's a big creature arm holding a pick of the wizard, and he's snarling and growling. Uh-oh, the poison cackler. Okay, so for me to try to make this the least confusing as possible while I talk about it, for me to say and for you to listen to, wizard hat for Wembley. So when I hold this up and I refer to him as the wizard, this is the real Wembley. I can hold him in my hand. This is real physical Wembley. He is real. Wembley is the fake Wembley, right? And the wizard is the real Wembley. Got me? Okay. If it's super confusing still, I'm really sorry. Just go watch the show. I don't know what to say. So Boober sees Wembley and the wizard, and he says hi to Wembley, but the wizard responds. They have to scramble to save face. And Boober's like, Wembley, you look awful. Wembley is like, oh, yeah, I feel awful. I'm gonna just go to bed. And he runs off. And Boober says to the wizard that he's probably just still upset about the whole trophy thing. And, he looks strangely familiar.
You look kind of strangely familiar.
Well, do you want to see a trick?
Their impressions of each other are so cute. By the way, I love a character mimicking another character. But Boober just goes on his way. And Gobo comes up just as Wembley comes back. And he's like, I gotta get out of here before the cackler gets me. And Gobo asks him if he has the postcard from Uncle Matt.
I don't have any cards.
Oh, yes you do. It's in your shirt.
Hey, how'd you know that?
Well, it's nothing when you're a wizard.
Uncle Matt says Fraggles wear strange hats, but you really ought to see what the silly creatures wear. There's even a place where they gather to put on large and bizarre hats. New hat, same Matt. I mean, he was at the salon. He got a perm, and actually he kinda sways a little, I won't lie. Uncle Matt glamour shots, though, like, look at him. He could eat that up. I was like, okay, great card. Let's go find Moki. And Wembley is like, oh, you go ahead. I'll catch up later. And Gobo's like, you look a little different. He runs off. Gobo loves to be suspicious about something and then be like, actually, not my monkeys. And he just runs away. But the little sidekick to the wizard runs up, yelling about the poison cackler, and Wembley interrupts him, and he's like, it's the most fearsome creature in the rock. Wow, that's crazy, yeah.
The thought of him makes your hair turn white.
Makes your hair turn white?
Wembley asks where his cave is so he can go hide there. He means rest there. And he tells the wizard, now we definitely can't be seen together, but if you're in any trouble, there's smoke pellets in your pocket. They always fall for smoke pellets. And he runs off to the cave. Okay. Weird dude. He's sitting in the real Wembley's bed, and he's like, this is the life. I just gotta take it easy and not draw any attention to myself. But Red comes in to cheer him up, but he's like, I'll just pretend that I'm sick so I don't have to talk to anybody.
Now, please leave me alone and don't tell anyone where I am.
Gobo, Moki! Here's Wembley. He looks really terrible.
But Gobo and Moki come in, and Moki shakes him.
Oh, Wembley, speak to me. Oh, please, Wembley, please.
And he's like, oh, don't worry, it's just a little cold. Like, maybe just leave me alone. And Gobo's like, oh, well, a nice walk would be good for that. And they're like, yeah, go get some fresh air. And he's like, no, I could get caught. I mean, everyone could catch it.
Oh, gee, an epidemic. We've never had one of those before.
Moki, no. But they all try to force him out of bed, and it worked. They drag him out of there. The wizard talking to all the little sidekicks, and they're like, ain't you scared? And he's like, no, I know all the tricks. And they're like, wow, you're amazing. Like, you're thinking about tricks at a time like this.
Like you double twisted over backflip while escaping from ropes and waiting to be eaten while you're all tied up. Would you settle for another smoke pellet? He's gonna do it!
But they tie him up anyway. The rest of the gang comes up and they see the wizard trying to get out of the ropes, and they're like, wow, I wonder how he'll do it. And Wembley is like, oh, he could. He explains so loud that he could hear him. And the wizard gets out of the rope. And they're like, wow, crazy. Okay, bye. The sidekicks bring up the poison cackler and how it's chasing the wizard.
Look, he's so cool! He's pretending he doesn't even remember. Boy, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Wait a minute. I am in his shoes!
I gotta get out of this costume. But the beard won't come off, so he panics. I come back with Doc and Sprocket. Yeah, they've been tied up like this whole episode. But the phone rings, and Doc is like, it's gotta be Schimmelfinny. We can't let him know about this. We will never live it down. Back in the cave, Wembley is back in bed. Moki's like, oh, we gotta take care of him. Just now, the wizard runs in.
I'm Wembley, and he's the wizard!
And Gobo's like, sorry, wizard, we're too smart for you. By fooling someone else. And he's like, no, really? He only wants to be Wembley because there's a poison cackler after him. And Wembley, the wizard as Wembley, he just keeps going, I don't know why it gets me. But they're all like, get out of here, man. Wembley's sick and he needs to rest. And they run the wizard out of there.
Gobo, please. I'm Wembley.
Sure, and I'm the poison cackler.
And the sidekicks warn the wizard that the poison cackler is getting closer, and he's like, oh my god, I gotta get out of here.
Oh, I wonder if these smoke pellets will make me disappear. Oh, it didn't work. I better try again.
Smokey's made a trophy for Wembley that says for being our friend. That's so cute. They just want him to feel important and seen so bad. Ugh, it's so sweet. But just now, the wizard pops up in his smoke cloud. He's like, oh, hey guys. And they're like, no time, dude. We gotta go take this trophy to Wembley. And he's like, that's for me? And they're like, no, it's for Wembley, idiot. Don't try to trick us. And he's like, done. He is so done right now. He goes back to the cave.
Wake up! Ah, get up! Oh, you're coming with me.
What the?
March!
Wait, I can explain everything. Everything!
Wake up! Lives in my brain. And just aggressive Wembley this season. And then I think the actual wizard does that, the Scooby thing. They all do it, I'm telling you. But he drags Wembley to the gang, and they're like, why are you out of bed? And he falls over.
Get in here! What are you doing out of bed?
Oh, ask Kim!
Now, come on, wizard, you...
Drama. Uh-oh, the poison cackler is here. He's pretty cool looking. But the wizard is like, hello.
Wait, you're making a terrible mistake.
I'm not really the wizard. I know I look like him. I even got his beard. He goes to pull on it and it just falls off. Oh, looks like the doozer glue experiment has failed. But both Wembleys are like, you want him. The real, actual Wembley throws a smoke pellet at the poison cackler. And he eats it, and he likes it. He just wanted the wizard smoke pellets this whole time. But he keeps like feeding them to him.
Here you go, boy! Woo! That's a good little cackler. Nice boy, now follow me.
And then he just like tosses the whole bag of them off of a cliff. So he like jumps down there after him. He's fine. He's just eating the smoke pellets. The cackler is hype. They really do like those smoke pellets. All the fraggles are like, oh my god, you really are Wembley. And you saved us from the poison cackler. And they celebrate. Take his wizard hat off. If you had enough being magic, probably. So Wembley and the wizard switch places again. Wembley is Wembley again. And they all rough this guy up a little bit though for that.
You know, wizard, that was a dirty, low-down thing you did to Wembley.
Yeah, not to mention mean and nasty.
Pushing him around and shit. They're like, aren't you sick of being a nasty old wizard? And he's like, well, you know what? You're right. I'm switching careers.
I've decided I want a job with a peel. Banana peel, that is. I'm now into the banana tree shirt business.
Him.
That's what called to him, I guess. Back in the workshop, Ned ended up coming over and untying them. Of course he laughed at them. He had to. And they're like, damn, we're no magicians. We're a great dog and his man. Good enough for Doc.
I guess our dreams of being the great Doc and the great Sprocket have gone up in smoke. Oh, literally. Oh.
Hey, so is Wembley good this season? No, not really. He's not. I'll tell you that right now. Off rip, we start off with him being depressed. And that kind of carries. He is often like, I'm not good at anything. No one really pays any attention to me. I'm really not that special. So not true, baby. He has so much to offer. And that's made so clear throughout the show. He just can't see it for some reason. In this episode, he really just wants attention. Which is kind of funny considering they literally hold basically an attention-giving ceremony with their trophies in the beginning. Like they just gather around to cheer for each other for whatever it is that they chose for people to cheer about. I love that. His friends really love him no matter what though. They don't care about what the trophy's for. They cheer for him for anything. They love him for him. That's a pretty common theme throughout these episodes. Just like, we love you for you. What are you doing? What are you doing? We already love you how you are. He sees the wizard getting all this attention. That's what makes him be like, oh, I want to be you. Like, okay, well, the bar was really low, but okay. Not really knowing shit about the wizard or like how his life is, but he actually gets a chance to do this, which does help him realize that it's really not at all what he wanted. Everyone's ignoring him for the fake Wembley anyway, and he's got a poison cackler after him now. Turns out his friends were just worried about him anyway, and not the wizard. They only ever cared about Wembley in the first place. You can't run from your problems, and pride can get in the way of getting yourself out of a situation that you had no business being in the first place. Those are kind of the two things that I get out of this, because we see that second part with the wizard, because the poison cackler came after him either way, and he just ended up with new problems. And also, wanting to switch places with somebody else? No, you don't. Usually not how you think it is. You gotta work with what you got. No one else is you. Only you are you. There's a reason for that, and it's a beautiful thing. Episode 12, the doozer contest. Doc's got an ant farm, he's staring at it. He is fascinated by them. They've tunneled out all these different routes.
See, now no one told them to do that. They act out of some ancient instinct.
Sprocket doesn't give a shit. He's barking at the other dog outside.
Don't be so rude. Hello there. You're new. You're new around here. Welcome to the neighborhood.
And Doc's like, wow, what is wrong with you? And he takes him inside to have a talk.
Keep it down, you'll disturb the ants.
He's like, are you kidding me? You're jealous because
Schimmelfinny
gave the new neighbor dog a bone. You never even wanted a bone before. Ridiculous. Fucking guy. Meanwhile, Gobo's leading the gang somewhere for lunch. They gotta walk a little ways to get there though. Boober says that out of the way places have the best food. We gotta put Doozer back on the board. And will I remember to take them off the board? I don't know. We'll see. I'll add them to the board as I talk about them. But the main ones are gonna be Flange and Modem. Intro to Modem. This is Karen Prowl. Hi, Modem. The Doozers are working on an experimental tomato extract, which was Flange's idea, and a mustard powder, which was Modem's idea. It's added to the radish powder for flavor when they make the Doozer 6. The Fraggles come up and they're like, wow.
It's a culinary paradise.
Oh, and such an aesthetic presentation.
Yeah, and they look good too.
And they start eating the Doozer tower. And the Doozers are like, the powder totally worked. Flange and Modem are both like, oh, it must have been your addition. They go back and forth about it.
It's your tomato extract they liked.
Well, thanks, but with all due respect, Modem, it's clear that the new mustard powder you added made the difference.
Oh, no.
But Gobo's like, this is crazy. Doesn't it kind of taste like tomatoes?
But there's also a hint of mustard.
That too. That was right on the tip of my tongue.
This tomato is good.
Delicious.
Oh, but the mustard taste is definitely better.
Positively.
They land on mustard. Then they run off to eat some more towers. The Doozers also argue over which ingredient makes for the better one. But now Modem's like, oh, so I guess it was me.
Sometimes I'm smarter than I thought.
And Flange is like, I mean, my tomato extract did make a difference too. She's like, I mean, they did specifically mention the mustard though. So I'm trying to give credit where credit's due.
Credit? How dare you imply such a ridiculous notion?
And this goes on for a while.
Jealous? How dare you accuse me of something so undoozerish?
Your turnip grease is rancid.
Oh yeah, well your radish just has lumps.
Like, it just keeps going all the way home. And their kids even hear it, like, from outside.
Welcome home, Flange. What have you got to say to your family?
Your bolts are popped.
Well, your pipes are plugged.
They're like, y'all are acting like Fraggles. What is up?
Oh, Wingnut, it's too ghastly to tell in front of our daughter.
Oh my god, I'm obsessed with how he says ghastly. He's like, Modem took credit for having the best ingredient.
For the success of our experimental tower.
Credit? Why, the last time somebody took credit for something was Old Man Pipe Wrench.
Then he had to give it back.
Taking credit is, they only do it if they think their work is like the best. And that's like rude to do.
What's credit, Daddy?
Oh, Cutterpin, my child, I'm ashamed that your tender ears even have to hear the word.
But she must learn about it someday.
True enough. You tell her.
Wingnut's like, you're both in the wrong. You gotta apologize to Modem. Just end this. Cut to him talking smack at Modem across the yard anyway.
Barge bolts!
Wobbly bridge!
Rusty nail!
Chain grease!
Radish!
And everyone's pissed.
He's a star. I can't.
Don't, please. But yeah, he is. Next day at the work site, Modem and Flange are still beefing. Flange throws his helmet at her.
Clarification, please.
He challenges her to a tower build, an ancient contest of the Doozers. She throws her helmet back in agreement. The architect comes across Flange practicing for the Doozer contest, and he's like, the ancient Doozer vice. Competitiveness.
Oh, I had hoped we Doozers had lost that urge.
Shame on you. Call that off. And he's like, what?
But I made the challenge.
What can be made can be unmade.
Call it off. It'll only cause misery in the end. Back with Doc and Sprocket. Sprocket's on his best tricks for Schimmelfinny, and he didn't even give him a bone. So now he's gotta do what he's gotta do.
Oh, I see. Oh, you're gonna fight that dog. And if you win, you'll be top dog on the block.
And Doc's like, okay, fight fair then. And he gives him some boxing gloves. My bets are on Sprocket. Back with the Doozers. Cotterpin, who is Flange's daughter, is like, this contest is goofy. We got everybody here right now. And Wrench, who is Modem's son, he's like, yeah, who would have thought that our parents would be doing all that?
Well, they tell us kids not to do something, and then they go and do it themselves.
He's like, yeah, now people aren't gonna work together because of picking sides. He's like, things will go back to normal once my mom wins. Later on, though, Flange is back at home. Cotterpin is a mess.
What happened?
I think it's time I go study my blueprints.
No, Cotterpin.
She straight up fought Wrench over that comment.
As she should.
For real, taking no disrespect on her family, even implied. I love her so much.
Oh, gee, Daddy, I just got into a little fight.
A fight? But Doozers never fight. Look at yourself. You're a mess.
Yeah,
Oh.
you should see Wrench.
But Wingnut is like, this is affecting the whole community. And Flange is like, you're right, we have to call it off. I'll tell Modem right now. So he goes, and he's like talking himself up for it the whole way there.
No winners, no losers, just doozers once again.
Wait, what if she doesn't wanna? It'll look like I thought I'd lose.
I challenged her, so I should be able to withdraw the challenge. I will look foolish. She'll probably just laugh at me. Modem will think I'm a fool. Oh, Modem, get out here!
He drives himself in like a full circle. By the time that he even gets to Modem's place,
Yes, who is it?
Who are you calling a fool?
I just love this whole sequence. Star. The architect is like, bet y'all think you're the first ones to do this, huh? And they're like, aren't we? And he's like, no, this happens all the time. And you never learn. Whatever happens, happens though. Do your thing, I guess. So, they're starting their contest. The Fraggle Five are on their way to their picnic.
It looks like my Uncle Traveling Matt had a real feast in outer space.
Oh, read it, Gobbo, read it. I was afraid of that.
Matt was astounded. Because he found the ultimate doozer construction. It's a skyscraper. He takes a bite.
Delicious.
It's terrible. He loves to chomp on steel. But he's like, maybe it's tastier at the top. So he tries to climb it, but he fails. But then he sees some silly creatures entering a cave at the base. So he enters too. And they fly upwards. These creatures may be silly, but they do know the fastest way to a good meal. He reaches the summit, tastes it, claims it in the name of Fraggle Kind, and the solemn mark is on his flag. The gang is like, oh, it looks delicious. Moki says looks aren't everything. Where did Wembley's yo-yo go? He lost it during the postcard, but they go off to find the Doozer Towers. The architect can't judge who built the best tower. If they built for the joy of building, then they did a good job. Everybody won. That's just how it is for them. Modem's like, well, how about we have the Fraggles decide? And the Fraggles are just spitting all the towers out. They're like, these suck. These are horrible. They just taste like mustard and tomatoes separately. The Doozers are like, what the hell? They liked them yesterday. And the architect is like, well, since they hated that, no one wins. Let's just get back to building for the joy of building. And they're like, oh, we'll modify the recipe. Contest isn't over. The architect is like, I thought I had him. In the workshop, Sprocket is boxing. He's gearing up for this fight. He's gonna kick ass. Doc's like, let me give you a steady target. He puts his hands up for him to box.
Oh, that's it. Left jab, right uppercut. Oh, you're looking mean, Sprocky. Oh, the footwork. Don't forget the footwork.
He's like, what's this really about? A bone? For real?
Because a handsome new dog happened to...
Doozers are still building. They're just running out of space and materials now because the Fraggles aren't even eating anything.
And you two bolt brains haven't figured out why.
The architect is like, why do you even need a winner anyway? And Modem's like, I mean, after all this, somebody needs to win. They need a decisive and wise Fraggle for this task.
Oh, hello. Did I leave my yo-yo here or not?
He'll do.
They want Wembley to decide which tower tastes better. And he was like, they're both awful before. And I mean, it's nice that you said that I'm the wisest Fraggle, but... And they just start singing a song about building all the time. You know how they do. They're little raspberries at each other. Wembley's nervy. He doesn't know. He tries them both at the same time. And he's like, wait, it tastes great together. And they're like, oh, what a waste of time. There's no winner. And Wembley's like, no, this is the best Doozer stick ever together. And the architect is like, see, working together is what the Doozers are all about.
Our world is saved because of this decisive Fraggle.
Yes and no.
So all's well, I guess. Sprocket didn't even end up fighting. Doc's like, that's good. You can carry competitiveness a little too far. These ants wouldn't compete, but they'll put in their best effort to survive. The dog actually gave Sprocket his bone.
Oh, you've made friends, Sprocket. You won. You won more than you know.
This episode gives us some more Doozer lore. While the Fraggles are not afraid of a little healthy competition, they actually kind of thrive off of it. The Doozers are not about that at all. They highly value working as a collective and even shun taking individual credit for things, as that would undermine the efforts of the whole group. I think there's a way to do both though. Like, you can be proud of your own accomplishments while also acknowledging the work of the team. We see examples of this with the Fraggles occasionally. While they still value being individuals, they also see the importance of a community and sticking together and supporting each other. There's a good balance, in my opinion. But I think this episode is just showing the dangers of competition when it's taken too far. And pride gets in the way of seeing the bigger picture. The Doozers start taking things too personally and suddenly they're blinded by that. And all they want to do is one-up each other instead of coming together with their ideas to actually create something new and better. Which Ironically, they had started out the episode by accomplishing this. It's when they started taking credit and being like, oh, mine was better, blah, blah, blah. My contribution was actually the most important. Like, shut up. They're all equally important. That's why it works together and not separately. They just ended up back where they started in the end anyway. In cases like this, though, competing gets you nowhere. It only creates more of a divide, and the doozers were in it for personal gain and like an ego boost at this point, and that's just not a good reason to be doing anything. When done right, competition could be good and fun and a good motivator. We can learn from each other and grow together. All the energy spent beefing with each other could have been put towards bettering what they were supposed to be working on together. Also, I have to say this here because it's been bothering me. There's so much with this character this season. Okay, Wembley is a very wise fraggle. I know it's kind of played as a joke in this episode, but like, I stand by this, okay? I definitely have more words on this later. He is wise, I swear. He just doesn't see it. He sees all sides of everything, but the side of himself that everyone else sees, and it hurts me. We love you, Wembley!
Till the end of time.
All right, we are officially, at this point, halfway through the main part of the video. Last time here, I think I did puppet anatomy, but I don't really have as much like technical stuff to share with you. Somebody on my first video suggested that I do a song ranking. So since I'm doing these long ass videos, I didn't want to say and do like a little separate one. I was like, oh, I could just do it for my break. Right here, right now, I'm gonna do season 1. If you don't really care, if you're not really about this, you can go ahead and skip to the next part. I don't really care. I think it's nice to take a little brain break. I'm gonna try to speed run through this. Luna didn't want to sit with me for the breaks, so I think this has been a lot on her, and I fear that maybe she's a lot on you. Please let me know. I can kick her out. Don't tell her, but I kind of like her, so. If you haven't heard the music from the show, go watch the show. But this is my personal ranking for the songs in the show. I would rank them all S if I could, but I can't. So, first off, it's an absolute crime, to at least me specifically, that the original series songs are not streaming anywhere. It's only the new ones, and I'm not gonna talk about that yet. Oh, but shout out to Fraggle Rock Songs and Lyrics on YouTube. I owe you my life. I'm gonna try to condense a bit by giving myself rules. I know. Here's my rules. Only songs with words. I'm not gonna really count reprises because a lot of them are kind of the same. And if it's less than like 10 seconds, I'm not doing it. Going in order of appearance. I'll do season 2 later at the end of the video. I don't know if I said that. When we're done with like all the episodes and everything. Later. Here's my categories. Let me give you kind of a little rundown of what each of them are to me in my brain. S through F tier. We're skipping E because what the fuck is a E tier? Useless category, I'm sorry. I felt that I should rename the categories like something cute, but I'm gonna be so honest with you, my brain is like actually mud. I'm so serious. I think I need a lobotomy. Does anyone want to study my brain? It is up for grabs. I don't think I can use it anymore. There are 78 songs in the first season. Peace and love. I've already done enough. What I did is I wrote them all down and we're just gonna slap them on here, and I don't even know if you'll be able to see them. S tier. Perfect, amazing, legendary, no notes, no skips. A tier, really, really good still. Would put in S, but I can't put them all in S, so it's in A. Would still be considered like greatest hits though, I'd say. B tier, still really good representative of the show and the show's music. Step above middle of the road. I'd probably have it in my head pretty often still. C, middle of the road, pretty good, generally average for a Fraggle song. D, it's like fine. F tier, I don't want to say flop tier. I don't want to call any of them flops, but F tier is just one that I am not a huge fan of. Might skip if it comes on, or maybe I'll just fucking sing it. I don't know what I'm doing. So, all right, we're gonna start ranking them, all right? Let the music play. Down in Fraggle Rock, the theme song. Don't Shoot. B. And I'm sorry, I don't hate this song. Great theme song, it's an earworm for sure, but like, I think it's a good representative of like the music in the show, but it's not like the best song in the show. I'm sorry if you disagree, that I personally believe that you just haven't heard enough of the songs. If so, I said I wasn't doing reprise. However, that sorry, end credits is A tier. I'm sorry, but I love the little scatty part. Don't smack me for that. Don't smack me for that. And also, you get the chorus of the theme song in the end credits. So, get 2 birds stoned at once. Hip hip hooray. We're gonna dance and sing all day. C tier. I think it's pretty middle of the road. It's a pretty good rep of the songs. I had this one in my head for like my entire life, and I blame the DVDs that I had as a child. While the sun goes round, I'll still be found, following the sound. Something's calling me. S tier forever, no notes. I've seen Troubles. It's like fine. It's like fine, D tier. It's a good intro song for Marjorie, I think. I'm always here, I'm never there. Okay, this one, S tier, immediately. S tier forever. I don't care. Sorry if I'm biased. Actually, seriously, one of my go-to things to just like sing to myself. This is like the first song that I go to. It used to be Follow Me. It is now Here to There. I don't know when that happened. And also that's my little baby. Speaking of, I need a lobotomy. I'm sorry to say this, but we have our first flop recruiting song. Or Heed the Drum Beat. I'm not about a military march. I don't give a shit. I'm so sorry, this one's boring. Moki took a stick and she bang bars. Fraggle Rock Rock. I think that's fun. I don't know why the Moki took a stick and she bang bars is my favorite part. I don't know. Well, I can paint and I can sew and I can sweep it clean. And I can do it on my own. I'm sorry if I'm biased. I love Red, S tier. I really liked that episode when I was a kid. I also very much relate to this song, unfortunately. So that one calls me out a bit. Please, water gun. And that's the whole fucking song. So I apologize for putting it in F, but it's pretty boring comparatively. Not that I don't like that song, but that I had. Might be C. I think middle of the road would be a good one for that. Oh, and also Red calls Boober boobs in this one, and I think it's really funny. I think I've only caught it in the first season, they call him boobs, that I've caught. Speaking of, actually, Marjorie, does she have tits? Can somebody please help me figure that out, because I feel that she does. They do be giving Muppets tits. And also, Muppets fuck. I had to explain this to somebody recently. Muppets fuck. I don't know what to tell you. Hashtag howling for Kermit. Stop! Canonically, though, they do. Fraggle, Fraggle, 2x4. Let's go through the pantry door. This one, I am sorry. Don't smack me. A tier. Taking no questions on that. You don't know how to laugh until you cry. Lost and Found, S tier. S tier. One of the best songs in the show. I'm sorry. A job that goes on much too long and then goes on for more. Workin's a really good one. Workin's A tier for me. Every time I do this, I'm sorry. Fireman's Anthem is another F. I just don't care about that song. There are some that I'm just like, this isn't doing anything for me. Why is there a world at all? I really like Why, and I really love Moki. This one's A tier for me. Listen to Convincing John, and all your troubles will be gone. Convincing John on Doozy Towers. This one is A tier. I think that I have the words in my head, and then I go to say them out loud, and I'm like, oh, yeah. What he said. Dreaming of someone as gentle as the dew. S tier. Love that one. I cry at that one, and I just, I love you, Red. Nimble Thimble Beetle's daughters doing curtsies like they otter as they sit on sticky spots upon a pitted spotted stone. The Thimble Beetle song. I'm sorry. Oh no, we're gonna run out of space. S tier. We're gonna pop it up in the corner. Dum 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 die. Catch a frizzy fraggle and punch him in the dum-dee-dum-dee-dum. D for dum-dee-dum. It's like fine. It's like fine. The Ballad of Sir Blunderbrain. Okay. I personally am not a huge fan of this song. It's got a good story. It's a cool episode. I like that episode. I'm not a huge fan of this song. It's boring to me. Oh, but the instrumental kind of fucks. So, this one's me when I'm out in any public setting. I'm not scared of anything except for being here. I love this one. He's so baby. We'll go B tier. We'll go B tier. This one's like really short too. So, every day in every way, the universe will make you pay. Every day the curse gets worse, they say. Just the lyrics are insane on this one. I love Boober's part. Feel so bad, feel so glad. We're always kind of hitting that shit. But other than that, it's fine. Whoa, I'm all alone, so whoa. Kick a stone, I don't know what else I'm gonna do. Probably C. It's a good one. I like it, but it's so short. Catch a tail by the tiger. Take the horns by the bull. S tier forever. Sorry, love that one. No notes. This is another one where I don't really love it. However, I do love Boober's part. And the great big germ, like a slimy worm, will come to drag you down. Other than that, this one's like fine. So that's D. That's in D. Now's the time for parting / So Long Go-Go. I don't like the So Long Go-Go. Like, I genuinely do not like it. Something doesn't sit right with me. This is F tier. I'm sorry. Every time you think you know the way that things are gonna go, someone comes along and makes it yucky. That one's A tier. I love that one. I don't know. It's just a good one. Time to Live is 1. Good message. It's cute, but like it's not the greatest, so I think we're gonna see that one. help me for a change. This one's really cute. Who's surprised? It's Wembley. This one's C though, I think. These two I'm kind of lumping together, the little wimp song. And that's why I have learned to love a wimp. These ones are so cute. B tier. Wembley, Wembley, number 9. You're so fair and you're so fine. S, 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 S. Immediate S. Dum Dee Dum, the genie song. D. Same as last time, it's like fine. Play some honky tonkin' grief and Dixie wailin'. S tier. Get Blue, both versions of Get Blue, they're fine. D, I swear, be fair, and treat everybody as if they were me. I can't remember, I think it was C. That was pretty good, pretty middle of the road. It gets stuck in my head a lot, I think it's cute. Shine on us, shine on us. No, I like the moon, moon shining bright. I think if it wasn't for that part though, it would have been a bit lower, but it's B tier, I think. Sail Away or The Moon Lullaby, I think this one is really cute. I say that to every single song. We'll do D to even it out. Move on, get a move on, go with the flow. This one, I actually really like the lyrics to this one. I'm always like, eh, when this one starts, and then by the time it gets going, I'm like, okay. So I'm gonna put this in C. Try a little longer for your friends. Probably way off key for like all of these. I'm just pulling shit up from my ass and my ear has been popped. This one makes me cry, absolutely. Season 1, episode 17, Maroon, you know my deal with that. I can't lie, it's not one that I think of super often, and I don't like that episode for the songs, you know? I'm so sorry to do this, but D. Music grows in the rose, rockin' rain in the blowing snowstorm, everything seems to sing everywhere I go. Can I rate anything higher than S? Let me be your song. I think that this should be like a popular Muppet song, as well as a couple of the other ones that are up in here. Follow Me especially. But this is another one that I actually for real think should be a more popular Muppet song. If I could put this higher than S, I would. So I'm gonna tape it to Gobo. Fraggle Medley. It's cute and I like it. However, it's D. I'm sorry. Doozer March. I'm sorry, Doozers. F. That one's boring to me. Doozer Knitting song though. We wanna talk about knit. 1 purl 2. What's a doozer gonna do with a go? Darn ball of yarn. Oh, this one. That didn't sound very promising, huh? Perfect Harmony. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. I don't like that one. F. My son, the dumbass. Just call my son. The dumb is stupid. Still D. Afraid to be afraid. Red, I love you. Oh, Red, how I love you. And I hate to give you a D, but I will. Give me 1 and give me 2. Cover me in muck and goo. This one's A tier. I really like muck and goo. Once I Knew My Name. This one I think I slept on for a while. I think it's B. Oh, and what if something scared us till we thought we were dead? My baby boys, I can't handle them. The Wembley and Boober one. A tier, I like that one. Just can't be me, I wanna be. Dramatic Gobo is my favorite. Oh, and the All Day Long I Count My Blessings, Can't Get Up to 1. That one's pretty good too. Song's A tier. Dance with me, my ragtime queen, before I set you free. La 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 la, S. But the joke isn't funny anymore. I kind of like it, but it's literally just Richard Hunt's performance. Like the song itself, probably a flop. I'm really sorry. I'll be brave as I can be alone. On my own. Shut up, A tier. Brave Boy Jump Up. It's catchy and the Wembley part is really cute, but that's like kind of it. I'm sorry, but it's an F. Wemblin' Fool. Oh, you already know. So we can wemble side by side and off to the side because I can't fit anymore on S tier. Easy is the only way to go. Here's the thing about this song, I forgot it existed. I thought that I had all of the Fraggle Rock songs from season 1, like I at least could like pull it from my brain and be like, oh, that's the song. Why did I not remember this song? F, dude. I hate to do this. Finally, a helping hand, the duet between Gobo and Moki at the end. Really sweet and I love them and it's really pretty, but it's not like, it's just boring to me. It's F. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. We didn't really end the first season on a great note with either of these two songs here. Whatever, that's not important. That is my season 1 song ranking. If you disagree, be nice to me, please. Can you see what they all are? A few of these are probably a little choice on my part. I don't know, I don't think you can go wrong with like any Fraggle Rock song. Whew, okay. Elmo's just checking in to see how you're doing. How are we feeling? Are you feeling okay? We still have 12 episodes left. Wait, hold on, I have something to show you. Oh my god. So, you know how I did the little shaker charms? I have more charms. I'll show you the little ones first. So I have 2 phone charms now. These are in my shop too if you want. Influencer hand, damn it. I have Uncle Matt and Philo and Gunch. This is my favorite, I think. I have this little chain charm with all of them. The Fraggle 5. The other one that I did. Wembley number 9. Yeah, I did a Wembley number 9. So those are in my shop if you want them. I think they're really cute. I will have prints of Red and the Lily creature up as well. I think that's about all I have to say for this middle part here. I'm not gonna keep you any longer. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna keep you any longer. We can dive back into the Fraggle pond now. Grab your snacks, sip your water, gear up, start your projects, whatever you gotta do. All right, back to business.
Episode 13, Red's Club.
Oh no, bad news. Sprocket's been rejected from the Top Dog Club.
It was rejected.
Boo! He's top dog to me.
Just because he doesn't have a pedigree.
Huh? Oh, that's not your pedigree, that's your dog license.
Doc's like, who cares?
Okay, so it's not silly, but it's also not the end of the world.
Doc's like, why not start your own club? That's an idea. In the Rock, Red is challenging everyone to everything. A little competition after we see the doozers, so against it. But this is another song I love. And Gobo pops up. Oh my god, he's ready.
Gobo, you're next. One and 1 are 3. Can you laugh as hard as me?
Everyone's tired out from all that though. So Gobo's like, how about we play Paint a Song?
That's a good idea, Gobo.
Yeah, I could use a little therapy.
I want to play that. That sounds fun. Everyone but Red is like, yeah, good idea. Red wants to play her thing again. She's like, damn, why does no one ever want to do what I want to do? This gaggle of Fraggles comes up and they're like, well, what do you want to do, Red? And she's like, I'm just as good at being a leader as Gobo. So they're like, okay, you're a leader. And they just follow her every move.
Why is it always Gobo, Gobo, Gobo?
Gobo, Gobo, Gobo.
They're like, oh, you're a great leader, Red. And she's like, that's it, I'll start a club. And we all have to do what I want to do, especially Gobo. Doozer time! Cotterpin is climbing up on these rocks. She's gotta see things from the right angle.
It says professional important.
And the architect is like, yo, she's crazy, can't take her anywhere. Red's like, okay, first rule, no Uncle Matt postcards.
Hey, but I like Uncle Matt's card.
Oh, well, in that case, I guess you just can't be in the club.
Back with the rest of the gang, Gobo is the first one who's finished his painting, so he reads his card from Uncle Matt to everyone. Dear nephew Gobo. Matt comes across a powerful cave that can control small, silly creature by ringing. When they hear it, they turn and they follow the ringing into the cave. He goes in too, but it's empty. Then he hears the ring, and they all appear out of nowhere. They paid no attention to him though. They only heeded the ringing of the bell. The ringing of the bell commands you. Ringing caves are very powerful. After he's finished reading that, Red pops up like, hey everyone.
Are you bored, listless, wondering what to do next?
Not really, Red.
She's got an idea that'll solve all your problems.
I'd join her club.
I can see that. I was like, oh yeah, let's start a club. Red's like, I have one. And Moki's like, what's our noble purpose?
Noble purpose?
Boober's like, we could rid the world of germs.
That would be noble.
Germs? Oh yes, Boober. But, do you think that germs could relate to being a purpose? Yeah.
You'd rather they were members?
But they eventually come to the conclusion to have a helping club. And they vote Gobo as high helper.
That's what I call my plug.
And Red's like, oh cool, I quit. I'm sick of listening to you. First rule of my new club is I wouldn't let you help me if my life depended on it. Back in the workshop, Doc's going through a list of potential club members. He's ruling like everyone out for yapping, etc.
That automatically eliminates Fred, Ginger, Angel, Mortimer, Muggsy, Rolf.
Sprocket's got like no say in this either. First meeting of Red's helping club, and she's laying down the law. No one in her club can talk to anyone in Gobo's club. And Moki and Gobo come up to tell them about how many creatures they've helped, and also recruited into their club. They got Fraggles, they got Rumblebugs, they got a moss-billed Flubberduck, they got everybody. And they ask if they need any help. And the two people in Red's club are like, no, we're fine. And Red's like, you broke the rules, get out of my club!
Get out of my club!
And they just go join Gobo's club. And Red's like, I'll show him, I'll get tons of members.
I don't suppose I could interest you in a membership. Nope, guess not.
Uh-oh. Yup. Cotterpin's stuck.
Yup. Stuck.
She's yelling for help and Red runs up like, oh, perfect. But then she's like, oh, it's a doozer. I can't have a doozer in my club.
I'm not that desperate. Would you get me down, please? I guess I'm not desperate.
Cotterpin thanks her for helping her. And she's like, I wish I could help him in return, but...
That's just a doozer, well.
But her laugh is so precious. I love it. Red's like, nah, I got it. You're gonna be in my club. And she sings a little song.
We take the bow. Everybody bow. Everybody follow me. The leader. I'm the leader. I'm the leader now.
It's just about Red's club and how the rules aren't really gonna work for Cotterpin, but like, that's fine. She can still be in the club. She's like, actually, well, I remember it's okay if you're small. Different rules for you. But they're like, oh yeah, we're the perfect helping club.
We are. And we will not be outdone! Never!
Gobo comes up and she's like, and she drops Cotterpin into the laundry basket. He's like, hey, you find anyone to join your club yet? I came by to tell you we're having so much fun, but we miss you. We even had a secret meeting about it.
We have those all the time, except, see, you have to know the password to get in. Would you like to know the password?
But she remembers she's not talking to him though. So he's like, okay, be that way, and he leaves. And Red's like, okay, you heard him, secret meeting, quick. And Cotterpin growling and shaking violently in the laundry basket. We gotta have more members than Gobo. Cotterpin's like, look around, girl, that's all we got. And she's like, well, we'll have to help each other then, as many times as possible.
Oh, yeah?
And Red puts her up on a tall rock. And she just keeps placing Cotterpin in danger and then like immediately saving her.
That's true, Cotterpin. You're really great at needing help.
Red's helped Cotterpin 65 times.
Absolutely fantastic. I think it's absolutely stupid.
That's so many. Cotterpin's like, this is stupid. Can't we just go listen to some rumble hums or something? Like anything but this all day. But Red just sees that they're having a secret meeting and she's like, we gotta find out what they're planning. And Cotterpin's like, why? She's like, cause it's your turn to help me today. The gang discusses. Gobo's like whether Red really does have a club or not. She's going through a lot to convince us of it. And we see Cotterpin dropping down like spy style in the background. Gobo's like, I don't even know what's going on, but I feel like she'd even help a Gorg if that meant that it'd prove her point. Cotterpin reports back. She's like, they're talking about helping Gorgs.
So what's a Gorg anyway? A Gorg? Yeah. A Gorg is a horrible, scary giant. A walking mountain.
How are we gonna help one? And Cotterpin's like, we aren't. And Red's like, please, I need your help. You're in my club. And Cotterpin's like, not anymore. I'm tired of listening to you.
I am tired of listening to you. And I'm tired of doing everything you want to do all the time, too.
One thing about me, a character does a squeak, I'm gonna try to do the voice. And she's like, we always do what you want. So I'm out of here. It's not our club, it's your club. Doc and Sprocket, well, mostly Doc, is still going through the list of potential club members for Sprocket's club. He's crossed out yappers, dogs that are too big, shedders. Doc suggests some terrier down the street for the club. And Sprocket's like, yes, please, bro. And then Doc's like, oh, no, just remembered. He bit me on the leg once. Can't have a dog that bit me on the leg once. Right now they've got one president, Sprocket, and one member, Doc.
No? You mean I can't be in your club? Well.
Back with Red, she's like, oh, the future of my club is up to me.
Oh, I must help a Gorg.
She's like, can't wait to see Gobo's face. Haha, some later then. She heads to the garden though and she sees the Gorgs. Ma has dropped her handkerchief down the well and Pa's trying to get it.
Oh, if you cannot retrieve it, I will be sad for eternity.
Oh, no.
Pa is like, oh, I'll use Junior's fishing line to pull it up.
Clever, my liege. I'll leave you to your task so you can concentrate.
Pa is failing at this.
Old drat and Deuteronomy.
Drat and Deuteronomy is crazy. He's like, ugh, if only I were this tall. I could just crawl on the string and grab it.
If you were this tall, you'd be a fraggle.
And he's like, oh, you. Little Fraggle, come here. His eyes are scary here. Cotterpin's zooming along like no one's gonna boss me around. And at the same time, the gang is walking by. Like, oh, how can we even help Red? We don't even know where she is. And Cotterpin's like, I know where she is. She's in the garden helping Gorgs. And Gobo's like, she's helping Gorgs?
That's what I said.
That's what I said.
You're a doozer. How do you know?
None of your business.
Red is dangling down the well. Same thing she did to Cotterpin. She grabs a handkerchief and Pa yoinks her back up. The gang spots her talking to Pa and they're like, we've come to rescue you. And she's like, go away. Uh-oh, Pa came back with a cage. Trapped Fraggles. But Red throws them the fishing line and has Gobo hook the little wooden part to the basket. Red jumps down the well holding the other end of it and it pulls the cage off of him. The gang escapes, the string breaks, and Red falls into the pond. She helped them.
That was so giving of you. I mean, our club was there to help you, and you helped us.
She's like, yeah, I guess I did. And Gobo asks if they can join her club, and she's like, I mean, sure, if you want to. I mean, I only started it because... Gobo cuts her off, and he's like, because you want to be a high helper? And she's like, I mean, now that you mention it, he's like, oh my god, why didn't you say that? And he's like, okay, I vote for Red Fraggle for High Helper. So she's like, okay, cool. And she makes up the rules for her club.
Rules which you must follow, right? So the first rule is, no one in this club will be in this club.
What?
Yeah, who needs a demo club when we've got each other?
I love her. I love them so much. Checking back in with our silly guy. Doc's like, not gonna lie, kind of hurt that you kicked me out of the club. Is it because I'm not a dog?
What do you mean, no, not exactly? Oh, I see.
Doc's like, true, I kind of took over. Had no right doing all that. I'm sorry.
This goes to show if you try to control something too much, you'll soon end up with nothing to control. We should include members, not exclude them, right?
Everyone's in the club. Honestly, Doc wraps this episode up pretty well. There are some where I'm like, yeah, honestly, he really hit the nail on the head with that. I think this is one of them. Trying to control something too much will leave you with nothing at all. But by making up all these crazy rules for a club, Red just ended up pushing everybody away. If you're gonna have a club for anything, you've got to be able to come together and make decisions and compromise for the good of the group. I feel this episode kind of parallels the last one a little bit. Kind of the Fraggle version of what we just saw, in a way. Red is always trying to compete with Gobo, and she'll do it again. But in the end, they do end up helping each other anyway. She's pretty stubborn and set in her ways, but Red does see the importance of being able to cooperate and work together as a group. Taking control of everything just ends up upsetting and excluding people, when the whole point of a club is to do the opposite. We want to include and uplift. Also, I'm gonna say some freak shit. Okay, I guess Aaron Pearl had to have emergency surgery during this episode, so guess who was puppeteering her?
Oh, don't tell me. I'm gonna be sick.
Okay, so I didn't know this. Now that I've read it, I had to rewatch the episode after I learned this. And I feel crazy because low-key, she's moving like Wembley. They already move similarly, but he does a great job. I don't even know if I have to say that at this point. But you know how I know? You know how I can tell? I hate that I've picked this out. It's actually making me lose my mind. I've hyper-analyzed these people like accidentally. He does this like looking around thing. Wembley a lot. Red doesn't do that. Red does something a little similar, but it's not the exact same. It's just a really specific thing that he does. I love it. Oh, and now the next episode I get a little crazed with too. Good. All right. Oh my God. What are we talking about? Oh, got this cake. Episode 14, The Secret of Convincing John. Uh-oh, Doc is another book.
Ugh, what is it now?
The Power of Positive Thinking. Shows how having the right attitude has a lot to do with whether or not you experience success. Doc's gonna try to take his book's advice and become really positive. Sprocket's like, yeah, right. And Doc's like, you'll see, I'm gonna get a whole new personality. He goes to get Sprocket some water, but there is no water. He's immediately pissed. But then he's like, wait, good time to practice being positive. But the Numi is facing this with a smile. Gobo and Wembley are in their cave. Boober is here as well. They're talking about convincing John, remember him? The Fraggle that can convince anyone of anything, who is also Jim Henson. He's coming to the Great Hall to convince them all to be clowns. What? I love it. I don't know what's happening, but I'm so with it.
I can't believe I was foolish enough to promise I'd be there. Wembley, you want to come with me?
And he's like, sure. Gobo's like, hey, what the hell? You said you would come with me to get my postcard. What are you doing? And you're in bed. Still? You good?
I just can't decide which side of bed to get out on. There's only one side you can get out on.
Yeah, the left one. And everyone always says you should get out of bed on the right side if you want to start the day right.
And they're like, oh my God, just get out of bed. Wembler. So Gobo and Wembley are walking to the workshop, and the way I fully expect Wembley to hit his head on this pipe, Gobo's like, you just aren't decisive enough. Gobo runs in to get his card, and he falls straight down into the floor. I guess Doc just fully took a chunk of the floor out to get to the pipe. Now he can't find the tools he needs though, so he's grumbling about that. But he's like, nah, that's the old me.
I know that wrench is in here somewhere.
Gobo comes back into Wembley Wembling. He's like, wow, you should see the hole that's out there.
It's colossal. Wow, I almost kill myself.
This took me out on my rewatch. It's the way he says it. It's the delivery. I just love him.
Who needs convincing John to get things rolling anyway?
Yeah, who needs him?
And Wembley runs into the pipe.
Ah, you almost got me.
I almost thought he wasn't going to concuss himself today, but never fear, Wembley's were mildly harmed. In the Great Hall, Convincing John is gonna perform his most convincing party song, the Clown Concerto.
Ooh, a definite favorite.
In a special one-verse rendition.
And remember, one verse convinces for a short time only.
Which makes it perfect for pajama party.
The way that I can pick out who each of these Fragglets are with just one line is sad. It's the bite of 83. It's a curse upon me. I wrote this down before I fact-checked. I wrote, first to speak is Richard Hunt, then Dave Goles, then Kathy Mullen. Fact-checked that afterwards and just went, yup.
How does it feel to have such a useless skill?
I don't feel good about it. Give a cheer, Convincing John is here! here.
To wear a clown's nose and actually believe in it.
Yeah. Say yes to the nose.
He's so Kermit in this episode. I don't know how to explain that unless you see it for yourself. Also, Convincing John has definitely grown on me. I did say I didn't like him so much. I figured it out. I think he freaked me out because he has human teeth. That was it. That was literally it. I've gotten over it though, and I like him now. I've come around. Anyway, he has a fun little clown stick. He's like, look at this stick.
Just feast your eyeballs on this.
That'll convince him.
Oh, it convinced me. I want one.
Me too. Wembley and Gobo are back at the workshop hole though. They've got a rope this time. Wembley is supposed to tie the other end of the rope to something, anything. But he can't decide where to tie the rope to, so he just ends up not doing that at all and just like holding it. Gobo's out in the workshop. He just freaking falls in there immediately again. Rocket spots him and starts barking at him. Doc's like, I'm realizing you just can't communicate with me. Does he just like pick and choose when he understands this dog?
And therefore the new me is not going to say anything grouchy about your potentially irritating barking.
Wembley is holding on to the rope with everything he has in his little green body. His little tail, please! Oh, he's so cute. I love when the little fraggle tails get going. Anyway, he's like, oh my god, what have I done? I've killed my best friend. Doc's like, oh, it's so dark under this floor, I can't see a thing.
Even though it's dark under the floor, there's no reason why there can't be a light in my heart.
I love him. Shut up. The way Wembley screams when Gobo comes back.
What happened?
Gobo, you're alive!
I don't think I can mention him again. I need to start discrediting him. Sorry. Anyway, Gobo's like, what? Of course I'm alive. Like, it's not even that deep. What happened with the rope? And he's like, oh, I couldn't decide where to tie it. And he's like, oh my god, one of these days you really gotta do something about that Wembley, dude. Back in their room, Wembley, oh my god, Wembley is like, he's just like face down on a rock and he's just wagging his tail. I need to draw him like this or something because he is so cute. Are you kidding me? Will I shut up about Wembley Fraggle? Counter question, will he stop being so completely unnecessarily adorable?
Stupid cute. Like, it's not fair.
And it's that fuck-ass baby voice. He's got me in a chokehold. He's got me in a chokehold and he looked like this. Y'all don't want to hear me, you just want to dance. So, anyway, Boober comes in with a little clown nose on. Like, hi, Wembley, what's wrong?
I almost killed Gobo, that's what's wrong.
Just saw him. Didn't mention anything about death. And Wembley gets up and he's spooked by Boober's nose.
Oh, yeah. Boober! Well, what is that red thing on your face?
Convincing John had us all wear clown noses. But Wembley's like, oh, he can convince me to change. But Boober's like, he's dangerous, dude. Like, he can convince anyone of anything. He's like, yeah, he's exactly the Fraggle I need to get me to not Wemble.
Wow! You know, Boober, my friends aren't safe unless I can become a brand new me.
So he runs off to go get him. He's on his way to Convincing John's cave. And he's like, Boober's probably wrong. This isn't that extreme.
Maybe I should start by deciding whether or not deciding is a good idea or not. Maybe not deciding is a kind of decision too.
I'm Wembling. He's like, well, I'm just gonna spin around, and if when I stop, I'm pointed towards Convincing John's cave, then I'm gonna go. And he runs right into Richard Hunt Fragglette.
Looking for someone, baby?
I love it. So, they go into Convincing John's cave. Wembley explains how he's trying to change. And the Fragglets are like, ooh, he's got a wide range of courses. But Wembley says they all look great. Convincing John comes in like, great choice.
Wilfred, isn't it?
Well, Wembley, actually.
Yes, I never forget a face.
They sing a song.
He's gonna tell it, spell it, sell it just for you.
Part of this that lives in my brain rent-free.
There's a tunnel to the left of you, a tunnel to the right of you, and either way you go, you're gonna lose.
Talks about how you got 2 tunnels ahead of you. Both are dangerous. Like, the outcome sucks regardless, but if you wemble and stay where you are, the danger will be even greater.
But remember while you dither and you blither and you slither and you wimble back and forth and to and fro, that the danger's even stranger if you wimble when you know you gotta go.
You gotta face it. You can choose. You have it in you. You know what you want. You know what I say is true.
You're a tiger, you're a terrier, you're a fraggle who can really choose.
You can do it! And he is so Kermiting in the background. Look at him. Look at those little jumps. He's Kermiting. He's frog hopping right now. And his yes. Ah! I love you, Jim! Oh, but genuinely, I think about this song all the time. Wembley's singing along. Then he's like, that's enough! They're like, but there's one verse left.
Yes, and it's the most convincing one, too.
I'm the one who asked for this session of convincing, and I say that's enough.
I say that's enough. The voice that he adopts during this episode, I don't know how to handle him anymore. He's got shit to do. He's out of here. The gang is back in Gobo's room talking about how Wembley went to go see Convincing John.
I mean, self-improvement is part of the upward spiral.
Plus, it'll be nice to see him definite for a change.
Gobo!
Oh my god.
Honestly, I'm growing weak. I'm falling ill. You baby, and now look what happens. So Wembley says his name is Wilfred now.
I'm not calling him that.
Just go with it for now. He's done Wembling. He's also done with the name Wembley.
Bobo, don't you think we should be supportive of Wembley's newfound strength?
And Wilfred, he's also going to start getting the radishes from the Gorg's garden. He doesn't want to be the siren anymore. He needs a fresh challenge. He's also got great ideas for a swim meet he's going to organize. They're all holding each other back from pouncing on him right now. I'm sorry, I can't call him Wilfred. Wembley. Now he wants everyone to go to outer space. He is stepping on everybody's toes right now. They're like, that's dangerous as hell. Are you nuts? And he's like, I thought anyone that wanted to go out there could go out there. And Gobo's like, I mean, yeah, like technically you can, but
then I've been thinking about it all the way back here, and I definitely want to go there before another day passes. I'll lead the way.
So they all chase Wembley down. Wembley's mind is made up.
Well, then unmake it. Look, I don't have this kind of time to waste. I'm heading for outer space.
Well, confident Wembley is just Rizzo, I'm sorry. No? Without the accent. The mannerisms. Shut up. Shut up, it's just that guy. Oh! I hate that, like, I could pick this shit out. I hate it. The bite of 83. I'm experiencing brain rot. Stop. Separate. That part of my brain is quarantined, okay? Wembley goes in and immediately falls into the hole. So they gotta go in and grab his dumb ass. Knocked right out.
Very self-destructive of you. Why, look at you. You are completely unconscious now. I mean, what if we had not been here to help?
Moki's like reprimanding at his unconscious body. And Gobo's like,
actually, when you think about it, Wembley was never really indefinite. A little over-flexible, perhaps.
Kinda true. Just like what Matt was talking about on this postcard. The other day, Matt finds creatures that deal with this world by becoming totally inflexible.
Look at him. He will not move.
They're statues. He tries to get them to move, but nothing. So he tried being inflexible too, and found it to be a singularly unrewarding approach to life here in outer space. He could never live life like they do, but he parted ways friends regardless. Gobo says the difference is that if Wembley stays like this, then he's gonna lose all of his friends. Oh, and he's back up. The name's still Wilfred, I guess.
Well, that was quite a fall, but we learned from our mistakes, so let's go.
Back to outer space?
We have to talk about you, and I mean now.
Well, I have some definite opinions about me.
Gobo's done. He's like, this ain't working. We don't like Wilfred. He sucks. And they all just look at each other and they tackle him. Same time. They're like, we're taking you back to John to get unconvinced. You're getting way out of line. He puts up a fight, but they outnumber him. Convincing John in his cave. Oh my god. He is wondering what side of bed to get out of. Just like Wembley. And I seriously, I seriously can't think about this one too much. There are layers in this in which I think about this and I can't think about it. I need an exorcism. I had to convince John. Sorry. The Fragglettes are like, come on, John. We don't got all day. And he's like, all these choices just give me trouble. And he sings a song.
If I had some kind of key, if I knew which way to be, maybe I could find a road ahead.
He can't decide shit, turns out. What? Yeah, he knew what way to be. Maybe he could just get on with things. He's always stalling, paralyzed by decisions.
Choose right up, right, move down, lose.
Yeah, I know.
I really like this one a lot, says the girl who says that about literally everything about this show. The gang comes in as he's singing, and they're like, what she said, what? You? Wembley's pissed. He runs away, but they all look at him.
You Wembler! Ah! Well, I can't stand that Wembler! Like it or not, you're going back in there, Wembley! Get him out of the way! Come on!
Wembley's swinging on them. He's growling. He's trying to fight John. Wembley's kind of feral this season. I'm loving it.
It enables me to see everything from every point of view.
Yeah, but look at him. How can you convince him of anything?
Keep it together. Keep it together. Please. We have to keep it together. We have to be strong. Gobo's like, you of all people? But John's like, it's a secret to my success, actually. He can see everything from every point of view. As can Wembley. Like I said earlier, I get that. But Wems is pissed. He can't even stand to be in the same cave as this guy right now. They're like, yeah, dude, good luck trying to convince him of anything right now. Convincing John is like, time for the definite challenge.
Listen, Fraggle, you think you know your own mind?
Yeah.
Take the definite challenge.
Come on, do your Wembleyest.
All right.
So, rules is, Wembley can keep anything he chooses. John has him pick between two doors. He chooses this one. Behind that door are two banana tree shirts. Slightly different. He wembles a tiny bit, but he goes with the left.
But there's more.
But that cave door has his very own volunteer fire engine backup trio.
Bad new
death in resonance to your siren calls.
But there's more! Which will it be? 50-year-old doozer stick from the legendary Tooth Tower.
They were so sweet to eat, they whipped through the building material from the cave because it drove Fraggles wild!
They lore drop so fast here. Or a slice of moss melon.
Melon, the rarest and sweetest fruit in the rock. You can only harvest it every 100 years!
Yes!
You can only pick one.
No, I want both.
Can't have both. He can't decide. He's himself again. Yay, Wembley's back. They love him just the way he is. Goble says he misses when they had someone around Wembling all the time.
That's great!
Or is it?
Back in the workshop, Doc's like, oh my god, I've been going about this all wrong. Some things are worth getting angry about. Pretending things are okay when they're not is silly.
So I'm gonna do what I would have ordinarily done in the first place. Complain to the landlord.
Doc says there's a difference between good, healthy anger and just growling at people. So we see Wembley clearly didn't learn anything in the wizard episode in the sense that he shouldn't try to change himself. He's like, okay, I shouldn't want to be someone else, but what if I just still didn't want to be the current me? Like, not quite, buddy, but I guess we're getting there. That's okay. That's okay. It takes time to accept all aspects of yourself. It's not a linear process, always growing and changing. You see Doc trying to better himself by being positive all the time, but forcing positivity like that isn't really good either. He accepts that he can't just change who he is, but he can try to be a little less grumpy and not so much growl at people, you know? Which is a start. He doesn't need to take his anger out on people either. He can find a good middle ground. And I want to bring the doozer contest back up because they refer to Wembley as their most decisive Fraggle in that moment, but like, low-key, he could be. You see where I'm coming from with this episode? Also, convincing John. I said in the first video that he's very like con man, snake oil salesman, and he is giving that, but what I find so interesting about him, he's never really selling anything. In this episode, just shows us that he really is just doing this shit to do it. He can't do it for himself, so he'll do it for other people. And we kind of see this trait in Wembley a little bit too. He's always helping his friends out, but then when it comes to him, he don't know what to do. His friends don't even really mind that he wembles. He's more concerned about it than anyone else at this point. And that's only because he like potentially put Gobo in danger. And Gobo really didn't even give a shit about that though. He was like, that's just Wembley. They love him for him. Quit trying to change, guy. You can work on yourself and like accept different aspects of you and work with those things and not have to completely change who you are entirely. Oh, and I just wanted to put this here. I don't know where else to fit it. Puppet projects have such charm. It's a cast. It's a cast. It's a cast. It's the way they interact. Even things like the background. It's like little things that they do for me. Even like if it brought its own challenges, you know, like obviously it's like a crazy project to be working on. And like through all that, you can tell that they were having such a good time. I don't know. They bring so much life to these little guys. They make them feel like they're like real little guys. And that's a whole guy. That's a whole lady bringing this little sock to life, dude. They interact as if they're real because they kind of are. The things that they have to say in Muppet media are so real and so important. And I really just hope people are understanding that. Like, that's my whole point. Episode 15, Manny's Land of Carpets. Wake up, Sprocket!
Everybody's wiggling.
Stupid. Doc is testing a new kind of radio. Simple, cheap, anyone can build it. He wants everyone in the world to have one. Sprocket's like not interested. I don't even know what a radio is. This is no ordinary radio. It'll pick up signals from the other side of the world. Time for the first test.
Nala Super Save Weekend down here at Manny's Land of Carpets. All the rugs you can carry for $27.99.
Yeah, it's Jerry. Yeah, it's Jerry. Doc's like, what the hell? That's the station down the road.
Then Schimmelfinny said this would happen.
It's blocking the signal. And Schimmelfinny said this would happen. So he's off to go talk to him. Sprocket is left with the radio, and it just starts squealing, and he shoves it into the wall.
I would too. I hate that song.
It's postcard time in the big cave.
I love how he says that. Gobo comes up and finds the radio and he's like, what that? So he goes to tell the others. Wembley and Boober are watching laundry dry.
Boy, you sure have good eyes, Boober. I never would have picked that out.
A lifetime of patient observation, Wembley.
Oh. You know, sometimes I can see a face in the fold of that sheet.
They are so cute, dude. Gobo comes up to tell them that he saw something amazing.
So did we. The cuff on this shirt dried before the collar.
And he's like, what are you talking about? I have something important to say. There's a shiny black box by the hole, and I've never seen anything like it before.
How did it get there?
Hoover's like, that got anything to do with a postcard? And they're all like, what postcard? Oh, the one that was in the pocket of the shirt that Gobo hadn't washed. Gobo hasn't even read it yet. So Boober reads it to him. Matt observes small silly creatures preparing for a social ritual. They took him to a secret place to meet their magic friend. He is the wish-granting creature. He comes out of hiding once a year to grant people's wishes.
Okay. Need to meet with him?
It's just Santa.
Ow.
And I don't like the potential moral dilemma of whatever you're thinking. Matt asked him if he can arrange for Gobo and his friends to come up here so they can see outer space.
Thank you.
He wasn't sure if he could do that, but he said he'd send him a present. Boober wonders if the box is from the wish-granting creature. Gobo and Wembley drag him along to go get said box. It may take all three of them to carry it. Doc is back already. Shilfini says that radio will never pick up signals from the other side of the world. He's like, I'll show him.
Maybe now it's had a chance to warm up. We'll hear something interesting.
It's all you can eat day at Bubba's Burger Barn. Head on down here to Bubba's Burger Barn.
What's wrong with that?
Doc goes to take a walk to clear his head, and Sprocket puts the radio back in the wall. Gobo, Boober, and Wembley come up. Boober's worried it's a trap, and Gobo's like, don't worry about it. There's nothing to be scared of. And it starts screeching and lighting up red. Wembley just gets closer to it like a moth to a flame.
Look at the beautiful red light. Wembley, don't stay back.
Ooh. Must be a present from the wish-granting creature. Gobo tries to take it, but it's too heavy. He's gonna take it back to the rock, though, so everyone can see. And Boober's like, I don't know, maybe we could talk about this.
What are you gonna do?
But Gobo convinces Wembley to take the radio with him. Boober is not about this at all. He and Wembley go to get Red and Moki. Gobo turns the station and he hears the Manny's Land of Carpets ad.
Manny's got everything you want. Manny's got everything you need. Manny wants you.
Me?
Yes, you to get down here to Manny's Land of Carpets. Right now, your happiness is guaranteed at Manny's.
And the rest of the gang comes back, and Gobo's like, I just had the most amazing experience in my life. I heard the wish-granting creature, and he invited me to Manny's Land of Carpets. And they're all like, wow, what is that? And Gobo's like, they guarantee happiness there. And they're all like, oh my god, sounds great. Except Boober.
That thing is spooky. I vote we throw it down a crevasse.
I'm so obsessed with that line. Red's like, you mean to tell me he's in that thing?
Well, he'd have to be really tiny.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Gee, maybe that means he heard you.
Boober's like, it's listening to us. This is a nightmare. Loki's like, no, it's a dream come true. Interspecies communication. They all help Gobo carry it to the Great Hall and gather all the Fraggles. Gobo has a cute little hat on. I love when he has a cute little hat on. But he tells them about the voice of the wish-granting creature. And the Manny's Land of Carpets voice comes back on. Boober thinks this is terrible and hideous and awful. Happiness is guaranteed at Manny's. Boober's like, that thing does not belong here. And Gobo's like, no, it's a present from outer space. Maybe the excitement's too much for you. Maybe you'd be better off watching your laundry dry. And Boober's like, yeah, great idea. And he runs off. Gobo's like, well, folks, you heard it. The creature invited me to Manny's Land of Carpets.
Hey, wait a minute. He invited all of us.
I think we all sang. And Gobo's like, oh, word, you want to go with me? They're all like, yeah, why not? You can lead and we'll follow. And they're like, what's it like there? And Gobo's like, you heard. Doesn't matter what you're looking for. They got it. Happiness is guaranteed at Manny's. We just gotta follow the road.
Follow the road. Follow the road. Bring your friends and your relations. They got special celebrations. They are kicking up sensations. I've been told.
I love this song so much. I say this with every song. I know. I'm sorry. This one is just talking about a paradise, basically, though.
Get your gifts and party favors. They got food in 40 flavors and a magic kind of gadget way to go. Follow the road. Follow the road.
But Gobo's like, okay, party later. We gotta go pack now, and we can get on the road. Large Marvin is back. I did not have a card for him the first season, because I forgot that he shows up again. He's messing with the radio. He gets it to the Bubba's Burger Barn ad, and now that's where he wants to go. I was like, yo, don't touch that. But Large Marvin's like, the wish-granting creature invited me to Bubba's Burger Barn, though.
Bubba's what?
Burger barn.
What's a burger barn?
Who cares? All I know is they give you all you can eat. Let's go.
Gobo's like, the fuck you are. Wish-granting creature gave this to me, so we're going to Manny's Land of Carpets. And Red's like, what is so great about Manny's Land of Carpets?
The wish-granting creature made that perfectly clear, Red.
And Gobo's like, your happiness is guaranteed. Do you know what that means? You can have all you can eat, plus a bunch of other stuff. And Gobo's like, since I need this box to lead us where we're going, I want no one to touch it. And Red's like, nah, Bubba's Burger Barn. And they all just start chanting that. Manny's Land of Carpets, Bubba's Burger Barn. Don't you start. I feel like a good chunk of this episode is just them chanting at each other, but maybe that's just me. Boober comes out and he's like, you're all crazy.
What's the matter with you?
This box is ruining you. You're all huddled around a box listening to a creature
who talks too fast.
He talks fast because he's incredibly intelligent. Face it, Boober. This thing is big magic.
I like that they call it big magic, but a new voice comes on.
Tired of whites that aren't white enough? Colors that aren't bright enough?
Come again?
I'm Sally Spotless, and I can show you how to get your clothes perfectly clean. And Boober's like, you do. And suddenly he is interested.
What's that?
That was Sally Spotless, a kindred spirit.
That was Kathy Mullen. Globo's like, wait a minute, you just said outer space was full of germ-laden silly creatures. What's up? What's with the shift in attitude? And Boober's like, no, but you heard Sally. It sounds perfect. And now we have 3 rivaling teams for where we want to go. So now Globo's confused. The wish-granting creature is telling us all different things. It sounds like he's trying to split us up. And Red's like, sounds like you're trying to split us up. We know where we want to go. It's just chaos. Globo needs time to think, so he takes a little walk.
I can't blame him for being confused, though. It's so confusing.
Girl, so confusing.
Why does he promise so many different things in so many different voices? Something's wrong here. All of those places can't be perfect.
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
He wishes he knew which voice to believe.
Believe.
And he's like, oh my god, it's so beautiful here. It is, for real. They go crazy with the scenery this season. Was it Robert Hackborn? Is that who I'm thinking of? Wonderful job. Season looks really good. Not that it didn't before, but this season looks really good. But Globo's like, I can't imagine us all leaving this place. We should stay here.
All of a sudden, I knew which voice to listen to.
He comes back and he's like, quiet! I've decided. We're not going to any of those places. There isn't just one wish-granting creature. There's a whole bunch of voices in there. And it's all different things. The Fraggles still do not care.
Fraggle Rock has everything that those places have, and it's got more. It's got us living together.
You don't need to go to all those places. We have everything we need right here. Listen to the voice inside you.
The little voice inside me says,
I was like, oh my god, fine. Fine then. If you want to leave so bad, you can go wherever you want. We'll all just leave Fraggle Rock. So they're all like, let's pack our stuff, woo! Globo's like, the least you could do is say goodbye to everything we love. And Globo sings a song. Oh, this one, beautiful. This one, oh my god, another one that I really, really love.
Mist, rock, and stream, golden and green while you grow.
This one is really cute. Yeah, I did learn both parts.
Goodbye, and every eye is dry. Leaving, there's no grieving, just a rainbow in the sky.
Anyway, this is like a bittersweet leaving your home and everything you've ever known and loved and experienced there. But you can't be that sad because you know you're moving on to bigger and better things. Dude. This show rips me apart and puts me back together again. This show is scrambling and solving my brain like a Rubik's Cube. Anyway, Boober's like, what do we do? And Globo's like, we're taking this thing back to outer space, where it belongs. Sprocket's been found out. Doc's like, you push it through the hole in the wall? And Sprocket just barks at him and Doc's like, get it out? He just like shrugs. And the Fraggles come up with the radio. Wembley hits his head on the fucking pipe!
I'm sorry.
Don't say anything. But Sprocket's like, it's not there. And the two bring the radio up as he's like pawing around. And he just grips Globo, smacking him around a little bit.
Okay, Boober, now, panic! Yeah!
Then Doc just reaches in and grabs the radio. But Boober runs back real quick to say bye to Sally.
Bye,
Please.
Sally.
Please.
What about Wembley?
No. And please, like, you be one to top. Alright. Doc's like, that was silly as hell.
This thing didn't belong in there. I wondered if it really belonged anywhere.
I mean, what would people on the other side of the world think if they heard all this? They probably think we're pretty silly, huh? This episode, we get the real world infiltrating Fraggle Rock, and it's kind of unsettling in a way to me this time. And that's not a diss on the episode at all. I do really like this episode. It's because the Fraggles are subjected to advertisements. They have no idea what the things that they're being sold even are. But they pick out the words that they do understand, like having their happiness guaranteed, or all you can eat. They latch onto the promises of things that sound good to them, and their minds just kind of fill in the gaps. They didn't even really think that they wanted these things until a confident, mysterious voice told them that they did. And then everyone else started hyping it up. And I think that they just got caught up in the hysteria of it all. Not thinking about what they actually really want. Being totally willing to leave behind everything that they love, even though they kind of have everything that they already need, for this promise of something bigger and better. Which is like crazy because they don't even know what it is that's bigger and better. But also, yeah, but that happened. Media can hype up this idea of what your life will be like if you do this, this, and this. If you buy certain things, if you do these 5 simple steps, whatever. But at the end of the day, you gotta stop and be like, hey, is this something I really want? Is this something that I really need to feel fulfilled? Or is it just something That sounded really cool. In this case, the Fraggles really had everything they needed already that they would have left to go seek out. So it was silly to listen to all these ads in the first place. But still, Gobo realizes he knew what he wanted the whole time. He knew what was best for him in the end. And it's here in Fraggle Rock. It's his friends, all the people that he loves. Even when you do have everything you need. It's so easy to get like blinded by things. Especially in like the world that we live in now. It's like 10 times worse than it was then, I'm sure. So, especially when you're always striving for bigger and better things, which the Fraggles seem to be. Sometimes everything you need is right here. It's there. You just have to look. Episode 16, Junior sells the farm. Sorry for the abrupt fit change. Something possessed me to wear my, aw beans, where is that frog of mine shirt for this one? You'll see. Also, give me that. This is how I feel whenever I watch any new or Muppet things. Hopefully you get what I'm getting at here, but that's not my frog. I know it's not Fraggle Rock, it's over the garden wall, but I really like this shirt. Doc has ordered a fully automatic dog feeder in the mail. Sprocket is not interested in this at all until he tells him it could feed him up to 3 times per day.
3? Oh, give me your dish, Sprocket, and we'll try this. See, I don't know if you've noticed, but sometimes I forget to feed you. I get absent-minded.
How much do he eat?
I don't know, but 3's gotta be more than what he's used to. Oh, he'd eat like this many of his food bowls with the feeder.
He doesn't get that now?
Yeah, like he looks so excited. Doc's like, oh, go get your food bowl, we'll try it out. You know how I forget to feed you? As he forgets to feed him again. Out in the Gorg's garden, Junior's caught himself some Fraggles. Loki and Red in a cage. They're the only Fraggles that will see this episode. Ha's like, quit that, come hold the ladder.
Can't you ever do anything right?
Catch Fraggles beautifully.
I also just want to note the disrespect from Junior's parents, namely his father, continues this season. But Junior puts the Fraggles down and he goes to help Pop. It's like, oh, this is terrible.
Gee, I don't know, Red. I mean, I have this new way of looking at life. I'll say through bars.
And Moki's like, no, like at the larger picture.
I mean, I believe that if we are kind and loving and caring Fraggles, nothing truly bad can ever happen to us.
Yes, girl.
You do not live like that. What are you guessing at?
Oh, no. Just like, good for her.
I guess. All right, whatever. Red's like, oh, so being locked in a cage is not a bad thing? And Moki's like, oh, well, it just seems bad at first glance. I love their dynamic so much. But Junior picks up the cage and he brings them back inside with him, where Pa is up on the ladder. He's talking about how the palace is falling apart, and if he could, he'd sell the place. He's like, put down those Fraggles. You're getting too old for catching them anyway.
I'm only 473.
He's only 473. That's a lore drop if I've ever seen one. Right, well, he's older than this country.
Ow.
Like the US.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah, I don't know how old I thought he was, but it was not 473, I'll tell you that. Pa says that when he was Junior's age, he was courting Ma at that point. He's like, when are you gonna find a princess and get married? And then Pa falls off the ladder because Junior couldn't hold it for 2 seconds. I love Junior's movements. By the way, shout out Rob Mills for killing it in the physical comedy department. Love it.
Did it hurt?
Junior, you are a dunderheaded lummox.
And that is the insult of this episode. Like, they're gonna use that a lot this episode. They just like keep saying it. And if you're wondering what lummox means, I did have to look this up. I'm pretty sure it's just like a word for a clumsy person. Junior's like, if you want me to marry a princess, then I'll marry a princess. But like, how do I find one?
The only way you could ever find a princess would be to get some peas of power.
There's an old legend, another Gorg legend, that says there was a young prince who planted a magic pea seed that grew during the night, and at dawn, the first rays of sunlight would turn the plant into a beautiful Gorg maiden.
Do they just come in Gorg girlies?
I'm gonna go with yeah. Ma's like, oh, one day you'll find a princess to marry.
That dunderheaded lummox can't find his own feet.
I can too. They're right there.
Come, my queen and cute person.
Let's go for a walk. He tells Junior to guard the castle from all enemies while he's gone.
We haven't seen an enemy in 6 generations.
That's why I know he can do it.
Junior's like, I'll show him. I'll get the peas of power.
Dunderheaded lummox couldn't do that.
So he goes outside to look for the peas in the garden shed for some reason. And he brings the Fraggle cage out there with him.
We can cut our way to freedom. Red, I really feel you're being very defensive about this. Defensive?
And Red's like, we've literally been captured by Gorgs. I don't know what you want from me. Moki's like, if we're kind and loving and caring.
I am worried about becoming kind and loving and caring smudges on the floor.
But then Moki spots this creature thing in a tree.
Perfect. Superb country.
Ew, what is that?
All right, I got words about this guy. I wore the frog shirt in honor of him, but he looks like a really big, like, bullfrog or a toad, kind of. I don't know. Something like that. I don't even know if he has, like, a definitive species. He might just, like, be here. But he is voiced by Bob Stutt. When I was first rewatching this one, I don't know how I picked that out. I couldn't tell you how I picked that out. He came up on screen, though, and I was like, that's Bob Stutt. Why would I have known that? And why so fast? I don't know if you've seen that post where it's like, I just know that if Kermit the Frog were to walk into a room, I would be able to sense it based off vibes alone. I'm not joking when I tell you I can sense the vibes of the puppeteers in the Muppet projects. I actually hate it for me a lot. It's actually so weird how I can sense these people's presence.
Oh, like in the Muppet Show when you picked up. How am I doing that? I don't want to do that.
We're not talking about that anyway, because it actually really freaked me out. And I haven't watched The Muppet Show in weeks. And you know that. I'm glad that's happening. Anyway, this guy, here he is. I don't even know if I said his name. Wander McMooch. Wander McMooch. So he is just talking about how he's gonna level the hills.
Divert the river, burn the forest.
Just pretty much wreck this entire area to build more houses. I want to know about what lies beyond the Gorg castle in this area. Like, what else is going on? Who else lives here? I don't know what his deal is, but he kind of zooms around like he zips. And that's the best word that I can use to describe this. But there's like this farting noise. Every time.
Ew, that makes it worse.
That's why I drew little fart clouds next to his name. I hate it. It's so funny. I love it, but I hate it, you know? What is that?
What is that?
What is that? They play a similar sound throughout different Muppet things, but this is like the nightmare version of it. It's so funny. But he's talking about how the village will go over here.
And all that hillside will be gingerbread houses.
Oh, hold up. He might be onto something.
I mean, like, respect, I guess. What a choice. But like, who is this guy, right? Dude's like, oh, a Gorg castle. Yeah, we're gonna have to tear that one down. It's fine though.
No one is easier to do business with than a Gorg. They're all dunderheaded lummoxes.
Junior can't find any piece of power.
What? There goes my chance to prove to Daddy I'm not a lummox.
Then he sees this guy.
Ooh, what ho and hello there.
What ho and hello there. I love that. But the Toby introduces himself as Wander McMooch.
You look terrific. I've never seen you looking better.
You've never seen me at all.
Then you know I speak the truth.
And I gotta say, it's kind of an awesome name.
No. Disagree.
He just keeps zipping around. And he says he's in the market for an old, beautiful castle.
Oh, sorry. All we have is an ugly one.
He says he'd like to buy the place. And Junior has a flashback to his dad saying that he wanted to sell the place. McMooch says he'll give him anything for it. First, the offer is in gold, but Junior's like, I'm not interested in that. But if you can give me some piece of power, then we're talking. And at first, McMooch is like, the hell is that? But then Junior's like, oh, you know the ones that Gorgs used to grow themselves a wife.
Those pieces of power, I remember them now. Would you settle for the broccoli of power?
McMooch comes back with a little sack, and he's like, look what I got. And Junior's like, oh, okay, awesome. But hold up.
Wait, Mr. McMooch, at this time I must ask you a very shrewd question.
Which is?
Are you telling me the truth?
Would I lie?
Then we have a deal!
So they swear on the solemn oath of the Gorg, which is just, hey, nanny, nanny, hey, nanny, nanny, ha-cha-cha. And they shake on it. McMooch says he'll be there in the morning to take possession of the castle, and Junior's all excited because he got the piece of power. Back in the workshop, time for the first test of the automatic food dispenser. It's about dinner time, so Doc presses a button, and it just starts spitting out full cans of dog food. Not even opened. Something's up with the can opener in that thing. But Doc's like, oh, well, we put dry food in there too, so let's try that. But it just starts like spitting out dried food, like it's just raining dog food on them. Junior is still all excited because he got the piece of power.
He's gonna grow a girl.
Well, no, it's just a legend.
Oh.
It's not real. Moki knows this, and she's like, oh, he got duped. And then the Gorg parents come back. Junior comes out, and he's like, I have wonderful news. I sold the castle. And they're like, you what? You mean like our only home, the castle? You sold that?
Yup.
So this whole house for a lady, my man.
No!
He's dedicated.
Ma's trying to make light of the situation. She's like, well, he probably sold it for some great treasure or something. We gotta have some faith in him. And Pa seriously doubts this. Pa's got no faith in him. And he was like, come here, you won't believe it.
Behold.
Peas. And they're like, you sold our home for a sack of peas. You've gotta be shitting me. Junior's like, they're peas of power. And Pa's like, that's literally just a legend. Oh my God.
Does your mother look like she started life as some dead blame petunia?
He's like, we are not giving up the castle. And Junior's like, ha, I mean, I saw most of the gorgs on it. And they're like, oh my God, we're screwed. That can't be broken.
You dunder-headed lummox! All is lost!
Oh, I don't even know what a lummox is.
Junior's like, I'm gonna prove that I'm right. I'm growing myself a girl tonight. And he sings a little song, which I actually really love this one.
Cross my heart and tell a lie. Cross my eyes and hope to die. I've been dreaming something nice. Dreaming dreams of paradise.
Called Dream Girl Lover. This one is so fun. And they gave Junior some really good songs this season. That makes me so happy for him.
Only when I make believe she comes down to comfort me. Dream girl lover, are you lonely?
There will be no Dream Girl Lover slander on this channel. I love this song. Oh, and we do have a Gorg girl for him too. Like, they have a puppet for her. They have physical girl. Only in this, but
she's real!
I mean, she's not real, but like, he's talking about how he's longing for this girl of his dreams, and everyone's like, never gonna happen. She's not even real. No way it happened for you in real life. He wants something real like that. And his parents are always disappointed in him. He just wants to love and be loved. And he deserves it. Poor Junior. Poor boy. Sorry, I think that's later.
Whoa, little peep-wide. Because when you do, my daddy will see I am not a lummox.
I keep forgetting the Fraggles are here. I don't know how. But the little cage is next to him. And Moki's like,
Hey, it's no use, you know.
those are regular peas.
What?
Red's like, oh my God, why are you talking to him? A little off the deep end today, are we?
Red, he has to know. But do you have to tell him? Truth is truth, Red. I can't keep silent.
She says McMooch is mean and vicious. I heard him say that those aren't really magic peas. And Junior's like, so the Gorgs are really gonna be homeless? And it's my fault? Great. Moki's like, well, how can you get the castle back? And he's like, I can't.
I'm a dunderheaded lummox.
You know, you're really taking a very self-destructive attitude.
I'm already destroyed.
Moki's like, I mean, you might not be the brightest, but you have so many special qualities. Just focus on those and use what you have. And Junior's like, oh, perfect. I'll use what I have. I'll use you. And they're like, So it's the middle of the night and Red and Moki are chilling on a pea plant. Junior comes out and he's like, is it done yet? And they're like, almost. Where'd you get this plant anyway?
I found it in the garden. I transplanted it.
The way he says I transplanted it, I just love it. I don't know why. Red and Moki are replacing the peas in the pea pods with rhinestones.
Okay, little pea pods, say ah.
They have a plan. At dawn, when the plant does not turn into a lady.
What do you do?
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Junior has immediately forgotten the plan. Don't worry though, he's got it. McMooch will trade him back the castle for the diamonds.
And in return for all this, you'll let us go. Don't forget that part.
Yeah, sure. You're free to go. Oh, boy, Mommy and Daddy will be so proud of me.
That's literally all he ever wants. McMooch is here to take the castle. Ma comes out in full funeral attire.
World of time, oh woe, 'tis time to part, I know.
And it kind of absolutely slays. But she's singing this song about how they have to leave everything they've ever known, and she's not excited about it. They're very sad about it, actually.
Crying, whoa, 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 as we go.
Also, did we not, just have a song about the Gorgs having to leave everything they've ever known and loved? It's fine. Pa is telling McMooch about all the shit that he's gonna have to fix up around the castle. And he's like, yeah, well, good luck with that. They hand over the keys to the castle.
Don't lose it, and don't use it. The lock's been broken for the last 12 generations.
McMooch is like, don't worry about any of that. I'm just gonna tear the whole thing down. And Ma just starts scream crying. Junior brings the pea plant out and he plops it down in front of McMooch's face. And he's like, what up? He's like, oh, I planted it last night. It's one of the peas of power you gave me. And he's so not trying to hide the fact that he's being sleazy, right in front of his face, dude.
You planted them so soon? Bad news. Come the dawn, he'll know those peas aren't magic.
Right in front of him, guy. He's like, oh, it might take several days for it to turn into a lady. These things take time. And Junior's like, no, actually, that's not how it works. Should be any minute now.
I just couldn't wait to see my beautiful Gorg bride. Besides, she can help push the wheelbarrow.
Junior's like, I'm staying here until this plant sprouts. So the sun comes up and they do change the lighting just a little bit. I love it. So Junior's plan is in action now. And he's really selling it.
But all that happened was that the peas turned into diamonds. Who cheated me?
He's an actor.
He's a jester. It's his big moment, for real. Nick Mooch is like, what? Oh, I guess there was a mistake. I'll just take those and you can have the castle again.
The deal is off.
And he's so small next to the Gorgs. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Hey, nani, ha-cha-cha. Deal's off. The Gorgs celebrate as they have their castle back. Nick Mooch immediately finds out that these are rhinestones and he's like, you tricked me. And Junior's like, y'all hear something? Not all my fault. I got the Fraggles help. And Nick Mooch is like, Fraggles? I hope there aren't any of those around here. And Junior's like, oh, you don't like Fraggles? And he's like, no, I hate them.
Imagine not liking Fraggles.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. As he goes and grabs Moki and Red, and he's like, okay, guys, act scary. And just holds them up and they go booga booga booga. They're so very cute. I love them. But Nick Mooch is like, get me out of here. So Junior saved the Gorgs home. Yay! His parents are proud of him. And he lets the Fraggles go back home. Back with Doc and Sprocket. Doc says there's a phrase in Latin that describes this moment. Caveat emptor. It means let the buyer beware. They've made a bad bargain. The dog feeder can't really do shit. It's pretty much useless.
And here's something else an automatic dog feeder can't do.
This episode, Junior is sold on this false idea of the peas of power. That would solve all of his problems in this moment, right? Doc is sold on the automatic dog feeder because of pretty much the same thing. Would solve all his problems in this moment. He wouldn't forget to feed his dog so much. But both things just ended up causing them more problems in the end. They didn't do the research, didn't really look into anything, didn't ask any questions, just wanted these things to be true and work out so bad. Just like in the Manny's episode, blindly accept these as truth. In my mind, this is almost, they do this a lot, I feel, in this season. I feel like they kind of follow up a little bit. Maybe I'm just reading into things like crazy, but to me, I feel like in this season, they kind of build upon a little bit what they were saying in the last episode. Not necessarily storyline wise, but like what they were getting at, if that makes sense. But this one, I feel like it's kind of showing what would happen if you were to follow through on like that blind acceptance and try to seek out the things that are too good to be true. Another thing in this episode I want to touch on is how Moki keeps bringing up that if they're kind and loving and caring, then nothing truly bad can ever happen to them. I've been thinking about this a lot. I think she's kind of right. Because like regardless of her scenario, she's still kind and loving and caring towards Junior, who captured her. She still like helps Junior out. And in the end, they end up being let go. In the end, everything is fine anyway. I don't know if it's necessarily true in all cases, you know, but I think if you keep that attitude the whole time, I kind of think she's right. Anyway, we saw Ma helping Gobo a few episodes ago, Red helping Pa, and now Moki and Red help Junior. The relationship between the species is strengthening. Junior even says, wow, imagine not liking Fraggles. I think this whole time Junior's heart was in the right place. He wanted to make his parents happy. He wanted to find love. He wanted to make their lives better somehow. But you know, he's not the brightest, so he just did what he thought was right in the moment. Not really thinking about like any potential consequences. He does what he can to make it right, and in the end it still all works out for him. On the other hand, someone whose heart is not in the right place, something else I love about Fraggle Rock is that I feel like we don't really get true villains, but I think we might have the first example of like an actual villain in Fraggle Rock, because we don't see any sort of nuance to this guy's actions. Usually we get that, right? We kind of get like, we'll understand the different perspectives and things and kind of see how or why these characters would be doing the things that they're doing. Him? No. He's just a dick. Nasty, greedy, selfish, inside and out. No real motive for doing anything other than just to do it. And sometimes that's just how it is. I love that it's more of a rare occurrence in this show. I don't want to believe that people are nasty just to be nasty. Some people really are. And that's just the way it is. I think it's more rare that that's true. And I like that it's a rare occurrence in this show. Usually people have a reasoning for their actions that would make sense in their perspective, but like not always. Sometimes it just doesn't make any sense. Sometimes things happen and they don't make any sense. And people do things and they don't make any sense. There are just some people out there who are out to take advantage of whoever they can. And you have to be able to look out for yourself in any situation, really, but especially if you're spending money, times is tough. Episode 17, Fraggle Wars. Well, back at my house, I got a California king. Okay. I know really big magic. What? What are we talking about? Outfit repeater, outfit repeater. Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. I had to be on theme, you know me. Okay, all right. Rocket is going absolutely nuts on some toy right now.
That should be me.
I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Oh, actually, you know who we could put on the board today? Your chance to shine. Finally, Schimmelfinny, it's your big moment. Doc comes in, he's like, ah, that's Schimmelfinny. That's my Sprocket Schimmelfinny, if you don't know what the fuck that was. There's like a running joke where he'll just do that. I probably put it in, but in case you didn't pick up on it. Okay, sorry. I thought we were gonna be fine today. Maybe we're not fine today. But Doc comes in, he's like, oh, that's Schimmelfinny. He's had it with the pranks he's pulling on him.
Just look what he put on the front seat of my car. Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it? That man has the strangest sense of...
He put a big fake spider in the front seat of his car. And Doc was like, nope, I'm done.
Aw, gimme.
Just what I need. Oh, no.
His little...
Ungrateful. Perfectly good spider.
So Doc's got the hand buzzer again.
I'm gonna get him now. I'll pretend to shake hands and then I'll zap him with this.
Pretty sure he's expecting it at this point, man. I don't know if anyone would want to shake this man's hand, but he's talking to Schimmelfinny out the door.
I just want to give your hand a neighborly shake.
And he gets a pie thrown in his face so cartoonishly. Moki and Red. They're in a different part of the rock. Red is talking about how she's like, oh, I bet we've gone further than any Fraggle has gone before. And Moki's like, yeah, even Gobo. They're just having a girls moment and I really love that for them. They get that a few times this season. It really warms my heart. I love them so much. But Red's like, what does Gobo have to do with this? And Moki's like, well, I mean, it might not be a coincidence that we are exploring in the opposite direction.
Sometimes I think you know more about why I do things than I do.
Oh no, I just know more about why I do things.
And I figure all Fraggles are pretty much the same. And Red's like, how could you even say that? You mean to tell me like me and Boober are the same? And Moki says, well, maybe on the outside, but like on the inside, people might surprise you.
Just when I think you know everything, I realize you don't make any sense at all.
And I love this scene a lot. I really feel like Moki, like I relate to her more than I realize. Oh, and this is another episode where they tell us where Gobo is and then we never actually see him. Sorry, we're gonna go off on a little tangent here. I kind of like that they just like casually explain where characters are because like it feels like they have their own story that we're not necessarily following right now. Like it makes it really feel like there's a whole world here. They were just following Moki and Red. Gobo's doing his own thing. He doesn't just stop existing when he's not in the storyline. And I have more words on that. We'll get to that. Things don't stop existing when they're off screen. Things are always happening in Fraggle Rock. Sorry. They're camping out wherever they are, by the way. So Moki wakes up in the middle of the night because she hears music coming from somewhere else in the rock. So she tries to wake Red up, but she's not budging. So she just goes off on her own to find out where that's coming from. And this song they got going kind of bops. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they would lure me to wherever they are too. It's very different from like the regular Fraggle song, I feel. And that's on purpose, because this is a whole different group of Fraggles living in this random cave down in Fraggle Cave. These Fraggles crave order and control, and they're kind of weird.
Ew, Fraggle cult?
They're like all in beige, hiding out in this random cave. They're all just chanting order, order. They're like if Doozers were Fraggles, almost. A little weirder, I think. But Moki runs into the cave and she's like, hi. She's like trying to greet everybody. And they're all just like staring at her. And she's like, don't be afraid, I'm just a Fraggle like you. And they're like, better get her.
Say, wait.
Tries to run away, but she gets surrounded. Red wakes up, realizes she's gone, and she's like, oh, she better not be having fun without me. I don't know if Moki's having any fun. She's now in a cage.
Can be fun if you make it.
She's trapped by these weird-ass Fraggles, though. What happened to if you're kind and loving and caring? Nothing bad could ever happen to you, Moki. Red is still looking for Moki, and she hears these freaks chanting, prisoner, prisoner. She sees Moki in the cage. She runs to go get help. Moki asks them why they're doing this. The guy guarding her, his name is Beige.
His name is Beige, too?
Yeah, but he's played by Richard Hunt. That makes him cool, right? He says they're not permitted to speak to enemy Fraggles. She's like, there's no such thing. And the guy's like, well, why do you think you're in a cage then? Red goes to the Great Hall and she blows the horn so everybody gathers. She's like, listen, 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 listen. We got a problem. Moki's being held prisoner by enemy Fraggles. And Wembley's like, there's no such thing.
Yes, there are. They took Moki.
Yeah, but that's not really the focus right now. The point is that Moki needs help. So he's like, well, just tell us where she is and we'll go get her. And Red's like, there's too many of them. What if they don't let her go?
Is that possible?
A lot of horrible things are possible.
Thank you, Boober. Got another one to add to the board. The world's oldest Fraggle. The world's oldest Fraggle starts shoving people out of the way.
Out of my way. Come on, get out of my way.
That is a violent man.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know about the world's oldest Fraggle, it's that he's also the world's most violent Fraggle. He's constantly smacking the shit out of his little assistant or whatever, his little henchman, I don't know. His name is Flunky, the guy who's always with him. That's a whole thing, we'll talk about it later. But world's oldest Fraggle's like, oh, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this day would come. And they're like, you knew what would happen? He's like, war. War? Wembley says there's no such thing as war. And then another Fraggle says it's just an old Fraggle's tale.
Oh yeah, a very old Fraggle.
And I really love that. I just wish I lived in Fraggle Rock, man. But Red's like, we have to stop them. They have Moki now, but it could be any one of us next. It could be you. Red sings this song about what happened to Moki.
Oh, to watch her squirm, it made my stomach turn. You wouldn't want to laugh again too soon. If it happened to you!
And how it could happen to them too. The world's oldest Fraggle chimes in. His little dance really gets me, but I feel like he kind of ruins the vibe.
It's in their blood, it's in their veins, and gurgles through their twisted brains. They're wild and nasty, vicious, mean and vile.
Red's got a real good vibe going. Guy really just wants war. He wants to fight so bad. He's got nothing better going on. He really just wants to raise hell. Back in the workshop, Doc is reading through his book of practical jokes. Sprocket is messing with the hand buzzer. And then he does that little, he throws it out and does a little, again, the dramatics. I love him so much. So something I've thought about is how much did they give him to do? Like, I know they kind of just be doing whatever in Muppets sometimes, and I really love that. And he doesn't talk, so like, how much did they give him to do? Or they just kind of like, I don't know, dude, whatever. And they were just like, okay, cool. You just doing stuff? Because if you're just doing stuff, I love you more, and that's bad for me. I don't know. Love him professionally. You're fired.
Oh, finally.
Anyway, sorry. Sprocket's not really about practical jokes. Me neither, buddy. That's like he started it, I have to get even.
When he discovers I tied a bunch of tin cans to the back of his car. Oh, come on, Sprocket. You know that's funny.
And I love Sprocket's reaction. He's like, no, you wouldn't. But Schimmelfinny's back now.
Come over to call it quits, eh, Schimmelfinny?
Back in the rock, the world's oldest Fraggle explains that with a war, you have Fraggles on both sides that hate each other. He's like, well, why do we have to hate each other? Well, you can't have war without hate, that's why. I mean, he's not wrong, I guess, but I'm with the Fraggles here. The world's oldest Fraggle leads the way, and they all go to find these guys. Back with Moki.
Are the facilities satisfactory, prisoner?
Of course they're not.
What?
I'm in a cage. I'm not gonna be satisfied with this by any means. He's like, what? I'm going right by the book. And she's like, I am so sorry to have to be the one to tell you this, but nobody's gonna be satisfied being blindfolded and locked in a cage. Kind of not fun. Kind of sucks a lot. What's the worst thing that's ever happened to me? And Beige's like, oh, I feel pretty bad now.
I can think of something that would make you feel better.
What's that?
Let me take this blindfold off.
And he's like, I can't. Chapter 5, section 12. And she's like, would you forget about that for 2 seconds? Could you just like be nice? And he's like, oh, well, I guess I don't think that would hurt. So she takes it off, and she's so excited about this.
I can see! Whippy!
And they're all like, you said a swear. And Beige is like, whoa, you're gonna have to watch your language.
The W word.
Oh, I see.
She just screams again. The rest of the Fraggles are Fraggles that we know. They are walking towards the Fraggle Cave. And as far as scenery goes here, there's not like a whole lot going on, but it's lit up kind of spooky, and there's like cobwebs, spider webs, all like kind of illuminated. I really love it. I just think it looks really, really cool. They're talking about what you do in a war, and Red's like, well, I think you have to hurt other Fraggles. And Wembley's like, I don't want to do that. Boober's like, can't we just have like a bake-off instead? Wouldn't that be cool? And Red's like, I don't know if we can save Moki with pies. So they all help the world's oldest Fraggle move this big rock, and behind it is the cobwebbiest, dustiest looking cannon. It's been hiding back there for so long, they don't got a reason to use it. They really don't need weapons at all, because like, what's the point if they're all just chilling and getting along?
What's it for? Destruction.
The Fraggles in the Feral Cave are dusting for fun, and Moki's like, this is actually your fun?
Well, of course, isn't it obvious?
No, it's not.
You guys laugh or anything? Like, what's going on? And he's like, what? Of course we laugh. And they sing this song. It's absolutely awesome. I really love this one. What a funny world.
What a funny world it is. The world is full of funniness. We laugh at how much fun it is, as you can see.
It's so like flat and monotonous. And it's about laughing and how they laugh all the time. First of all, concept so good, love it. I love the Muppets. Also, what makes it so good is Richard Hunt's performance of it. I always have to note the performance, okay? I always do. How he did that so good. The way he sings it is like so flat and like bored and almost a little off, but like it works so well. Also the things that they find funny, I love that.
Stop me if you heard this one. I met a man who had a son. He also had a daughter too.
world's oldest Fraggle is trying to hype everybody up for this war. Wembley's got a little pan helmet over his eyeballs, so he can't see shit. Hoover's like not worried about the war. He's just like, what do you think we're gonna eat? What do you think I should make? Red's about fucking had it. She's like, all right, you bozos.
I do, lily-livered pebbleheads! Let's forward!
They march forward. Wembley marches in the opposite direction because he don't know where he's going. Moki, back in the cage, is their oldest Fraggle. She comes up and she starts interrogating Moki.
My name is Moki Fraggle. I gather radishes in the Gorg's garden. I am not now, nor have I ever been a spy for the enemy Fraggles.
Oh, good!
Our Fraggles plan to wait till dawn and then attack. As Moki is telling these other Fraggles, like, no, my Fraggles aren't gonna attack anybody. My Fraggles are about peace and love. As another Fraggle runs by and he's like, death and destruction. He shows a little bit of compassion to Moki throughout this episode, but overall he's kind of like, nope, not permitted to speak to enemy Fraggles. His boss is here though.
He's literally on the clock.
Yeah, so I don't know, I guess I get it to an extent, but Red's back with all the other Fraggles, and she's like, I still don't get why we even fought with them in the first place. And the world's oldest Fraggle is like, well, they didn't have any sense of humor. They really just laughed at nothing. And Red's like, are you kidding me? That's why? Why would you go to war over not liking the same jokes?
That's as good a reason as any.
So Moki's still in the cage. She's all alone at this point, and she sings, oh, such a good song. This is another one that I sing to myself all the time. Sunlight and shadow. It's so good, Moki. I love you so bad.
And here's to their roaming, here's to their roaming. Oh, but I wish it was me.
She's talking about all the things in the world that know how to be free, like, by nature, and how that's so beautiful, and she just wishes that it were her. None of these things know how lucky they are. Not everyone gets to be free like that. Baby, I love you. You guys said I was crying at this on my rewatch, though. I'll cry at anything. I'll cry at everything. I have so many emotions, and that's okay. That is what makes me human. I feel too intensely human sometimes. So, anyway. This one is such a beautiful one though, and it's Moki. So, anyway, Red hears her singing this, and so does Beige, and they're like, oh my god, we gotta get her out of here.
Oh, isn't this nice? Beige, this is red, beige.
Red starts yelling at him like, why would you put her in a cage? You're crazy. He's like, I'm crazy. You're the one with a whole army here about to attack us.
I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to help Moki.
Oh, that's what I want too.
Like, wait, you didn't mean you want a war? Nobody wanted a war. Great. As all the Fraggles are here about to start a war, and the two of them are like, wait, what if we just tried to make everybody laugh really hard? And they just forgot all about this. So they run off to go get some supplies. As both sides are getting ready to throw rocks at each other, Red and Beige run up and just throw pies in their faces.
1, 2, 3!
All the Fraggles are laughing at the same thing. Maybe they can save Moki with pies. And then Red and Beige run up and they free her from the cage. Moki gives Red a real big hug. She's so cute.
See? All Fraggles are alike. They all laugh.
Back in the workshop, Doc has every pie imaginable. Sprocket's like, oh, we're feasting. And Doc is like, no, actually, this is a throw in Schimmelfinny's face.
Well, what am I supposed to do? He started the practical joke war, and I'm gonna finish it.
And why do I speak Sprocket language? And he starts packing his things.
What are you doing? You'd leave me? But you don't even like Schimmelfinny.
But Doc's like, okay. You're right. It's just that when he played a joke, I had to play a bigger joke, and it just kept escalating and he couldn't stop. He's like, I'm just gonna forget the whole thing. What do I do with all these pies, though? And Sprocket gets the phone out. And Doc's like, oh my god, yes, I'll invite him over to have a little party. Yay, stopping war with pies. We talked about this show being the show to end war. We haven't had an episode that, like, directly touches on it yet, the way that this one does, right? The only Fraggles who seem to even know about war are the two oldest Fraggles. And they barely even know why they did that in the first place. It seems to be like a, oh, well, that's just the way it is mindset a little bit at play here. All the Fraggles are even suggesting other things that they can do instead. But they're like, nah, it's time for violence over nothing. Well, yes, the other Fraggles are different from them on the outside. They have different ideals and lifestyles and viewpoints. They even look different from the Fraggles that we know. But there are still similarities. There are still things that tie us all together. Like what Moki said, on the inside we're all the same. They still laugh and have fun. They like music. They have families and friends who love them. And neither of them wanted to be fighting. They just kept escalating things on either side without actually communicating and just hearing each other out, which probably would have solved this whole thing in the first place. Like literally 2 seconds is all they needed. Same thing happens on a much smaller scale with Doc and Schimmelfinny. At the end of the day, Violence doesn't actually solve anything. It just creates a bigger divide. And then you got even more issues. You didn't talk, and then you beat each other up. Like, what's that gonna solve? Just talk about it, idiot. Anyway, sorry. And I would like to add, I think Moki kind of proved her point from the last episode a little bit. Carries over. Because she stayed kind and caring and loving the whole time, even when she was captured by these, like, weird fraggles. Despite what happened to her, she kept a positive attitude, and things still turned out okay in the end. Episode 18, the day the music died.
Dawn, and the birds are singing.
Doc's admiring the start of this new day, and Sprocket is just trying to sleep. Doc wonders what the birds think about when they're singing. How would you go about communicating with another species? Like Doc and Sprocket?
Could I find a way for you and me to communicate?
Guess not. He won't learn the language.
Well, he's finally trying today. He's gonna figure it out. Gobo and Wembley are walking through the tunnels. Wembley says they haven't seen a Fraggle in days. Friends at the Great Hall waiting for the storyteller to announce who's gonna write the glory song. But the light kind of flickers, and there's this like whooshy, squealy noise. And they're like, what was that? Both of it sounds like voices, but they kind of brush it off and they move on. And they're getting real sleepy.
I don't know why I'm so tired.
I always get this way when it gets dark.
But they keep going, and these little pixie-looking lights kind of follow them as they go. Don't worry about that, though. The storyteller is in the Great Hall. I forgot to put her on the board last time she showed up, but she was here before, I think.
The future awaits our song.
The storyteller is about to announce who's going to write the glory song.
Don't think I like that name.
Yeah, I said it, and I don't think I do either, but we gotta keep moving. She's gonna draw a name from the Gourd of Guidance. And it's Gobo. Gobo's like, huh? I'm more of an explorer. I don't really write. And Wembley's like, we can all help though. And the storyteller is like, yeah, as long as you don't help him write the song, fine. And they're all like, yeah, we'll help him in any other way that we can though. And they take the solemn oath on it.
Weebo, waffle, waffle, garbage, garbage,
And we see those little fairy lights again. And they're kind of whispering. Gobo is in his cave. He is struggling to write the song because it has to be the most important song he's ever written. And that's a lot of pressure. But he can't focus because everybody is just like screeching and squawking. It's loud as hell.
Give me one and give me two, cover me with muck and goo. Give me three and give me four, down my suck and up.
So he tells the gang to tell everyone to be quiet. And they're like, Gobo says stop singing. And he's like, oh my god, that's so not what I meant, but I just wanted you to be quiet. Okay. All right, whatever. And he just keeps trying to write a song. Gang tells everyone else to stop singing. And they're all like, oh. Gobo's still at it. And Wembley comes in like, oh, Gobo, that was a great song. It's not a great song. He's just agreeing with everything as he does. But he's like, oh, let me help. And he just stands on his head.
Well, let me help.
Well, thanks, Wembley, but I... Wembley, what are you doing?
Trying for a different point of view on his problem. Gobo's like, yeah, you're onto something with that. I'm gonna go take a walk.
Oh yeah, he's onto something.
Let me know if that fixes your brain. Anyway, the rest of the gang is in the Great Hall. It's real quiet.
I never thought I'd say it, but it's depressing, too.
They hope Gobo finishes soon, and Red's like, can I just sing, please? I haven't gone without singing for this long in my whole life. And Moki's like, no, we should at least just give him this. And Wembley's still trying to help Gobo.
But hey, how about if I show you how I attack a problem? Watch.
And then all the lights go out, like completely. And everyone panics. Back in the workshop, Doc is barking at Sprocket now.
What did I say? What did I say? This isn't working at all.
I love them so much. But they're like, this is not working. Back in the rock, everyone is still panicking due to the lights being gone. And Gobo's like, listen, it's that noise. And you can hear it say, yeah, I hate it. It like gives me chills. Like I love it, I hate it, you know? Like,
no, I just hate it.
We are the Pixies. That is our name.
New species just dropped. They have been here the whole time, technically. However, they are not brought up till this episode, and then I don't think they're ever brought up again. But I feel that this is important. So they have a card. The Ditsies, they need your help. They've been trying to speak to them.
We have never gathered to speak until now.
The glow of their bodies lights the cave.
Now we are dying. We do not know why.
Ugh, let them.
No, you can't be like that. So they have to save their strength. Honestly, very creepy. Like it gives me chills. I really love it. It's such a good job. And with like what they look like, what they are. I don't know. They make it seem very dire in this moment, and I really love that. Anyway, they throw on one last help us before they fade away. But no one knows anything about the Ditsies. Storyteller says to go check with the world's oldest Fraggle. Since he's been around the longest, maybe he knows something. So they go to his cave.
Are they gone?
The Ditsies? Yeah, for now. Drama. Your agedness.
Your agedness.
On the board. World's oldest, he's back. World's oldest sits up and he's still fully asleep.
What'd he say? Oh.
I don't even know how to handle Wembley Fraggle anymore. Said it like a million times throughout this video. We're on season 2.
And you know Time's not our friend.
Yeah, you don't even know her.
She's fake, I don't wanna.
But the Fraggles have to think of something else though, because the world's oldest Fraggle is just dead sleep. He's gonna stay on the board even though that's all he does this episode. Wembley's starting to get tired as they leave the cave. They stop to check on Red and she fell asleep. Wembley's smacking himself, trying to stay awake. And they gave them all eyelids, even if they don't normally have eyelids, and I hate when they do this. They're not supposed to have those. But they gotta get back to the Great Hall fast. Everyone's falling asleep. Gobo notices that the only thing that's actually keeping them awake is the lantern that he's carrying, and it goes out. They need light to stay awake though. So they head to the Gorg's garden real quick where there actually is light. Wembley's on his way out. He's falling asleep.
I gotta lay down, Gobo. I gotta get just a little sleep. Oh, it'll all be over if you do, Wembley. Wembley!
He's so cute. But Gobo carries him through the tunnel to get to the Gorg's garden. Back in the workshop, Doc's going about this all wrong. He's like, dogs don't just communicate with barking, they also have an elaborate sign language.
Success!
He's doing just too much now.
I resent the implication that I've gone mad, Sprocket.
Back with the Fraggles, Gobo sees the trash heap. Gobo says everyone's asleep.
One consultation only.
Yeah. We can't have Fraggles running in here all the time bothering the all-seeing trash heap.
Gobo says it's an emergency. Marge is feeling in an expansive mood today, though. Gobo says it's the Ditsies. She's heard of them.
The Ditsies are dying, and the Fraggles have all...
And now the Fraggles have all fallen asleep. She says do what Fraggles always do.
Yeah, the trash heap has spoken.
Yeah, twice in fact.
Twice in fact gets me every time. Gobo's like, I don't understand though, like what do we do? So she's singing a song.
Don't be shy, don't be lonely. No, don't go falling on the floor.
Philo's backup for this one kills me every time. Oh my god. He's like hooting and hollering and making gonzo noises and doing the Dave Goals dance.
What you need now is only do the stuff you've always done before.
It's so distracting. I love him so much. And Gobo is like dumbfounded. He's like, what the hell is happening right now? He's so over it.
The trash heap has spoken.
Yet again.
Wembley and Gobo still don't know what to do. So they do what they always do. Read Uncle Matt's postcard. He has discovered something like their traveling minstrels that they have in Fraggle Rock, but out in outer space. There's a guy playing guitar and singing in the street, and this guy...
The horn, beat the drum, make that banjo start to strum.
...is Philip Balsam, one of the two main guys who wrote the music for the show. But they make music, and other creatures throw things at him. Matt joins in with his song, because Fraggles can't resist singing.
Fraggles really love to eat when he doozer sticks or radishes.
I don't think the guy notices him. I'm not sure, but I don't think he does. Oh, I'm not sure if I've touched on this, but it seems that occasionally Matt will go unnoticed. Sometimes he won't, but occasionally nobody will pay any attention to him like at all. And I'm not really gonna say anything else on this for now.
Gee, singing, dancing, wow.
Yeah, soon that'll all be gone forever.
Because unless we can get the Fraggles out of there. So they head back in the rock, and Gobo's like, grab the nearest Fraggle you can, and let's just like get him out of here.
Boy, he's a pile of Fraggles ever comfortable.
And he just lays down and goes to sleep. Gobo almost falls asleep too, but he's got like no strength left. He's still pushing, but eventually he collapses. But the Ditsies like whisper again, and he gets back up.
Uncle Matt says nothing's more important than music. What about the Ditsies' lives? What about ours?
He strums his guitar. A little glimmer comes out.
Sing it like a bird, sunlight in my words.
This song is so good, and I'm always crying by the time he goes,
Learn to sing the golden sun to shine.
It's so cute. As he keeps going with the song, there's more and more of those little glimmers.
Shine on me.
The Ditsies live on music. So in a way, so do the Fraggles.
Music makes them real things.
I'm crying every time I watch this one. And something is wrong with me because every time I talk about this show, I get like full body goosebumps. I'm not even watching the show. I'm just talking about it. It's the way that everything in this show is written. It's just so sweet. It's like, I don't even know how to describe. Honey and sugar cubes and flowers. What the Mochi perfume from Black Phoenix Alchemy Lab smells like. I don't know. And sometimes the way they name the episode, I just know that I'm crying already. Like the day the music died. Yeah, I know I'm gonna cry during that episode. The Dixies get so bright and they light up the rock again. And all the Fraggles join in on his song, their glory song. It just came to him in the moment when he really needed it. And the Dixies thank them for this. They will not forget. Back with Doc and Sprocket. Doc can't think of any other approach. Sprocket's so done. He's like, we've been communicating this whole time.
We're already communicating, but what has that got to do with it? Why, you're right. So we are.
And Doc's like, but we didn't realize till we did the experiments. We're good just the way we are. This episode is so cute. This might be another favorite of mine for this season, at least. The concept is just so... The fact that they literally need music to survive is just so sweet to me. Like all of them, the Dixies, and then also by extension the Fraggles. But this concept was around since the beginning of the show, like since they were making this whole show. It was like the concept of having something even smaller than the Doozers being a part of their world. They just weren't really sure how to incorporate them. They're only featured in this episode. They remain crucial to the Fraggles' existence and vice versa. Interconnected. Now we know how they have light underground. I never really thought about it, but like now we know. And the Dixies need music to survive. Fraggles didn't even know they existed before this episode. And they've never thought twice about singing because they just do it every day. It's once they stopped when everything went wrong. The trash heap tells Gobo to just do what he always does, but everyone is overthinking this whole episode. And Doc and Sprocket, everything they were doing before was working just fine. They didn't need to go make any crazy changes. Gobo's words came to him in the moment, and he usually has some emotion spark his songs anyway. Like, I feel like the fact that it came to him when they needed it most is very representative of his character as well. I don't know, like everyone needed him in that moment, and he really showed up, and so the Fraggles, I just really love this one. They didn't really do much more with the Dixies because it was kind of impossible to build and puppeteer them. First, they tried tinsel and wire, kind of like balled up, I think, but they ended up scrapping that. And instead, they ended up just using basic video effects. So what we actually see, this is just like, it's the glow of some balled up string lights superimposed onto the live action. Michael Fritz said that it would have been way easier to do with like today's CGI, but like, I don't know. I like the practical stuff way better. And as challenging as it'd be, you know, I get it. But I just think it has more charm every time. Okay, Doozer, it's time for another briefing. That's right, baby, we're taking a little Doozer break. If you're a fan of these little boogers, you might be excited to know that we do get to learn a little bit more about them this season. In season 1, we don't really get a whole lot of info on them. They mostly operated as like a collective unit, almost. They're like little worker bees. We do have one more Doozer-centric episode this season to get to, and we'll get to a couple extra characters in that one. But I'm gonna hold off on that for now. But this is the only spot left that would make sense for a little break. So we're talking about it now, and then we'll talk about what I didn't include here when we get to it. So this season, we get to see them outside work as well. They work in the caves and chambers of Fraggle Rock, but they live behind its walls in a geode. The Doozer Dome, which we talked about earlier, but I do want to talk about it a little bit more here. I kind of want to get a little more in depth with everything here. So Doozer Dome is where they relax. They kind of swap out their helmets for little cute flowery hats and shit. They got whole lives. There's grassy lawns for them to chill on, little mushrooms to relax under. It's actually so cute. So first, let me present to you a separate Doozer board. This is just the same board, but we're gonna have a separate Doozer board for this segment here. So for this season specifically, there are 3, you could maybe say 4 Doozer-centric episodes. I'm just gonna talk about what we've talked about so far. Doozers! I'm gonna reuse my character card from last time. I want to pop it over the Fraggle Rock thing. Talking about the Doozers. I'm gonna start with the architect. He is like the leader of the Doozers, I guess. Like, I guess he's their boss, sort of. Kind of. I can kind of make family trees with the rest of the Doozers that we know. However, not him. So he is gonna be just kind of off to the side here. The architect is his name, and also his job title, I guess. He seems to be the only one. In my head, I call him Archie. So if we must name him, to me in my heart, that's who he is. Also have Cotterpin, my favorite. Personally, I believe she is the star of the Doozers. I love her so much. She is now the apprentice to the architect. We saw that happen in episode 8, I believe. She is not really about the typical doozer life. She's gonna do her own thing, and we love her for that. She knows who she is. Doozers and fraggles don't typically interact either, but we see Cotterpin kind of breaking the mold with that a little bit. She tends to talk to Red, but yeah, doozers and fraggles are just not really about each other normally. She's a little different. She seems happy as the architect's apprentice. I'm gonna put her here. Cotterpin. Oh, we can even see her ideas start to be implemented a little bit since becoming the apprentice to the architect there. I love that for her. So Cotterpin's parents, Wingnut and Flange. Honestly, we don't really know a whole lot about Wingnut. We know she's a working lady and she is a mother. She has curly blue hair, and that's kind of all we know about you. I'm sorry, Wingnut. But that's her mom. We'll put her here. Sorry, they didn't really give you much, Wingnut, but we love a curly hair rep, so stay. Flange, I can say a bit more about. We've actually met him specifically before. He was the doozer that went with Moki in the Great Radish Famine, and he like yelled at the Gorks. I love him. Oh, his line in that episode where he's like, just ignore guys, maybe she'll go away. It's stuck in my head forever, and I hate to say that I quote that. And it's yet another thing. The Bite of 83. Anyway, he is also kind of the focus of the Doozer contest episodes. We get to learn a little bit more about him this season and kind of see what he's like. I kind of love him. Who's surprised? Show of hands. That's what I thought. French Doozer. He is Cotterpin's friend. He gets in a fight with her. Like a actual fist fight with her in the Doozer contest. And that's kind of all we know about him so far. He's cool though. He's cool. He's chill. Don't worry about it. Wrench. And then his mom is Modem, who was also in the Doozer contest fighting with Flange. She has the same problem as Wingnut. We kind of only know that she's a mother and a working lady. And she can go here in the mom spot. So yeah, right now that's all the Doozers that we have. There are other miscellaneous Doozers that are named. They're not like a really important character or anything. So I'm not just going to fill this whole board with a bunch of Doozers with names that we have. And then like not really have anything to say about them, you know? And I don't know why the only one that I can think of off the top of my head is Socket. They just kind of yell his name. I don't know. All the Doozer names are like straight out of a hardware catalog. I love that. To even name them on theme. Ah, that's so cute. So work is their life, right? As far as work goes, from what I've gathered, there's like 3 different jobs a Doozer can have. You can either work in construction, work in the radish mines, or be the architect. There is a higher rank, I guess, of construction worker, a bulldozer. And they have like these little discs on their helmet, and I haven't really figured out what's going on with that yet. That's what we know right now. They eat food pellets. I am pretty sure they are mentioned a few times in the series. However, the only one that I can think of right now from the 2nd season is the blue food pellets. You're just gonna have to take that for what it is. They eat food pellets. Art director Michael Frith, talking about him again, I will never stop. He wanted to develop a sense of urban life with the Doozers. So first they were living in like little cliff dwellings, and then that expanded into like a whole city, living inside the giant geodes. The interior of that city would be kind of a mix of Art Deco and industrial style, and the inside of their houses would be like a 1950s sitcom vibe, and the families would have the same type vibe. Outside of this though, everyone is equal in the workforce. That's how the Doozers do. Jerry Jewell, he suggested little courtyards for like barbecues and like retro style kitchens with like those diner style chrome and formica, I think, tables. Maybe some like gardens with glass flowers. The inside of the homes would be like small, cozy. I'm not even sure if we see the inside of the Doozer homes. I don't remember. It's real hazy for me. Past season 2, I start to forget because it's been a long time. Robert Hackborn, who is the new set designer for this season, he took both of these ideas and he combined them into what we know as the Doozer Dome, which I think came together so great. I know that like this is not news, you know, I'm gonna say it, so let's hear it for the Doozer Dome. Looks great. They've got like little flat top pyramid looking structures kind of stacked with some ramps and escalators to get their teeny little selves different places. And speaking of getting places, the Doozers travel on those like spiraling highways throughout it, on those like little RC cars. They looked really cool, but they do not have guardrails. When they had them driving on them, they would have to have a crew member kind of walk along underneath them, just in case they just dove off the sides. They'd have to catch them. And they would just dive off the sides occasionally. I don't know where to fit this factoid, but there's a sketch that Michael Frith did depicting where the Doozers get their power from. The concept never made it into the original show. I believe it's in Back to the Rock from what I've heard. We're not there yet. I've seen bits and pieces, but we're not there. All right. But Their equipment is powered by the flow of water from the Fraggle Pond to the underground river that like connects to Doc's water supply. Another layer of things being connected, the FX team, they built the Doozer constructions for season 1, but they were encouraged to add their own ideas for season 2. And they had names for all the characters before they even actually named the characters, and they had drama going on between them. They made up their own little storylines and everything, and I love that! I love that. Because like, you could tell that they really loved this project and they really had such a fun time. I love things like that. If no one else feels that, I do. It fully contributes to the final product of the show, in my opinion. Actually, no. Fact. That's fact. I don't care. Can you feel my sanity slipping a little bit? Is that the vibe this video is giving off? Because I genuinely feel that that's probably true. I gotta get out of here. I gotta be involved with something cool and fun, like now. It's been way too long. Anyway, so, one of my favorite things ever about the Doozers, the show in general really, there's always something going on in the background, even if you're not necessarily paying attention to it, you wouldn't necessarily be following it, you know? Like, example, the Doozers, they have their own thing going on at all times. Like, if the Fraggles come by and just like smash a Doozer tower, as they do, and eat it, if they come back to that same area later on in the episode, the FX team will have rebuilt that so it looks like the Doozers have been actively rebuilding that structure. I love that so much! FX team would also be working on the Doozer home and the Doozer world for so long, like long nights. They said they'd be up till Doozer dawn. They're so cute, I love them. Jocelyn Stevenson showed her 3-year-old daughter at the time a rough cut of Red's Club, and she was like, who wrote this? And stomped out the room. Cold. But this made them realize that they accidentally kind of sidelined the main characters a little bit, and I don't mind really personally now. I mean, as a kid, I definitely zoned during the Doozer episodes, just not having the Doozers as a kid. I can appreciate them now. From then on, they made sure to have a more solid Fraggle plot going on as well. Like, we can still learn about each of the different species, but we kind of have to do it through Fraggles, if that makes sense. Okay, that's kind of all I can think on the Doozers at the moment. I can always add more as we go on to later seasons and stuff. Like, I can do another little Doozer break if you want. This is definitely an ongoing series for me, by the way. I'm having too much fun. I'm losing my mind. So anyway, how are we feeling? Have we settled into the Fraggleverse yet, if you weren't already? I also would like to ask if you can relate to any of the episodes in either season that we've discussed so far. Whether it be like you can see your child self in that, or you can see yourself in it now a little bit. Like you feel a little called out. That's okay. That means there's something you have to work on. That's how I feel anyway. I think for me, ones that I can think I feel a little called out with are probably Moki and the Minstrels. I kind of, just because I get her wanting to skip steps thing, I don't really get the not wanting to work on things thing, but I get that. I do want to rush things a bit, quite often. I gotta work on being patient, more hearing, and a little bit Secret of Convincing John. Because I do think a tiger gonna tear like every single day now, because I am indecisive queen. I won't lie. Love to be indecisive. It's like the seeing all sides of things thing. That's why I'm so like, I don't know. Don't ask me questions. I think somehow this season, I am leaning extremely close to off the rails. More so than it healing me, you know? Oops. We'll get back on track. It's not a linear process. I've been mostly on the rails lately. You know the drill though. Grab whatever you may need. Drink some water, please. Grab a snack. Grab a Doozer stick. Some food pellets. Whatever you got to munch on. Settle into whatever you're working on if you're working on something. I hope it's going well. You're doing great. I'm so proud of you. I would hug you like Moki if I could. But we have 6 more episodes in this season to talk about. So let me not yap till Doozer dawn. Let's jump back in with episode 19, Doomsday Soup.
Up and at 'em.
Doc is spring cleaning.
And you're gonna help.
He's throwing away everything they don't absolutely need. This apparently includes Sprocket's food bowl. Oh my god. He also tries to throw out his old shoe that he's been chewing on.
What can he have?
For real, he's guarding his items. Nothing is safe. Doc's getting carried away. But the pipes start steaming and banging again.
Why today of all days?
Look what I forgot to do again. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Down in the rock, Boober is making his famous radish gumbo. He's very excited about it.
I plan a culinary triumph.
Gobo and Wembley come in and ask him how their laundry is doing.
Oh no! Do I have to do it?
Huh? What do you do with Boober?
Right, like this is a first. Wouldn't think you'd hear Boober say that.
Boober, I'm down to my last banana tree shirt.
And you want same-day service.
And the way they all say this together, like it's a regular request. I love it. Boober says he'll do it while the gumbo simmers. But he needs a radish for his radish gumbo. So he heads to the pantry. Everything but a radish. And of course, Moki is out sketching spider flies. So she can't go get him one. Guess he's gotta get one himself.
What am I saying?
Nothing's gonna stand in the way of him getting that radish though.
Except that.
Hogorg is snoozing directly next to the hole to the garden, so maybe that'll get in the way. Junior comes out, he's doing spring cleaning too.
Junior!
What?
She's been trying to throw out this old clock every year, and it always ends up back in the dungeon.
Why, there's no point in throwing this clock away. I can fix it.
But he's been saying that for 104 years. Junior's like, but Ma, spring cleaning, I can't put it back in the dungeon.
Why, she was spring cleaning just last spring.
Well, just make sure she doesn't throw anything important out. Gobo and Wembley are standing over the steaming pot in Boober's room. And they're like, wow, must be that famous radish gumbo. They taste it, they spit out immediately.
Oh, that soup, I'm on a diet.
And Boober comes in, he's like, what are you doing with the laundry?
What did you think it was?
Well, you said you were cooking soup.
Boober has them try the actual soup. It's really rutabaga gumbo because he had to improvise. He couldn't get a radish. So they try this one.
Okay.
Stunning, isn't it?
I can't say that again.
Yeah. It's not good either. What's in there? Greaseberries, skunk cabbage.
Skunk cabbage?
Yeah. Gobo's like, what about a good old radish? Boober's like, I mean, I tried to, but I almost got thumped by a gorg. He did not really, nor did he even really try, but alright.
Do I detect a lack of enthusiasm for my soup?
No.
Good.
We just don't like it. Sorry.
Boober sings a little song after they leave. He wishes that they would just like what he makes for once. He's experimenting with different things, and he doesn't necessarily hate them, but other people seem to have issues with it.
And so it's take it away, roll the stuff out. Where there's a will, there is always some doubt.
They're like, oh, what a great song, Boober. And Gobo's like, oh, don't worry, Boober.
So what if the soup is lousy? I bet the laundry's great.
And Boober's like, oh my god, I forgot to put in the enzymes. And he runs off, and they're like, what the hell? So the laundry's still not done either?
Oh no, this banana tree shirt is so dirty, the banana trees are starting to grow.
I was like, all right, come on, let's just go tell everybody that we're not getting soup or laundry today.
Might be going hungry.
Yeah, and dirty too.
Boober puts some rock soap into the laundry and then goes to check on the gumbo. He's like, it's too bad they didn't like it.
I even left in the peels. Well, I guess I better throw this out before anybody else tastes it. Guess my reputation's at stake.
So he pours it out. Not for the laundry. It's bubbling up so much. There's like a tower of bubbles. They're like floating up and away.
Oh no! Somebody put yeast in my rock soap again!
And now he has to start all over again. So he pours the laundry water / bubbles into the same bucket that he just poured the soup in, and it starts glowing pink and glittering. Back in the workshop, Doc is trying to fix the pipe. Sprocket's handing him tools like it's surgery. And now for Veterinarian's Hospital.
The continuing story.
Hi, Rachel. Sponge. Sprocket.
God, I love them. But Doc's fixed the plumbing once and for all.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
No more strange noises? No worries. Back in the rock, the rest of the gang convenes and Gobo tells them how there's no gumbo tonight.
But there is a card from Uncle Traveling Matt. Same as always.
Oh, dear nephew Gobo.
One day, while Steve was studying the silly creatures, he's heard of this, but it's the first time he's actually seen this fast food.
Fraggle food is not very fast. In fact, radishes hardly move at all. I found it hard to believe that this could be any faster. Go!
But he was willing to find out. He has a little race for the food, and no one starts running.
As I suspected, it's just as slow as radishes.
Red's like, your uncle would mention radishes right now. Boober comes up and he's like, look.
What's wrong with my soup?
Of course you use skunk cabbage. Yeah.
So look into the bucket and the liquid in there is sparkling and humming. And immediately, no hesitation, Wembley starts poking it with a stick. Just kidding. He's like stirring it, but that's so funny. He wastes no time. He knows fear well, and he looks it dead in the eye in this season.
Maybe if I could just fish out that old skunk cabbage, it would stop, but...
Also, Wembley has beef with skunk cabbage. The stick he's using starts to disappear. He like kind of chucks it. It smacks Gogo and Red in the face. Like, what was that? The stick turned invisible, and then it came back. Boober's like, Maybe I should get rid of this before something weird happens. And Red's like, don't you dare. This is the greatest discovery in all of Fraggle kind. Junior is still spring cleaning. Ma's making him throw everything out, but Pa's making him keep everything. He tries to throw a book out before Pa notices, but Pa notices.
Great Gorgocious. Well, I only just started to read that 47 years ago.
She also tried to throw out his old blunderbuss. Goes off. The gang is in the hole by the garden. Monkey says the soup was given to us for a reason.
We have been made guardians of its power.
And she coats herself in it and she just goes, and I love it. I don't know why. But she turns invisible. They can be invisible.
Well, that's fine if you want an alternative lifestyle.
But also great for wanting to go into the Gorg's garden without getting caught. Uber could make his gumbo after all. And I love the way they disappear. It's like sparkly. They say it tickles. But they all one by one turn invisible. And ooh, my favorite song in this episode, another favorite of mine this season.
Every spring, it's the same old thing. Tidy up.
Junior!
Coming, Ma, soon you're...
Spring cleaning song. First off though, so I got really distracted during this. He comes in with this big pile of junk and it's stacked real high. And I would just like to know if Rob Mills can see. Was there a spot that you could look through the junk? These are the questions that I have for these people. They're like insane questions. Who would remember that? I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, what are you on about? Either way, he continues to kill it.
Dum 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 da dum da di dee. Declare spring cleaning banished until further notice. Thank you.
This would be different if I was king. I wouldn't have to do all this shit. Also, the moves he's hitting here.
Every March it's the same old starch. Clean up,
Junior!
Coming part soon. The castle is spotless from dungeon to porch.
You know what? Actually, he can hang.
Get it, Rob. He's boogieing. Oh, and I love the way he goes, thank you. He's really getting down during this, as he should. Also, Pa is lounging. He's got his shades on, his little pineapple drink. He's relaxing in his relaxer chair. Another thing I was wondering is the bottom of his shoes, right? So they look to be like, kind of like pleated, but they're not. From what I can tell, they're pretty smooth on the bottom from what I say these things out loud and I'm like, what the fuck? No, but I was sitting there and I was like, I noticed he was kind of slipping and sliding a little bit during this song. So I was like, just very curious as to what the traction on his shoes was like. Because like that kind of adds to the whole thing, you know? Like that's another thing that you had to like work around. Things that I think about. I don't know. People have so much talent and I want to get on this level so bad. I used to perform, can you tell? I used to be a haunt clown. I used to do theater, can you tell? My pipeline has been theater kid to haunted house clown to I guess an artist. To what I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I do now. People are like, what do you do? I'm like, I don't know. A lot.
But at first from King Junior. Oh, poor boy.
Anyway, beside the point, sorry, Junior notices floating radishes, and he's like, what the radishes are running away.
Was it something I said?
He picks one up. It's Boober. Junior's like, my radishes can talk? And the rest of the gang in radish form is like yelling at him, and I'm pretty sure I can tell who's who. Left to right, it's Wembley, Moki, Red, Gobo, maybe. Tell me if that's wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think I am, unfortunately. Anyway, Red's like, don't you know a magic radish when you see one? And he's like, what are magic radishes doing in my garden?
Well, we occasionally come by to check on the normal radishes, you know.
Yeah, just checking on the normals.
Oh,
Junior's like, gee, I'm sorry. Usually it's not this messy. And Red's like, oh no, you're doing a great job.
Okay, bye, little magic radishes. So long. Oh, boy. What a day to have magic radishes show up. Yeesh.
Anyway, the Fraggles are all walking through the hall. They're all like, yay, you can finally make some real radish gumbo. Uber's like, why are you thinking about that right now? I almost just got thumped. And Gobo's like, don't you see how great that soup is? And they sing a song.
Or you can't strum a mandolin that's falling off your knee.
I really like this one too.
And don't expect to find no peaches on that cherry tree. And you can't thump, you really can't thump. Fraggle, you can't see.
I also would like to mention, you know, the two main guys that wrote most of the music for the show, Philip Balsam, Dennis Lee, they are still very, very prominent in this series. However, this episode and a few others, but this one I really like the songs for this one, so I figured I'd bring it up here. The lyricist for this episode is Tim Wynne Jones. Shout out Tim Wynne Jones. Uber is pacing in his room.
But you can thump a Fraggle you can't see. I almost was.
The soup starts steaming again, and he makes the best sound. Everything starts shaking. It's a rock quake. Red and Wembley shaking around. I love them so much. Oh my god. The soup is smoking and sparking.
I want to touch it.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
They look fuzzy.
I think it like hurt. It actually looks so cool though. The gang is all trying to take the soup elsewhere. Boober calls it Doomsday Gumbo.
Boober, your soup may have been bad, but it's not gonna kill you.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this soup will lead to death and destruction. 2 subjects on which I am an authority.
Smokey's like, you're having a negative reaction to the invisibility. And he's like, no, I have a negative reaction to rock quakes. It's gotta go. And they're like, what are you gonna do with it?
Look, I'll just leave it at the end of the world and come right back.
Okay? The end of the world? Where's that? Where is that exactly? Anyway, Globo's like, no, but with the soup, we would never have to worry about the Gorgs again. And Boober's like, no, we'd never have to worry about Fraggles again. It's gonna kill us.
Whose pot is it?
Well, it's,
Yours.
Exactly.
But...
Excuse me.
Just like, let me get rid of it. So he carries it out to the garden.
Now I'll never be invisible again.
Fine, don't worry about me.
Junior spots him and he's like, oh, what do we have here? Boober's not having any of it. He's like, get out of my way. I got shit to do right now.
I have not got time now. Move it.
Oh, you must be a very cunning Fraggle. What are you up to?
Oh, nothing much. Just saving the universe from destruction.
What you got there? And he takes the soup from him.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Dangerous soup? Oh, that's a good one. Tell me another.
And Pa comes up and he sips it instead. Boober runs away like, oh my god, he's gonna blow up.
He's gonna blow up. He's gonna blow up.
Pa's got steam coming out his ears. He's like bouncing up and down from being propelled in the air from this thing exploding in his stomach. Doesn't look like he's jumping, so I was trying to figure out like what was going on here. I think they literally just yoink him up on like a wire. But he's like, wow, that's what I call gumbo. And Ma comes out like, look at this mess. Get back to work. I told you to clean. And Junior's like, oh, well. And he tosses the gumbo behind him. And it just like explodes. Rid of all of that junk. Back with Duck and Sprocket, the leak is fixed. They didn't get any spring cleaning done, but at least have clean floors now. I think Boober probably said it best here. Sometimes they do wrap it up with a good little message, you know? Like this time.
It just goes to show, if something seems too good to be true, it usually is.
But I always try to dig as deep as possible with these episodes. And if I can find any other meaning or parallel or anything else, I throw it at the end here. This one, the only thing I really picked up on was how each of them have kind of like a shift in perspective. But Doc and Sprocket have everything go wrong trying to clean up the workshop and the pipes bust. But in the end, I guess they kind of did get to clean in a way. He is working on being a little more positive. With the Gorgs, I guess it's more of like a difference in perspective between them. Like, Ma sees everything as junk and is trying to get rid of it, while Pa thinks everything has some sort of potential still and refuses to see how it's just, like, causing more of a problem than it's worth. For the Fraggles, Boober accidentally creates something beneficial but also dangerous. The rest of the gang sees it as a blessing. They want to keep it around. They don't really see the danger in it. Only Boober was picked up and swung around by a Gorg. Only Boober saw this thing exploding in his room. Only Boober realizes how much of a danger this is. Like, all the other Fraggles are fine. They only see its benefits. So they're like, what do you mean? It's no big deal. But Boober always sees a potential danger in things anyway. So obviously he's gonna be like, no. His negativity is not a bad thing. I think there needs to be somebody to kind of keep them all in check. Kind of keep them grounded. Anyway, this was bad enough on its own. Then it starts sparking and causing rock quakes. The rest of the Fraggles don't realize that it's a direct result of this. Boober does, and he's like, okay, better to just get rid of it so nobody has it at all. No more problems for anyone. We can just go back to how it was. Things were working fine before. Just go back to doing what we always did. Like in the last episode. It seemed like maybe it was a good thing, but it has way more dangers than benefits. So, too good to be true. Episode 20, A Cave of One's Own. Doc comes into the workshop, complaining that Schimmelfinny won't sign his petition. Unlike Doc, he actually likes the idea of having the old deserted captain's house across the street turned into a bed and breakfast inn. Doc says it'll be like having a hotel next door. They don't want crowds here.
Don't know how much good a petition with only 2 signatures on it is gonna do. And one of them is a dog's.
He's bringing it to the town council anyway. Don't know what that'll do, but he's got the spirit, I guess. Smokey is meditating in Gobo's cave. Red runs in screeching about her new trick.
Don't you have someplace else to go, Red?
Well, sure, but we like to hang out here.
What, like this is a man cave now?
Right. Gobo's so no girls allowed this episode, like out of nowhere.
Wimbley and I would like a little peace and quiet sometime.
Yeah, who needs tranquil? We want peace and quiet.
You tell him, Wimbley.
Monkey is peace and quiet. What's his damage?
I think Red's just pissing him off. But Wembley's like, why don't you just go get a cave of your own?
What a dumb idea.
Red,
Get a cave of our own. What a terrific idea.
dumb idea a second ago.
Yeah, and it still is.
Gob was like, Wembley was kidding, he didn't mean you guys should be roommates.
What does he want?
Literally, he's kind of all over the place right now. He's like, you guys are so different, you couldn't even agree on which cave to live in.
Oh, what would you do if you lived together? Besides agree, that is.
Moki's like, we would share the space, and we would share clothes.
And they were roommates.
And they were. But yeah, they do everything together. They run off to go find a cave that they both love.
Invite us to your cave warming party.
Yeah! You got it. Ha.
Moki says they're gonna find the perfect cave that fits the essence of their friendship. And they sing a song, Somewhere There's a Special Place. He envisions her and Red's shared little sanctuary. And they come across a spot in this opening, and it's beautiful.
This is just perfect. Look, you can see the pool from here.
It's so perfect for them. He's like, this cave has been waiting for us.
You know, you can just feel it welcoming us.
Yeah, hiya, cave. Pleased to meet ya.
Moki says they can hold their welcome to the day ceremony right here. It's just perfect.
Red.
What?
Oh, spirit of the cave, we thank you for this cozy home.
Whatever.
Red's like, let's just go get her stuff. Moki's all moved in. Red has a bunch of other Fraggles moving her in, and she's got like the most stuff in the world. Like, she's me, pretty much. Red and I really feel like a nice cross between Red and Moki, personally. She's got a ton of stuff. It's a mess. And Moki's like,
Beautiful. My side is a little messier than your side. Don't worry, I'll clean it up.
Just short-circuiting. And Moki's like, Red, no.
Clutter is the manifestation of freedom, and I want to learn that from you.
Of course, if you'd like to learn the essence of neatness, that'd be really cool. I wouldn't be opposed. And Red's like, oh sure, I'd love to. Glad we agree. We're gonna have a great time. Tonight is the night before their cave warming party. Their first night they've spent together. Moki is reading to Red and she's bored out of her mind. It's like, is it my turn to read? I think it's my turn to read.
With a mighty stroke, she plunged the blade into the flank of the rampaging dragon. A green gush of blood did burst forth.
Now she's reading a book about a princess with a sword and she's stabbing a dragon. Red also has a sword and a helmet on and she's being so much right now. In my mind, Moki's like, dude, it's 11 o'clock at night. I was gonna maybe meditate, but I guess not. But Moki interrupts her and she's like, oh my god, I forgot Lanford.
Oh, but we were just getting to the gushing blood part. Who's Lanford?
New character intro, Lanford.
Moki, what is that?
He is a night-blooming, yellow-leafed deathwort.
Deathwort.
Hello, Lanford.
He's played by Rob Mills. He doesn't talk. He kind of just snarls and makes noises, but he's played by Rob Mills. Right on the board. Anyway, Red is the first to meet him. Loves Moki. Is just a menace to Red. He keeps trying to get Red. He's literally like fighting him off all night.
Wait, and Lanford, don't forget Lanford.
Sharing space, sharing experience.
And Lanford, don't forget Lanford.
Lanford, don't forget Lanford. They want each other dead. Back with Doc and Sprocket. The construction workers are already working on the captain's house. Doc is not giving up without a fight though. He's made picket signs.
Simple, direct, and appropriate.
He's made one for Sprocket too.
Simple, direct, and appropriate.
Moki's up. Good morning, spirit of the cave. She begins her welcome to the day ceremony, bangs the gong, and Red like flings out of bed.
You have truly banished all the cares of night. Moki, I didn't have any cares during the night. Now I have cares.
And Moki's like, cool, now we can plan for our party. Red's like, hold on, I gotta pump granite first. Moki tries to join her and like immediately collapses, and Red's like, don't try to do that, you're not experienced. So they get dressed and they go get ready to find stuff for the cave party. So they're walking through some spooky caves and Red's like, what are we doing here? The Mark monster lives here.
Don't worry, our positive energy will protect us.
There's like growling coming from behind Red. Of course, when Moki looks, there's nothing there. But she turns around and immediately this thing like grabs her and yoinks her away. And then it just throws her back. Moki never even noticed. And she just keeps going on about circles being their theme because it expresses wholeness.
How can you sleep at a time like this? What a fraggle. You know what? I've been thinking we should...
Back at their cave, she's putting out food for the party and Red's like, come on, Fraggles don't eat little round foods.
Everybody's got a problem today.
Girl, everyone's a critic. And she's like, but circles are our symbol. And Red's like, whatevs. Where's my Tug-a-Tails trophy?
That's gotta be out for Gobo to see. Where did you put it? Where is it? Where is it?
Don't you
And she starts trashing the place looking for it. And Moki's like, oh my god, people are gonna be here like any minute. Stressed out, not having any of it. The rest of the gang shows up.
You got a sock on your nose.
But they welcome them with a little song. And they're all running into each other because it's cramped in there. They're just going, sorry. Little song, Sharon, you're not alone. It's just about how you're always welcome in their home, anytime, pretty much, no matter what, for whatever reason. Lanford's growling in the corner.
Wow. Oh, sorry.
Yes, nice place.
Mumbly's running into the wall, saying sorry to the wall.
Oh, sorry.
They're like, wow, it's so great. Very cozy. Boober thinks the round food is adorable. And Red's like, ugh. And they start to bicker a little bit over who worked harder to get this party ready. Gobo's like, I brought you a housewarming gift.
Thank you, Gobo. That was really gracious of you.
Yeah, it's the latest postcard from my Uncle Traveling Matt.
Oh, gracious, macious.
Wow. Thanks.
The other day, he was exploring a domestic cave of the silly creatures. Awesome 80s bedroom, by the way. Strawberry shortcake lamp, the rainbow wallpaper. I love it so much. But he finds the perfect hiding place for a fraggle. A toy chest. Warm and quiet. Very safe. It was a little lonely, but not for long.
It's good to have a place of one's own, but it's also nice to share.
Like we do.
Yeah, if we could share rent, that'd be nice.
Who would hire me?
That was very appropriate, Gobo. Thank you.
They start to crack into their refreshments, and Red's like, oh, we can have our snacks and play tug-of-tails at the same time. So they do, and Wembley and Booba are like shuffling around with their plates and cups.
You dare! You hold that, I'll hold it. Red, will you stop it, please? You're gonna
As Red and Gobo launch into things, everything gets destroyed. This starts a whole fight between Red and Moki. Everything just comes out at this point.
What? This crowded little cave?
Well, it was not crowded until you brought your pile of junk in here. This was supposed to be so perfect.
Well, that's perfectly awful.
What happened to the good old days when all I did was laugh and swim? And Moki's like, swim? You want to swim?
What a good idea. Here, let me help you.
Slingshots her into the Fraggle pond from the hammock.
Moki Fraggle, I never want to see you again.
That'll be too soon for me, Red Fraggle.
The girls are fighting. Moki cries and runs away. Gobo goes to talk to Red and he's like, I knew you wouldn't be able to agree on anything. And Red's like, are you kidding? We agreed on everything.
We agreed so much it nearly drove us nuts.
Maybe that's your problem.
And she's like, what do you want from us, Gobo? He's like, hey, don't get angry at me. Get angry at each other.
Hey, well, we've already done that.
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, no, he's just telling her shit that she already knows at this point. Like, now I gotta go get the rest of my stuff and then that's it for me and her. So Moki's crying in her room and Red comes in and she's like, I just came to get my stuff. And Moki's like, yeah, well, I'm leaving too. Red's like, whatever. And she goes to get her sweater that was like tossed around earlier and realizes that Lanford's been under there the whole time.
Yeah, stay back. Lanford? Lanford! Oh, you look awful!
Moki forgot all about him in their fight. She's like, oh my god. So she goes to get him some water. Red loosens his little tie. He's okay again. He can breathe. He's fine. Don't worry. Lanford's all right. He's like, hey, do you think we tried too hard to agree with each other? And like, that's why we didn't get along?
I was always trying to do the things that you like to do.
I was always trying to say the things I thought you wanted to hear.
Well, we were just honest with each other. Like, we shouldn't have been pretending. I would have honestly told you
how stupid and dumb and boring your tug-of-tails game was.
And Red's like, I understand. Let's sit down and talk about it.
When you swept me out of this hammock and into the pool?
Yeah.
Well, if I'd been really, really honest, I would have done this!
And she launches her into the pool. I know, right? But Gobo, he's out in the Great Hall by the pool, and he's like, they're at it again. He tries to talk to Moki.
You have to remember that after all...
Gobo, you stay out of this. This is between me and her.
Gobo's like, this could get messy.
He kinda made it messy.
A little. He did kind of start this. Back in their cave.
I hate the stupid game you play with that ball.
Oh, but Moki, it's a circular thing, a symbol, remember?
Gobo and Wembley followed them, and Gobo's like, guys, in this life, you gotta try to get along. And the way that Moki screams at him...
Will you please stop telling us to get along?
Oh, she's done.
Yeah. I've never heard her so mad.
Like, that came from the soul.
Oh my god, Gobo, you better back up. And Red and Moki just keep yelling at each other.
Well, your hammock squeak! Well, Lanford drove me crazy! What?
They just get it all out, laying it all out on the table here.
Oh, why did I have to agree with everything you like?
You don't have to agree with me! I don't want you to be like me!
And Red's like, what do you want?
I want you to be like you! You is what I like about you!
But you is what I like about you!
Moki stops shaking her and they're both like, oh, well, if me is what you like about me, then that's what you'll get.
We do agree, Red.
Yeah!
Wembley's like, hey Gobo, if they're fighting, why are they hugging?
Well, Wembley, I'll ask.
Yes, Gobo.
We're agreeing to disagree. Sometimes anyway.
And Gobo's like, I think they'll be okay. It's like, by the way, getting thwacked out of that hammock made me angry in the moment, but like, it was so fun, was it not? Moki's like, yeah, it was great.
Something you'd like to share, huh?
Yeah! Oh!
Hey, everybody, come on up. We're having a hammock thwacking cave party. And Gobo's first. Back with Doc and Sprocket, construction is still happening. Doc comes in and wakes Sprocket up. He says he found out all about the new bed and breakfast. The owner told him all about it. She...
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the new owner is a woman, Ms. Art, that very attractive woman at that.
has some interesting plans. Talked about how fascinating it would be to meet people from all different places, to learn about their homes and experiences. She's invited him to tea. Sprocket too. She has an Airedale named Marigold. That's just his type. Doc's like, well, it might be interesting to share our space with new people. There's gotta be some advantages, right? So in this episode, Red and Moki got along totally fine before, but once they move in together, they're getting real in their heads about everything, and they just try to agree with each other on everything. Almost to spite Gobo a little bit, not really thinking about the fact that they totally did just get along beforehand. And sure, living together brings up its own challenges. Maybe things will come to light that you didn't realize before. But if they were to take the advice from a couple episodes ago, just kept doing what they were always doing, you know, just being themselves and actually communicating, maybe we wouldn't have had this problem, but it's okay. It's okay. I actually really love the way they handled this episode. I just really love the way they like hashed it out. They knew how they were feeling. They were really honest with each other. And I don't know why, like, the representation of the girls fighting, I'm like, oh my God, real. Oh my God, real. They had legitimate things to be arguing about, and like I can understand where they were coming from. Like genuinely, I cannot praise enough the relationship between Moki and Red and the way that that is represented, and like them as girls, really strong girl characters. But I think at the end of the day, everything worked out fine for them. Worked it out healthily. They realized agreeing on everything all the time just wasn't honest, and just going with something to make somebody else happy is just gonna do damage to you and your relationship in the end. By keeping it real with each other and having that whole talk, they realized they were just being silly and they really like each other for who they are anyway. And I think they have a stronger relationship for it. Episode 21, Wembley and the Great Race. Doc is on the phone with Schimmelfinny. They're talking about the way Sprocket looks.
He's very pretty. What about it?
Well, apparently, Schimmelfinny says it looks like Sprocket's fur coat came off the rack.
Wow.
For real. Doc doesn't think that's very funny. He says Sprocket actually comes from a long line of championship show dogs. I mean, well, this is a lie, but Doc says the only reason that he doesn't enter him into those shows is because he wants to give the other dogs a chance. Doc told him that Sprocket is gonna win that big dog show coming up.
He will too. Goodbye. I told him.
Sprocket is not very confident in this, though he is growling about it, biting at the phone cord. Back in the Rock, Red is coaching Wembley. He's pushing a moss ball around. His sleeves are missing. I don't think I like this. Looks weird to me, but he's training for a race. Red would be in the race herself, but she has sprained her tail. She's got like a whole sling. But she's just coaching now. She's talking about how he's gonna beat Gobo. He's like, I can't beat Gobo.
Secret to my success is that before a big race, I imagine myself winning.
Wembley says he can't imagine himself winning. He's never won. Red's like, just close your eyes. And he's trying to think so hard. This just continues the whole episode. So just get used to whatever this is.
Yeah, now, imagine.
I don't know if I can do that.
She's like, just imagine yourself pushing it across the finish line. And you're winning. He is trying his hardest. But he cannot imagine Gobo crossing the finish line after him.
Why is it so important to beat Gobo? All I
want to do is do my best.
And Red's like, whatever, just get your things. I'll meet you at the race. He's still trying to imagine winning, just doing all of that. But he's back in their room and he runs into Gobo, who's reading his postcard from Matt. Today, Uncle Matt sees a bunch of silly creatures getting ready for what looks like to be an ordinary race. However, they have to get scared into running. They fire a gun to start the race, and Matt freaks out.
I, of course, was unaffected.
He says the winner had to be comforted afterwards by his friends so he could calm down. Gobo's laughing about it and he's like, can you imagine anyone having to be scared into winning? And Wembley's like, oh, well, I just think it's important that you do your best.
How are you gonna know it's your best if you don't win? Oh, I mean, I don't know about you, Wembley, but I hate to lose.
Gobo's like, don't you ever get mad about losing to me?
Well, no, because you're my best friend, and I'm not really good enough to win.
And Gobo says, what do you mean? You're just as good as me. And with Red coaching you, like, you're legit my competition for this.
Not that there'd ever be any real competition between us. Yeah.
And they sing a cute little song.
Friends till the end.
No matter what, they'll always be friends. They are cute as fuck. I'm so aggressive.
One of us.
No.
One of us.
I'm fighting this curse off with everything I have.
You're not winning.
You want to talk. Whatever. It's the way he says well in the beginning. You're not allowed to be that adorable. You actually can't do that. I genuinely don't understand.
We play a little game, but we don't keep score. Friendship is its own reward.
And they do this little kick line thing. They're both so precious.
Let's spell it out.
If someone asks of me, you and me.
I can't lie, any Gobo Wembley song thing though is gonna get me. They're just so cute. I want to keep them in my pockets. Well, I actually do keep Wembley in my pocket, kind of. I carry him wherever I go. Wherever I go, he goes. And if it's not him, it's my Rizzo. That's not a joke. Attention all the Fraggles in the world! The world's oldest Fraggle will now welcome you to the big race. This one is the big rock beetle race.
Yeah, so listen up.
They are listening.
Don't sass me.
Oh, so Flunky is here too. The guy who's always getting smacked on the head by the world's oldest Fraggle. He says the world's oldest Fraggle will now announce the rules. For this race, you have to push a moss ball to the finish line. You gotta jump up and yell rock beetle. That's pretty much the whole thing. Boober and Monkey and this other Fraggle named Rumple, played by Gord Robertson, body performer of Pogorg. But he's just like screaming.
Gobo, great race, Gobo. That's the way to do it, Gobo, baby.
Rumple, what are you doing? The race hasn't even started yet.
He's like, well, I know Gobo's gonna win, so I'm practicing. And Boober's like, well, one of the other Fraggles still could win. Rumple's like, yeah, you wanna bet? Monkey's like, don't listen to him, like, you know how he is. Don't feed into it. He's got a problem. Boober takes him up on it anyway. The world's oldest Fraggle will now call the race.
Racers, get set, go.
And the way the world's oldest Fraggle just says go, he's just kind of like, get set, go. No countdown. And they're off. Wems is kind of zooming. He's in the lead already. Oh, and he won. Wembley wins. Oh, wow. Red goes up and hugs him. Boober's excited because he's rich now. Wembley can't believe he won. He is so excited. Like, where's Gobo? He's going to be so happy when he finds out that I actually won something for once.
Gobo! Gobo! I finally beat you! Isn't it great? Oh, yeah, that's terrific. I'm just mad at myself for losing.
And Red's like, oh, don't blame yourself. Wembley would have won anyway with my coaching. And Gobo's like, okay, beginner's luck. Lucky once, not lucky twice.
Oh, lucky my tail. Oh,
thank you.
You race again and we'll beat you again.
But Red and Gobo are just kind of bickering about it. And Wembley's in the background getting swarmed by all the other Fraggles. And he's just like thanking everyone. And I don't know why. I'm just like, at the fact that he's like, oh, thank you, Red was coaching. He's so sweet.
I don't think that's such a good idea.
You keep out of this, Wembley. We challenge you to a front and back race.
But Red and Gobo do not care about what he's got to say right now. It's happening. Another race, just him and Wembley. Back in the workshop, Doc is getting a bath ready for Sprocket. He's gonna groom him to get ready for the dog show. Sprocket's not about this. Doc's like, you gotta take a bath. You're grimy and nasty. Okay, I'm gonna count to 3. You better be in this bath or I'm gonna touch him if he shows off. He's like, not about it anyway. Like, don't threaten me with a good time. Red and Wembley are walking to his cave.
Ah! He's in there.
Who?
Gobo.
Well, of course, this is his room, too.
It's like, we don't want to give any secrets away. Just say hi, act like nothing's happening.
Hey, hi, Gobo.
Oh, did you see that?
We got him right where we want him. He's wondering, how'd you beat him? Is he gonna beat me again? Wembley's like, are you really worried, Gobo? And Gobo's like, me? You ran a good race, but you got lucky, kid.
You're just being a sore loser.
A sore loser? I'm no sore loser. I'm a winner, and a winner can't be a sore loser.
And Wembley tries to go after him, but Red's like, don't even bother, just focus on the race, don't worry about him. But Wembley definitely worries about him. He's worried that Gobo is never gonna want to be his friend again because he beat him in the race. He's like, he's never gonna forgive me, and he has a little vision of Gobo moving out because of this.
Tell you know who that ever since the big I can't say it.
I'm so obsessed with Jerry Nelson's fake cry voice.
What do you mean fake? He's in distress.
You're right, I'm sorry. I should be taking this seriously.
But he's still my friend. I want you to be my friend.
Red comes back in and shakes him, and she's like, what are you doing? We're gonna be late. Let's go. He's like, oh my god, I gotta go talk to Gobo. This Fraggle welcomes them all to another big race. And he goes to start it, but Flunky's like, wait, we can't start yet. There's only one Fraggle at the starting line.
Flunky, put your nose right down there. We'll just have to wait, won't we?
A violent man. Wembley is making himself heavy.
You're making a big mistake, Wembley.
I'd rather make a big mistake than lose my best friend.
He's decided he's not racing. Gobo's like, what's up? You can't quit right now. But Wembley's like, I think the race is getting in the way of our friendship. And Gobo's like, if you were a real friend, you'd give me a chance to get even with you. Real quick check-in on Moki, Boober, and Rumple. Rumple's all beat up. Boober's like, what happened to you?
Nothing, Boober. I almost got caught by a gorg trying to get you your radishes. But don't worry, I'll get them for you soon.
Boober's like, I don't want your radishes if this is what's gonna happen. What if we did double or nothing? This time you take Wembley though, and he's like, you're on.
Boober, are you betting again?
And Boober's like, well, when Wembley wins, this time we'll be even. This race is a front and back race. When you hear the crowd yell, turn around now, you have to turn around and start going the other way that you were going. So during this, there's like kind of a song. Pretty sure this is all nonsense. I really, really love it.
You know what to do.
Anyway, after a while, Wembley starts going the wrong way, and Gobo wins. Red is pissed. Boober's like, shit, I won again. Rumple owes him like 10 radishes.
Good race, Gobo.
You too, Wembley.
Yeah, I'll see you back in our room. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He just wanted him to win. Red sees this though, knows exactly what's going on. So Wembley's back in their room.
Wembley.
Oh, hi, Red. I'm sorry I lost.
And she's like, no, you're not. You tried to quit before, and I think you quit during. He's like, I don't even care about winning though, and I know that Gobo does. Just now, Gobo comes back in.
Well, Coach, I told you I could win, so I can't be a sore loser, right?
Wrong.
Red's like, the only reason you won is because Wembley quit halfway through.
Nobody would lose a race on purpose.
As he looks at Wembley, who is totally guilty of losing on purpose. And he's like, this true? And he's like, I didn't want anything to hurt our friendship.
Hurt our friendship? Wembley Fraggle, we're gonna run one more race, and you better run it fair, or you can forget about our friendship.
Whoa. Wembley's like scared out of his mind. Totally not how he thought this was gonna go. I would be too. I would be confused as shit right now.
This is it, the big one, the super duper Keno Snazzy run, hop, swing and run race.
As far as betting goes, it's double or nothing on this last race with Rumple.
This guy's still alive?
Barely, dude. He looks even worse for wear than he did before. If Gobo wins, Rumple wins. Wembley wins, Boober loses.
But you have to promise never to bet again.
Oh, you bet. I mean, sure.
Boober's scheme here is that either way, they're gonna be even. Red's got Gobo, and they are heading back to his room, and she's like, Wembley's not feeling well. As Wembley's laying in the middle of the room, just like grumbling on his deathbed. He's totally fine. Gobo's like, are you good? Like, what's hurting?
Sort of in my stomach. Oh.
I thought you said you had a headache.
Oh, I do. I have both a headache and a stomach ache. You know me, can never make up my mind. That's why I have two pains. Oh.
He's like, are you really sick? And Wembley's like, yeah, sick of this race.
If I win, I lose. And if I lose, I lose. I can't win. Wouldn't that make you feel a little sick? Huh?
Red's like, this is your fault, Gobo, for being a sore loser.
You're both making me sick. But I know I don't like being in the middle. Oh, I'm gonna race all right. Oh, yeah. But this time, I'm gonna do it for me.
And Gobo's like, oh shit, he's right. We kind of have been putting him in the middle. Time for the race. Wembley is hyping himself up.
I gotta talk to you. Whoa, but listen.
Go!
There! This Fraggle says go. Wembley takes off. Gobo keeps trying to talk to him the whole time. And oh, I love them running. The shots of them running, they're really teeny tiny. It's so funny. They're like in slow-mo. It's so good. But Wembley wins. And the freeze frame as he crosses the finish line is awesome. Everyone is cheering for him. They present the winner's ribbon to Wembley and he's like, oh, thanks. I just imagined myself winning and I won. He feels great, but he wishes somebody didn't have to lose. He still worries that he's gonna lose Gobo.
I wish I could just cover my eyes and imagine us best friends again. You don't have to imagine that, Wembley. We are best friends.
I've been trying to tell you that. I'm sorry I was such a sore loser, but I'm glad you won.
You're the best.
Gosh, now I really feel like a winner.
They're so cute. They're so sweet. Anyway, Doc is really stretching that. He's like 2 and 99/100ths. 3. But he's finished counting to 3. Sprocket is still not in that bath. He's like, I should have never bragged to Schimmelfinny. I just didn't want to make fun of you though. As he starts to call Schimmelfinny up, Sprocket's like, over the desk. Doc says he will not be entering Sprocket in the dog show. Sprocket is very excited about this and he jumps right in the bath.
I don't need to enter Sprocket in any dog show because I already know he's the best.
This is another episode that's got to do with competition. However, this time it's Wembley and also Sprocket being stuck in the middle of somebody else's competition. All Wembley wants is to have fun and do his best. Usually Gobo is the winner and like breaking this dynamic makes him anxious, especially since Gobo was so upset about it. He was just being a sore loser. Like, you win all the time, man. What's your deal? This is kind of the last Wembley mental health check we get this season. It makes me sad that he thinks something like this could ruin him and Gobo's friendship. He's like not just somebody for Gobo to be. He has so much to offer him. He's there for him when he needs him, always, and Gobo likes having him around. Gobo's just in his feelings about shit, like, all the time. This is no different. Like, this whole situation didn't really have anything to do with Wembley. It's just Gobo being a sore loser and not realizing the effect that it would have on Wembley. Red being so lost in the sauce, trying to compete with Gobo, as she does. But she didn't think about how Wembley would feel. Didn't think about anyone else around her. Again. Wembley did stand up for himself in the end, though. I'm glad he was able to tell Red and Gobo how he felt. And then he was like, hey, this isn't even about me at this point. He was able to believe in himself, and he found that he is good enough to win things, and that his friendship with Gobo is not dependent on sticking to a certain role or dynamic. That's not how friendship works. Silly little competition shouldn't tear you apart. Episode 22. Doozer is as Doozer does. Doc is trying to figure out how he's gonna break some news to Sprocket.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yeah. He's decided to get a job.
No, Doc!
I know. He's giving in.
Not like this!
Sprocket walks in from outside just as he's saying all of this. He is not happy to hear this. This is like the end of the world for him.
Yeah, it should be for Doc too. I don't know if he's getting this.
Doc says it's not that bad.
No, it's bad.
It's just part-time across the street at the bed and breakfast. He says Sprocket could come and visit him. Might even get to see that dog he likes.
Ooh, and that lady Doc likes.
Yeah, Doc's like, I gotta dress nice for this job interview. So he picks out a tie. Sprocket also tries one on.
They clean up nice.
In the Rock, where were the Doozers today?
Bleh.
Wrench Doozer, Boober Doozer, Dave Doozer. Wrench is writing in his diary.
Whom it may concern, if anyone.
He says he's an outcast and his life is miserable.
It's because he's a doozer.
Okay, hater, what is with you right now?
These ones don't really do it for me.
Do you even remember this one?
Yeah.
What happens?
They, like, work.
Stop. Can you just give it a chance? I kind of like this one. Plus, Doozers can be cool. Like, Cotterpin's cool. But he's writing in his diary, so somebody will know his side of the story. So he's on his way to the Doozer Dome when he runs into a commotion near the giant columns that support the dome. So apparently, Socket Doozer, I don't have a card for him. I don't really think he does anything except for get into miscellaneous trouble this season. Socket Doozer is down there. He has the hiccups. He must be dismissed. The architect is like, we gotta get him out of there immediately. He's destroyed some of the supports. There's nothing worse for a doozer than getting the hiccups. They make them dizzy and they hop all over the place. This is dangerous in a work environment.
Well, how do you get hiccups anyway?
I'd rather not discuss it.
Cotterpin, my queen. She's like, hey, Wrench, you really wanna know what causes the hiccups?
Well, sure, don't you?
No, because I know already.
You do? Well, come on, Cotterpin, tell.
What do you give me?
He's so that kid who's like, I know where babies really come from. Anyway, he's like, I don't know, I'll let you try my new drill.
It's a deal. Now, listen to this.
So hiccups are caused by jumping up and down a bunch.
That's it?
Now, I don't know all the gory details, but from what I've heard, bouncing up and down makes your insides jiggle. They hit the bottom, they go hick. They hit the top, they go cup. Hiccup.
I love her so much. I love you, Caterpin Doozer.
Well, now you know.
She's like, I'll pick up that drill after my last shift. Gotta go bye.
I don't have a drill.
The hiccup sounded really horrible. She didn't really think about it at the time though. She was so excited about Tower Team F. He was on the same tower team as Turbo. Another one of my favorite doozers. Turbo will go here next to Caterpin. Spot of honor. He was the leader of Tower Team F and one of the greatest doozers around.
Yeah, right.
I can say I agree with this statement. But when the whistle blew to end their shift, their lives changed. Caterpin comes up to tell Tower Team F that the architect needs a good support squad to work on the columns that support the dome. And he wants Tower Team F to become Support Squad A. So, back to Turbo. Turbo is Richard Hunt. And I'm obsessed with him. Turbo, but also Richard Hunt. He looks like a greaser and he's got like these little orange streaks in his hair. He's so funny. What?
I like his look.
See, he's cool.
What else?
French is like, wow, he chose us. And Turbo's like, yeah, of course he did. You know why? Two other doozers that hang out with him. They're also in Support Squad A. I didn't print them though because they kind of do nothing. Tweezer and Scoop are another two. He's like, cause we're red.
No. Because you, me, Tweezer, and Scoop here, we're Rev.
What the hell is Rev? Rev is like doozer cool. They sing a little song.
Talking really Rev, I mean Rev. Not just really Rev, I said Rev. Or just really Rev, but Rev. Certified really Rev.
From what I'm getting from the song anyway, it's doozer cool if you want to simplify it, but also if you want to get a little further with it, it's like when everyone's given up but you're still going, when everybody's stopped but you just started, you got drive, you got moxie, kid. I don't know, that's kind of what I'm getting from it. Cool, but in a driven way. Doozer cool, whatever. Wrench is like, wow, I've never been Rev before, but uh-oh, here come the Fraggles. Wrench is like, run, but the others are like, whoa.
What do you think you're doing?
Wrench is like, you don't think we should go practice our rivets or something? Like anything but be here right now?
Are you joking?
Are you joking? Rivets aren't Rev. It's more fun to spy on Fraggles.
Spying on Fraggles is dangerous.
Dangerous? Support Squad A doesn't worry about dangerous.
Oh, obsessed with this. Support Squad A does not worry about dangerous. They hide as the Fraggles come up. Smokey asked Wembley if he could make anything at all happen right now, what would it be?
Well, I'd get everybody the leap stick.
Oh, come on, Wembley. We did that all day yesterday.
I know, but I'm just getting good at it.
He keeps going floop, floop, floop as he jumps. Don't know why he say that. Support Squad A has been spying. And Turbo's like, you see that little green Fraggle?
Yeah, a real bearing brain.
What? Are you joking? He's a rare specimen, a phenomenon.
He's Rev. That's rare for a Fraggle. That flooping he was doing looks really Rev. And they're like, yeah, that's real Rev. Except for Wrench, he's like, I don't know about this. So he's making his way downtown through the Doozer Dome again. And he's like, in order to be Rev, you gotta think Rev, act Rev, talk Rev. But he wasn't prepared for what happened next. Turbo found a new use for their hydraulic tampers.
So who's the Revit squad around? We are. And what's the Revit thing for the Revit squad to do? Flooping.
So they're pretty much leap sticking.
It's really Rev.
And Wrench is like, bouncing up and down gives doozers hiccups. And Turbo goes,
Support Squad A does not worry about hiccups.
Wrench is like, hiccups are dangerous. And he's like, so Support Squad A does not worry about dangerous.
Okay, I take it all back. I am kind of vibing with him.
Right.
What do we worry about?
Nothing.
Wrench was worried about plenty and flooping the top of that list. He's like, I'm gonna tell him I'm not gonna floop. And he goes up to Turbo, and Turbo's like, flooping sure is Rev. And Wrench is like, sure, right. And he gives him the peer pressure and he starts flooping. Silly's in space. Back in outer space. Doc's all dressed up, ready to go to his interview.
How do I look? Ooh. If I did...
Doc doesn't like dressing up. He'd rather impress people with his intelligence.
Not with my shiny shoes. Well, it's time for me to go now. What? Oh. Wish me luck.
Back in the Doozer Dome, they sing a little song. These are the best Doozer songs, I'm sorry. They have the best Doozer songs in this episode, and they have Turbo in this episode, and Caterpin. Maybe that's not a coincidence. This one kind of sounds like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It's got that vibes to me. But this one kind of goes too. I like this one. But they're flooping. That's what they're doing. That's what the song's about. They flooping. Everybody's doing it. For a minute there, Wrench even forgot about the hiccups until he gets them.
Don't tell me you got hiccups. You got hiccups.
He hears him hiccup and he's like, hey, yo, stay away from him, boys. And Wrench is like, I told you to give everyone hiccups. And they're like, well, it didn't give us hiccups, it gave you hiccups. The whistle blows, which means it's time for another briefing. The architects will be here any minute. So Turbo's like, Wrench, you gotta get out of here. And he's like, well, where do I go? He's like, I don't know, anywhere but here.
My insides are jiggling up and down. Oh, help. I'm dizzy. I can hardly see.
He passes out. Then Cotterin comes up and she hits him with her car.
He was in the way. She's innocent.
She straight runs him over. But he springs back up and he's like, stay away from me.
Oh, gee, that's a nice way to treat your oldest friend.
After she just hit him with her car, she's like, you're not in any trouble, are you? What am I saying? You're never in any trouble.
My life is hanging by a thread. I've got the hiccups.
You do? Wow! Ooh, what does it feel like?
Me? Wow, what's that like? He's just like, awful, stay away from me. And she's like, oh, come on, let me hear one.
I've never heard a hiccup up close.
Well, yeah. Be prepared, it's gruesome.
Okay.
He's just like grunting, it's not happening. And she's like, you do not have hiccups. Liar, come on, you're late for your briefing. And he's like, I'm cured. Wrench is like, great. What now? Turbo's not gonna listen to me. He's too red to even get hiccups. He's like, oh, maybe I'm just crazy. He's trying to like gaslight himself into thinking that he was wrong about the whole thing. And then he sees something blocking the road. Dear nephew Gobo. It's a postcard from Uncle Matt. Matt tries to blend in as best as he can in the silly creature world. The other day, he can't stop doing that. He notices some silly creatures forming a long line for no apparent reason.
As it seemed to be the thing to do, I joined the line.
And then he realizes they're climbing into a large moving beast.
I decided I could no longer participate. Help! We're all being eaten! We're being eaten!
Let me out of here!
But he escapes with his dignity. He knows now that just because silly creatures are doing something doesn't mean that he has to do it too. The only part Wrench understood was that last part, but that's okay, that's really all he needs. He goes back to the squad.
Your floop stick away.
And Wrench is like, I refuse to floop.
Come again?
He's like, if we floop, we'll all get hiccups and ruin everything.
We've got to stop flooping before it's too late.
He's like, what are you doing?
I'm flooping. And why? Because I'm Rev, which is more than I can say for you.
Trevor's like, okay, are you with us or not? Last chance. And Wrench is like, nah. So, bad news. Doc didn't get the job.
How's that bad news? Now he can do whatever he wants.
Well, he said they thought that he was overqualified.
The way I looked, I probably wouldn't like doing any of the dirty work around the place, like plumbing. I told her as nicely as possible that I adore plumbing.
And she said he was probably too nice. Yeah, as he freaking grabs Sprocket. Step off. But he's like, I'm gonna go back there and give that lady a piece of my mind. Anyway, Wrench says that's his story. Now he's all alone because he won't fluke, and there's nothing he can do about it. Whistle blows once again. It's time for Support Squad Egg to report to work. He wishes he didn't have to go. On the job site, Wrench hears Scoop start to hiccup.
Scoop Doozer, you got hiccups. He's got hiccups.
Tell Wrench we're ignoring him.
And Wrench is like, you can't ignore the hiccups. You could be next. And what do you know? He was next. Turbo starts to hiccup. Everyone but Wrench has hiccups now. And they're supposed to start tamping the foundation. I'm not fluent in Doozer. I don't know what that means, but they gotta do it. Wrench is like, you can't start now or I'll tell the architect.
Tell him we've been flooping. Don't forget you were flooping too.
Oh, and this run that Turbo does. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. It's such a specific run that Richard Hunt does, and it makes me laugh every single time. It's the Richard run. I can't get into this. I have picked out specific things that each of the puppeteers do, and like I've kind of dubbed them things. That's so weird. That's the Richard run. Don't start. Don't start. Okay, sorry. Anyway, Turbo's hiccups are just getting worse and worse. He starts destroying the towers. The whole Doozer Dome starts shaking because the structure's all fucked again. An alarm is blaring like it's bad. It's an emergency. Turbo is stuck under some wrecked construction, and Wrench goes to see if he's okay. And
Wrench, get me out of here.
So Wrench moves all the stuff off of him. Up in the Doozer Dome, the other two, Weezer and Scoop, they're like, yeah, we all got the hiccups except for Wrench. He was right, we should have listened to him. And Wrench and Turbo are lifted up. Everybody's okay, everything's fine.
Hi.
Wrench is carting Turbo through the Doozer Dome. And Turbo's like, gee, it's really nice of you to talk to me at all.
Seeing as I was really mean to you.
Mean? Are you joking?
You were absolutely rotten.
He's like, yeah, well, you don't think Rev, act Rev, talk Rev, look Rev.
I know, Turbo, but if being Rev means being like you, then Wrench Doozer doesn't worry about Rev.
And I don't care what you think either. Turbo's like, damn, really? Even if I think that you're right for that? Not even if I think that was the Revest thing you could have done?
Well,
Friends?
Friends.
And so it is. They're friends. Back with Doc and Sprocket. Doc's back.
Oh no.
He actually did get the job. After he gave her a firm talking to, I guess. She changed her mind.
She was interested in who I am. I think I'll see if she wants to have dinner with me tonight. Well, she'll just have to take me as I am.
Something's up. Yeah? Something's up. He's just interested in this lady at this point. Peer pressure. Need I really say more on this one? Pretty on the nose, I feel. I do like how Wrench is still Rev at the end of the day, just for being himself, sticking to his morals. I guess who cares about being cool, but like, cool is relative. Being cool is him doing his own thing, like him being himself. He knows who he is, and that's awesome. Wrench is really Rev. Episode 23, Boober's Quiet Day. Okay, so surprise. Not a very good surprise. I have to give a warning for this one. For a slur, the word starts with a G and is offensive to Romani people. It is something in this episode we can't avoid, and I don't think that it would be right to avoid. So, here's the thing, here's the deal. I will not be saying the word, I'm gonna replace it. I just wanna say, let's remember that it's the 80s with the nature of this show. I don't think that they intend to cause harm with this. I know that they are using it in the sense of like, a fortune teller, traveling artist or musician type character. And I know that that was kind of a prominent like character type at the time. But it is like this though, so we can't really get around it. Acknowledge that it's here and that we know it's wrong. That's where we're at. That's the heads up. It is part of this episode. Doc zooms in, answers the phone so frantically. It's Ned, Schimmelfinny. Doc tells him that he had to take Sprocket to the vet for a flea bath. So bad news, no Sprocket this episode. No. I'm sorry, please stick with me. It is a good episode. I know that's crazy that I said all that and I say it's a good episode. Stick with me, all right? Doc's like, I can manage a day without him. He says this as he goes to feed him.
For once?
Right. He's like, it'll probably be a nice quiet day without him. In the Rock, Boober's chillaxing. Laundry's done. He's got a plate of potato cookies and a cup of moss rind tea. It's gonna be a nice day for him too, and honestly, that does sound nice.
Sounds boring.
He drifts off to sleep. Then you hear the little jester bell jingles of Sidebottom. Really like how when he first appears, he's just like a colorful outline. Boober's like, no, not this guy.
Sidebottom, at your service. I don't want you at my service.
Boober just wants a quiet day. Sidebottom's sick of quiet days. He wants fun and shenanigans.
And so are you. What we want is some real knock-around, dance-em-up fun and shenanigans.
I hate that.
Boober gets shaken awake and Sidebottom jumps on him. He's like, I'm going with you. Tosh, this little fraggle played by Trish Leeper, who is the body performer of Mogorg, she woke Boober up to tell him that there's a rumor that well, here it is already. The old lady. They are using a choice word there, and we don't choose that word here. So we're gonna replace that word. And she is going to be, for this episode, the old fortune teller lady.
The one who tells fortunes and sings those great songs?
That is how she is described. We're just gonna call her the old fortune teller lady. Tosh comes to tell him that there's a rumor that the old fortune teller lady is returning to the Rock. Tosh is like, oh, well, I'd love to go look for her, but I can't because of my pet beast.
Oh, thank you, Boober. Huh? I knew you'd look after him for me.
Well, yeah, but whoa!
And Boober is like holding the beast back on the rope, like fighting for his life. He's in a split at the doorway.
For any other time, believe me, I'd do it.
Oh, I believe you. You can drop his rope, I'll get it.
Boober's like, why'd I do that? I never lie. He's got nowhere to be. And Sidebottom appears.
I made you do it.
Boober's like, oh my god, Sidebottom, you're supposed to be in my dreams. And he's like, I sneaked out.
Time for us to cut loose, Boober. But I do not want to cut loose. Yes, you do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Dave Goals is puppeteering both, by the way. They ended up blue screening him in. He's like, oh my god, I let you out for 1 minute and you already got me lying. He's like, what's the harm? It's just a little lie. You don't want to take care of that beast anyway. Loki shows up.
This is gonna be fun!
Something about me is that I have a weak spot for a crazy ass laugh. I don't know what that's about. Moki was just wondering where Boober was going. And he's like, oh, I'm not going anywhere. And she's like, oh, well, it's funny. I just ran into Tosh and she said that you were taking a trip today.
Oh, that going. Yes, I am. Yes, going.
Where?
Just a minute. Where am I going?
Sidebottom is like stanced up for a sec.
Oh, he can fight.
For sure, like he's done it before.
Like, I think he's killed.
Only because he had to, though.
That's what he'd tell ya.
Boober says what Sidebottom said to say, and he's like, to the Lilac Cavern to collect bleach nuts for your laundry. My laundry.
But Boober, that's a long trip. It's an overnight.
I know. I mean, well, that's why I have to pack.
Moki calls him back out and is like, actually, can you do me a favor? Next to the Lilac Cavern is the cave where the dreidel bugs nest. Dreidel nests make great ink. So could you pick her up like half a dozen? And he's like, sure. But now they have to go trudging all the way to the Lilac Cavern just because Sidebottom lied. I'm so obsessed with how jingly Sidebottom is, and also his movements are so funny.
Oh, you are really having a wonderful time. I know, because I'm part of you and I'm having a ball.
The storyteller is walking by. Boober's like, okay, shit, get in. And they become one again.
Get in. No, not that way, the other way around.
She's like, who are you talking to? And Boober's like, huh? Nobody. So by chance, do you happen to have any dreidel nests on you? She's like, oh yeah, sure. So he got the dreidel nests from the storyteller. That's not a problem anymore. Back at his cave, now Red runs up and she says that Moki's gonna hold an overnight chant-a-thon at her cave. So she's like, I know you're taking a trip tonight, so like, could I maybe stay here?
No!
Oh, Rats, how come?
How come?
He's like, actually, no, because I already loaned the cave to the old fortune teller lady. Another lie. Now Gobo and Wembley come up and they're calling out for Boober. And Boober's like, oh god, hide. Gobo and Wembley peek into his cave and they're like, oh, he must have left already. But we know the fortune teller lady's gonna be here. We know the perfect place to throw a surprise party for her. And Boober's like, what do we do now? And Sidebottom's like, oh, well, obviously pretend you're the fortune teller lady.
Are we doing drag?
And Boober just passes out. Sidebottom's like, don't worry, we're having a great time. Back with just Doc. Sorry, Doc, I don't mean to be a hater. I just really love your dog. Sure is a nice quiet day.
I hate nice quiet days.
He eats a dog biscuit? Hey, man. All Boober wanted was a quiet day.
How could you do this to me? The question is, how could you do this to you?
Sidebottom's like, what's so bad about this anyway? And Boober's like, I can't be someone I'm not.
You want to bet? Yeah.
So he turns Boober into... well, kinda me.
What have you done? Actually, Boober, it's quite an attractive disguise. Wait a minute. A peg leg.
With a peg leg.
And the squeaky shoe, huh?
Wow. How'd he do that?
Well, like, he's magic.
Yeah, all that, but like, he did good.
Oh.
He really got your hair.
I mean, true. It's the accessories, too. Fully unplanned. I started dressing like this more, too, like before I even rewatched this episode. And I forgot what she looked like. Just like poofed him into that. Boober is now the old fortune teller lady. And he's so jingly. I love the sounds. And it seems like Boober does, too. Not gonna lie, he might be having a little fun.
He loves it.
Moki comes by, though. And Sidebottom launches him out at Moki. And that, of course, freaks her out.
Morning.
She's just like, oh, everyone said you would be here. Whereas the fortune teller lady, he's like pulling this accent.
What can I do for you?
Moki's like, I came to talk to you about Boober. I'm worried about him because he took a trip to the Lilac Cavern. And he's like, oh, Boober will be fine. And she's like, oh, that's really reassuring coming from you. But like, I think that I'm gonna go follow him just to make sure. He's like, I don't even think he's gonna spend the night.
He's just gonna rush right there and rush right back.
And Moki's like, all in one day? He's gonna be exhausted. And Gobo runs up telling Moki something about the surprise party. And Boober tries to like hide his face from Gobo real quick. And him fluffing his hair like that is just me this whole video. He's like trying to shut Gobo up. She's like, Gobo, I want to introduce you to the old fortune teller lady who was right here.
Hi there. I was just saying that.
And Moki's like, you were just telling me about your Uncle Matt's postcard, right? And he's like, right. Uncle Matt continues to find odd things in outer space with the help of his trusty disguises. Silly creatures have
A strong affection for a simple piece of cloth called a napkin.
They put them on their legs when they eat.
They actually kiss this unimpressive object.
He cannot understand this behavior, so he spends a few quiet moments alone with a napkin.
But I'm happy to report, I remain unaffected.
Moki's like, oh, could you excuse us, like, real quick? Gobo is sensing something's up, but we move. Boober runs back to his cave and rips the wig off, and he's like, this is awful. Now they've seen me as the old fortune teller lady. They're gonna expect me to be here all night for the whole party. Now I gotta keep this up the whole time. And Sidebottom's like, true, but you also gotta take this off first so you can go give Moki those dreidel nests, remember?
That's better. Now relax. Right.
So in Red and Milky's cave, Milky's like, wow, Boober, I can't believe you really went all the way there and back today.
You know, never dawdle. That's my motto.
She goes to get water to soak them in to make the ink. Red's like, really went there today. It's a whole day's hike just to get there.
You're not even out of breath.
Well, I am a little bit. Gotta run.
Sidebottom is asleep in his cave. Boober wakes him up and he's like, actually, this is kind of fun. I won't lie. Telling our friends these silly little stories.
Actually, they're lies. Oh, harmless little lies.
A little switch up. And then Tosh comes in again and she's like, oh, Boober, you're back. So you can take care of my beast now. And the beast is here and it has a cute little bow on. I'm just gonna call Boober as the fortune teller lady, Madam Boober, as a nod to Madam Trash Heap. We didn't get her much this season and I miss her. Fortune teller Boober is just a lot to say. So Madam Boober is back and she's tickling the beast's chin.
I told you we wanted baby talk and chin tickling. Wonderful. I wish somebody would care about what I want for a change.
Sidebottom's like, will you please admit that I'm part of you? And Boober's like, all right. But then he's like, where is everyone? Shouldn't they be here by now? And Sidebottom's like, you can hardly wait for this party. You wanna be the fortune teller lady.
No, I don't. In fact, while I still have the chance, I'm gonna sneak right out of here and hide in some dark tunnel.
He goes to do that, but everybody pops out at him at the same time. And they're like, surprise!
Your legend lives in Fraggle Rock, and your coming is an honor for us.
And Madam Boober's like, yeah, well, it's a real fun thing for me to be here, but I might have to leave. Like, now. The legend says, you can tell a Fraggle's fortune by reading the shapes of their tails.
Have a look at the tip. There's always something good in the tip. Oh, look at what he say!
And she just tells them things that Boober already knows. But now Madam Boober is like,
I cannot read no more fortunes tonight.
Morris, please.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
And she runs back into the cave to Sidebottom. It's like, they want me to sing a song. And Sidebottom's like, nah, we know one. You got this. And she's back out there shaking her ass. Just kidding, she's shaking a tambourine and singing a song. Is it bad that I really like this song? So the song is called I Sniff the Rose.
I sniff the rose. I sniff the rose. Which quickly goes. Which quickly goes. I taste the rain. I tasted the rain. It's gone again. It's gone again.
It's really catchy. Also, I kind of fuck with her. I'm sorry. It's kind of passed back and forth between Boober and Sidebottom.
I kiss a friend. I kiss a friend. Who leaves me then? Who leaves me then? I'm all alone. I'm all alone again.
It's a fun one. I think she's just saying that like the life of a traveling musician or artist is not what it's cracked up to be. She's kind of been through it. Real quick, then Boober comes back into his cave and he's like, ooh, this is my kind of music.
Oh, it's our kind of music.
So they merge and they go back out and they sing some more. You might think the fortune teller lady life is like free and easy. She can have anything she wants, be anything she wants. Be careful what you wish for.
The more you get, the more you seem to lose.
There's no secret to her being able to do the things that she does. Her life has been hard and she calls upon that to create her art and to sing her song, if that makes sense. Everything is fleeting. Life is fluid. To live a life truly free, you must accept this and make sacrifices. To feel pain is to know that you're alive. Sucks, but also, I don't know, I think this song kind of slaps. As she's finishing this song though, Tosh comes in with the real actual fortune teller lady. She's like, look who I found. And Boober hides behind Gobo. And the real lady's like, I thought I was the only fortune teller lady around here. And he's like, well, the thing about that is that you are, and he takes the wig off. They're literally all just like, Boober, why? Like, why did you do all that? And he's like, well, I lied to Tosh, and then I lied to Moki, and then I lied to Red, and then I lied to Gobo.
All because there is no such thing as one little harmless lie.
And he's like, I just wanted a nice quiet day. And they're like, why didn't you just say that? You could have just asked. Come on, everybody, let's just leave Boober alone. Let him have his quiet day. And he's like, huh? I could have just asked? Hey, Sidebottom, all we had to do was ask. And he's like, yeah, but didn't we have a great time? And Boober's like, true.
Well, I'm glad you're finally admitting it. You know, if your dull side would cooperate with your fun side, both sides of us could have a good time without the lying.
Boober's like, you're right, I'll try to let you out to cut loose every once in a while. And Sidebottom's like, well, I'll leave you alone so you can have your quiet day. Watch the dust settle, whatever you do.
Thanks for coming. Are you kidding? I never leave.
Doc's pacing around like, oh, should I call? I'll just ask to speak to Sprocket.
No, they think I'm crazy.
And then he gets a call from the vet. How cute Sprocket wanted to talk to him.
How are you?
But now he's going to pick him up. So, yay. Okay, so this one I feel like is getting at a couple different things here. First off, Sidebottom's here. So of course we have a commentary on the many aspects of oneself. You can't repress a part of yourself. It's just gonna cause more harm than good to yourself and to others. Boober just makes a bunch of bad decisions. He's on like a bad decision speed run this episode. He just wants a quiet day, but he can't just be honest with anyone, even himself. Likely because he feels bad wanting time to himself. So he lies, and he lies, and he lies again. And just so many lies, just racking up the lies. A bunch of little lies, but are they really little lies when you're lying to actually everyone, including yourself? He refuses to cooperate with Sidebottom. Refuses to admit that he's part of him. But he finally accepts it when he realizes that he is having fun. But he's out there all dressed up, fooling his friends, singing a song. Something that had him so anxious all day, but something that scares you can be really fun. Like, both things can be true. Boober and Sidebottom are complete opposites, and yet they are one. This episode had a harmful word and stereotype in it, but also has a really good message, I feel. Both exist at once, both can be true. In the end, all Boober had to do was ask what he wanted instead of having to lie to get it. If both sides of him cooperated, he'd be able to admit what he really needed and would be able to just cut loose and have fun as well as have a quiet day sometime. You can do both. Episode 24, the invasion of the toe ticklers. Doc's pissed. One week the bed and breakfast is open, and the next week they're digging up the street in front of their house to put in a new gas main.
And making a terrible racket.
Doc doesn't give a shit. He likes digging in the pile of dirt that's out front. He's also been chewing on something, and Doc's like, give it.
Yes, you. Come on, spit it out, boy.
Dude, this is a fossil. You get this in the front yard? There's no fossils out here, girl. I'm sorry. The gas company must be excavating a fossil bed. They can't do that. They could be destroying an early record of life on this planet. Doc's like, I gotta call him and let him know. Moki is in her favorite place in the whole world. It is very beautiful. I really like this whole shot. It's really pretty. She's writing about it in her diary. You can see the Gorg's castle in the background. She sings a song. I really like this one. It's like kind of spooky sounding, but like the lyrics are really pretty and really nice.
You can reach out, feel the love, the joy.
Basically, she's saying when everything feels like too much, you can reach out to the people that you love. You can reconnect with nature. You can find the beauty in that. And oh, I love. She just wishes everyone could feel what she's feeling right now. And I get you, girl. I get you, girl. And this little furry thing starts crawling around by her and tickling her toes. It's a toe tickler. It makes like little squeaks. It's eating all the little white flowers that are around. Moki gives it one and she's like, oh, now we're friends.
I'm Moki Fraggle and you are, Agnes. Agnes the toe tickler, yes?
She runs away and Moki follows her. And then a bunch of the other little critters come out of nowhere. With the Gorgs, Ma Gorg orders Pa and Junior to protect these white flowers that she has in her garden.
They are the same flowers I had in my bridal bouquet, remember?
I love her. Every time they bloom, a bunch of these little furry creatures come out of nowhere and they swarm in to eat them. And that bothers her. So she's like, if you see any of these little furry pests, you gotta spray them with this poison gun.
The king of the universe does not hang around spraying for bugs.
So he pawns it off on Junior. Typical.
Those furry little bugs will wish they'd never been born.
Moki hears this and she's furious. She's like, don't worry, Agnes, I won't let them hurt you. She picks her up and carries her back to the rock with her. Gobo's running along, calling for Moki. He gets to the Great Hall, sees a bunch of fraggle. He's like, you guys seen Moki? And they're like, nah, I just had this postcard I wanted to read to her. Gobo reads the postcard anyway.
What does it say? Dear nephew Gobo.
Oh, she'll like that.
Whenever Matt gets the chance to appreciate nature, he seizes the opportunity. I love him kissing on this tree. Today, he discovered a place of forgotten treasures. A bunch of trees with trash thrown in them. They abandoned this place and decide to leave all their treasures. He finds a silly creature and tries to make matters right. He dumps a bunch of trash like on them, and they just dump Matt in the trash. So they all hear the squeaks of the toe tickler and Moki coming in, and they're all like, hey dude, what is that thing? Moki's like, this is Agnes the toe tickler.
Come on, Agnes, get your stuff.
But she's tickling all their toes. Moki's like, can you believe it? The Gorg wanted to kill her. So I'm gonna keep her. She's very hungry though, and she's eating like everything in sight. And then they hear a bunch of other toe ticklers coming into the rock, and they get like swarm. There's a ton of them in here now. They're not that mad about it though because everyone's just getting tickled and they're like, ah ha 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 ha, so silly and fun. Meanwhile, Doc is getting off the phone and Sprocket tries to chew on the fossil again.
Sort it out. Oh, Sprocket, this is so exciting.
This gets me every time. It's the way that his nose squishes up against the book. I just think it's so funny. I don't know why. It's the way his nose squishes. That's it. But Doc was talking to the guy at the geology department at the university and they're putting a stop work order on the construction project. If it wasn't for Sprocket's discovery, they would have destroyed a record of Earth's early history.
Sprocket, you're a hero. Oh.
And that little arm pump he do is another thing. There are movements that these puppeteers do that I catch in every puppet that they touch. Miss Ardath calls the lady at the bed and breakfast, you know her, and Doc tells her that he stopped them from putting the gas main in, and she yells at him. She's like, if we don't get the gas main in, we literally can't open the bed and breakfast. We literally can't have central heating, idiot. They're gonna be out of job. Nice going. He's like, ooh, didn't think about that. I'll fix it, it's fine, I'll fix it.
All because of a petrified little creature that lived here 400 million years ago. Oh, Sprocket, what am I gonna do?
Back in the rock, the toe ticklers are still coming in from the Gorg's garden. It's an infestation at this point.
A miracle of nature, Gobo. We provide the tools, they provide the tickle. Hey, everybody, let's celebrate.
And they all sing a little song. You were born to laugh. The invasion continues. They're all laughing like crazy. Junior's out in the garden. He's not finding any bugs. He's like, wonder what happened to him. Haven't seen one all day. Flowers half bloomed.
Ugh. Oh, they smell like old socks.
Ma comes out and comes over and she's like, ew.
Oh, it is. What a ghastly smell.
And they're crowding up the radishes. Actually, you know what? Get rid of these things. So Junior goes to try to pull the stinky flowers out of the ground, but they're like really stuck in there. The Fraggles are experiencing chaos. The toe ticklers are just eating everything in sight.
They're ravenous! They're gonna eat us out of cave and tunnels!
Overcrowding everything. Gobo's like, this is out of control. And Moki's like, well, I have a good relationship with Agnes. Maybe I'll just talk to her.
Moki, you're dreaming. These things are on the rampage.
They don't belong here. We gotta figure this out. This is not gonna work. Suddenly Agnes stands up and like shakes so violently and makes like an alien noise and a signal to all the others. They all like follow her. Gobo's got an idea to herd them into Chimney Hole Cavern. They'd be out of trouble down there. Jump on them and they like ride them like horses. But they herd them into the cavern and wall it up with a rock. Moki's like, you can't do this. What do they eat in there? And Gobo's like, there's plenty of cave moss. If they call it Chimney Hole Cavern because there's a hole at the top, like they'll be able to get out the top. And Moki's like, it's a long way to the top. And
sure, for a Fraggle it's a long way, but for a hungry toe tickler it's no problem. When they get hungry, they'll move out.
And she starts crying a little. And Gobo's like, don't worry, it'll be okay. Like, it'll be fine.
Well, I know you did your best for those little critters, but it just didn't work out.
And they all leave. I just noticed that Moki has a little pouch tied to her necklace in this episode. The things that are on her necklace change occasionally. I think it's like a soda tab or something that's on her necklace, but it'll swap out occasionally. What's in the pouch? Anyway, Moki is talking through the rock at Agnes, and she's like, this is wrong, I can't just leave you in there. She tries to move the rock. She uses her whole body to push it, and then like a bunch of rocks start to crumble and fall, but she goes in anyway. Inside the cave, there's a bunch of killer clowns cocoons. Just kidding. They're just really big cocoons. They look very cool. They're very like iridescent and like kind of cobwebby. I like them. But Moki's looking for Agnes, and she hears one of the cocoons making a sound, and she's like, oh no, that's her.
Something strange is happening and I don't understand it.
Oh, I guess the only thing I could do is carry you out of here, even if it takes me the rest of my life. She goes to try to pick up the cocoon, or like, I guess take it down. But she gets it and she falls, and a bunch more rocks start to crumble. Ed hears the sound of this, and she comes running back like, what was that? But she finds Moki's bag on the ground, and she's like, oh, she definitely went in there. And she's like, oh shit, she's caught in a cave-in, so she runs to go get help. Moki in the cave. No Fraggle has ever made it to the top of Chimney Hole Cavern, and she doesn't think that they're ever gonna move that rock slide.
Oh, Agnes. It doesn't look good.
It's like, I only meant to save you. I'm so sorry.
Just didn't know. There are so many things I didn't know.
And she sings her song from earlier, but it sounds like sadder. And the cocoon starts to hum and glow. And sort of like the rest of them. The Fraggles, they run towards the cave and they're like, oh my god, I hope she's okay. Like, let's move these rocks. Back with Moki, a cocoon breaks and a critter emerges. So many feathers. Moki's like, it's magic. And the thing comes out and it's this beautiful, like, jellyfish-like creature. Oh my god, all the creatures in this show, like, even just like the one-off ones. Oh, the designs of everything in like Jim Henson universes. All the creatures. Let me in the creature shop. Fuck. I'm actually really fun and chill. Sorry. Anyway, the thing comes out and it's this beautiful creature, but they float up and out of the chimney hole cavern. Moki's like, oh, you're free. I'll stay here and wave goodbye, I guess. But then Agnes comes down and she carries her out. Her little yippee. I love her so much. But she lands in her space from the beginning. And she chases after Agnes. Junior is still trying to pull the stink flowers out of the ground. And Pa comes out and he's like, did you get rid of those yet?
I'm trying to put them up, Daddy.
Oh, it looks like you've been planning them. Oh.
And Ma's like, oh, it's all your fault. You should have never killed those little fuzzy things. And they all bicker. But then they hear a sound. They're like, what that? And they see the jellyfish creatures. They're called purple sproingers. They float down. They eat all the flowers away. So they're like, wow, the miracle in nature. They've never seen this before. Moki watches and her tail is going. Ma's like, oh, these are my favorite garden creatures.
So much prettier than those dreadful little fuzzy things. Those gorgs may be large, but they sure don't see the big picture.
The Fraggles are still trying to move that rock.
I'm out here!
Well, fine, grab a rock then. Moki!
We thought you were trapped. She's like, oh, I was. They're like, how'd you get out? And she's like, Agnes did it. Wait till I tell you, it's amazing. Doc is back. He says best case scenario, people solve their problems by working out compromise. And that's what happened today. They figured out a new route for the line. He talked to everybody involved, and I guess they just have to move it a little closer to the workshop to not disturb the fossil bed. Holy shit, man. Give him the fossil. Give Sprocket the fossil. He's gonna have a stroke. Give him the fossil. He will all over the world to see the fossils they collect here. All they gotta do now is find a new place for Sprocket's doghouse. And Sprocket's like, no, but then he gives him the fossil and everything is fine. I think it's cute and fitting that we wrap up the season with an episode about the importance of understanding the bigger picture, especially before making decisions. Good intentions won't necessarily prevent you from causing harm, especially without the proper knowledge. It happens all the time. Actually, the last episode is a good example of that too. But back to this episode, one little action could set off a whole bunch of problems. Butterfly effect, purple springer effect, something like that. This episode also touches on the beauty of nature and how things are all connected that way as well. I don't really have a ton to say about this episode, I won't lie. It's not one of my favorites. I do like what it stands for and like how it's done, but like I guess in the grand scheme of things, it's like not one of my faves. It's a little, to me, you know? I don't hate it. So we've wrapped up all the episodes by now. We are gonna take a little break for a second. I'm gonna go into the song ranking for season 2. So I'll pass that to other me. Hey. Okay, so I'm in the past right now. I have yet to film the rest of this video. This is the first thing I've done. But right now, where we are together currently in this moment, we have just finished season 2. I just talked about all of these technically, but I just have to rank them. I don't know, you were there with me for the first one, so I don't gotta do all that setup, whatever. You know my ranking system, you know my rules. Same thing applies. Let's just get it, all right? I fear that all of these are gonna be an S tier. A little scared, actually. And silver and softly and soon sleep by the light of the moon. S, my baby boy. You can fly if you try. Really catchy, really cute, B tier. We're really speed running this one. I'm never alone, I'll never feel lonely. S. I really like this one. S. Sorry. Oh no, there's like too many good ones. The Remembering song, they're so cute. Are you kidding? The tune will come up later. I want to do S. This one is so cute. I want to do S. Oh, we're gonna really have to jam them up in here. Perfect Day. Farrell Wembley. He's so cute. He's so cute. Ready to be. Where is the wisdom? Where is the truth? Where is the garbage of time? We'll hit that one with A. Garbage of Time can go in A. And I like that they gave Philo and Gunge, like that whole song. Bring back the wonder we knew long ago. S, dude. I cry during that one. And I sing it all the time, so S. Listen to my soul, shame. D, that one's okay. Welcome back, Uncle Matt. Welcome home, welcome home. Oh, the faster part is the whatever that is. That part is fun. I'm sorry, I don't like putting on an F, but I think that one's an F. Everybody's doing it in Blueberry's Dream. I'm gonna put this in D. I'm really sorry, Sidebottom. Oh. Dream a Dream. This one I'm gonna admit some freak shit right now. This one is so beautiful to me. Higher than S tier. The other thing with me, I can't listen to this song because I will go back and listen to it like 5 times to specifically pick out each of their voices. Of all the things that I've said in this whole video, that's weird. I'm good. I'm really perfectly healthy and normal. I'm higher than S tier. Dream a dream. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows what you see? Actually, you know what? B. A minstrel out of stone, make him out of rag and bone. I get distracted at this one every single fucking time, and you know why. S. I have a problem. I need a lobotomy. Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, okay. Lose Your Heart is found. Oh, all the Cantus episodes really get me. Lose Your Heart is found is also S. I'm not joking. Every time I hear him, I fucking cry. Jim Henson does something to my brain.
I don't care what they say.
S. I love you, Cotter Pen. They can't all be S. Come on, they can't all be S. What is this? Yes, we really, really can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. It's really catchy, but really repetitive, so I'm gonna hit it with C. The Rumblebug hum. Well, I actually can't say those words that fast. B. Very fun. Only Way Home. Jerry Nelson, How I Love You. I'm just going off of my gut feeling here on this one. I'm gonna hit this one with A. The Gorgs saying goodbye, their boohoo bullshit. We march along till we meet with our destiny. D. The dum-de-dum, doom-de-doom, that's always gonna be in D. That's what D stands for, is dum-de-dum, doom-de-doom. I knew I was good. And you know this one's good, it's A. I thought I was so clever. I thought I was so smart. I know it's gonna go in S tier. That one's been stuck in my head for like the second half of me scripting this video. I've had Wise to Myself in my head. Count on Me. This one's really cute, and I really like Sprocket's Howling Along. It's honestly not my fave musically. I don't know. It's not so bad though, so we'll hit it with a C. Is it true? Is it true? Not because I told you so. This one's growing on me. We're gonna go with C for this one too. Choose Your Building Song. I don't really like this one. I'm sorry. I like that they blow raspberries at each other, but that's about it. I don't really love this one, so this one's an F. Sorry to the doozers. 1 and 1 and 1 are 3. Can you sing as high as me? I'm the one that won. S. The Rules song. But honestly, I don't love it. It's like not my fave. We'll hit it with B. We'll do B. Oh, the clown concerto. I just love that they were like, yeah, convincing John is gonna have them all be clowns. I just love that. What a crossover of my interests. It's pretty similar to the other Convincing John songs, so I'm gonna do A for this one. Easter eyes on this. Tiger and a Terror. This one is actually in my head forever, so S because I think of it every day. Choose right, move right. I literally can't put everything in S, so we're gonna do A for this one. Follow the road. As I say, I can't put everything in S. Oh my god, there's like 3 in a row. There's 3 in a row that are S. Leaving, there's no grieving, just a rainbow in the sky. S. Dream girl lover, oh, you love me too. You know what I'm doing. Only when I make believe. Oh world, oh time, oh woe. It's time to part, I know. Sorry, we go from an S streak to F. I'm sorry, I don't really love this one. Down in Fraggle Cave, I kind of fuck with this one. It's really, really short though, so I'm docking it for that. B. Here's my thing with this song, if it happened to you. I really like Red's part. We start off really cool, and it sounds like kind of spooky. And then the World's Oldest Fraggle kind of fucks the whole thing up for me. I don't know, like I'm really vibing with Red, and then the World's Oldest Fraggle comes in, and I'm like, man, you lost me, dude. What a funny world. You know how I like this one. I talked about this one during the episode that it was in. So yeah, I'm putting it in A. Sunlight and shadow and oak trees, bravado. S. Stuff Samba is such a funny one to me because of Philo. This one's kind of catchy, so Stuff Samba, I'm gonna go with B. Shine on Me, or the Glory Song. Learn to sing the golden sun to shine. S. Take it away, throw this stuff out. I like C for this one. Spring cleaning, spring cleaning, spring cleaning. That's one of my favorites this whole season. S. Sorry. Oh my god, you can't even fit this up here. We'll do it on the side. Stop with the ones that I like, jeez. And don't expect to find no peaches on that cherry tree. You can't thump, really can't thump a fraggle, you can't see. Hey, I like that one a lot. This is another episode that has some songs that I'm just like not thrilled about, but I do like the episode. Somewhere There's a Special Place. I'm sorry. This one does not do it for me. Same with the next one, which is Sharon, You're Not Alone. Not my favorite at all. This one's also an F. I don't like those ones. I'm really sorry. Friends Till the End. This one is so cute. This song is B. The front and back race is so interesting to me because of the lyrics. The fuck are we on about? What are we talking about? I love it. Who made those words up? But like the song itself like is kind of nothing. So Doc and Riv. really rev. This one might be C. It's kind of a little bit of a bop. Oh, I skipped one. Oh my god, I skipped one. Holy shit, how'd I skip one? I skipped Trash is Back in Town from like way earlier. I'm sorry, I totally like skipped over it. That one's D, I think. I just like don't give her the best songs. Back to Where We Were, the flooping song, I think is gonna be a C. This one's fun too. I Sniff the Rose. Don't kill me for this. I really like this song. I still really like this song. I'm gonna dock it for those things, but I don't know. I think it's A. Joy, this one is really interesting. It sounds like almost a little unsettling, but I really like it, and I think it's really pretty. I'm gonna hit this with B. And then last song, I'm so sorry to do it again. We ended on like not the loveliest note for season 1, and we're gonna do it again now. You Were Born to Laugh is like almost one of my least favorites, I think. I'm so sorry. It's F. Totally. For Shirley. That is my season 2 Fraggle Rock song ranking. We'll do it again here. This is my season 2 Fraggle Rock song ranking. I got a couple more things to say before I like actually wrap up though, so let me hand it to future me. So I noticed something. Noticing signs and patterns and the interconnectedness of everything. But for real, I knew this was a thing, but I didn't know how much of a thing it was until I was editing. There are so many similarities between like the songs in the show. Almost reuse a tune and then like adjust it slightly. I don't even know if this was on purpose or if I'm just making shit up. I don't even know anymore. So the ones that I've caught, anyway, I know I mentioned earlier Perfect Day and Muck and Goo being kind of similar. And I love that they're both kind of like silly little nonsense songs. And the ones that are similar, I each kind of parallel each other, if that makes sense. Oh, there's also Kick a Stone and The Way I Gotta Go. Smokey Doesn't Know What to Do. Cotterpin Knows Exactly What to Do. Love that. This one I might totally be making up, but stay with me, all right? Trash is Back in Town and Choose Right, Move Right. Hold on. But like the part specifically, I've been up and I've been down, I've been dragged all over town, trying to find a place to lay my head. If I had some kind of key, if I knew which way to be, maybe I could find the road ahead. Do you hear it? That's like the only part though, really. I can't think of any other parallels between this one. My favorite one though, I was so excited when I realized this. Dream a Dream and Shine on Me. Those are two of my faves this season. And it's the part that's what makes dreamers feel. Dreams are more than real. Why does dreaming keep revealing what our lives conceal? Sing it like a bird. Sunlight in my words, learn to sing the golden sun to shine. The fact that Dream a Dream is like the song that they sing to like share their dream, and then Shine on Me wakes them all up from potentially being asleep forever. I don't know. It's so good. It's so cute. And I love this show so much. I don't think that I will ever in my life be able to say that enough. I didn't think that it could get worse. That like how much I love this show. Oh my god, it can get worse. Okay, so before I like actually wrap this all up, I want to start to add something to these videos. I want to start doing some stars of the show, aka my faves this season. Just real quick before we wrap up, I've got a couple categories for faves. Obviously, we know who my favorite main character this season was. Enough. We've heard enough. I thought I'd come on for this outro and I'd be like, yeah, I'm so sorry, I don't know what was going on with me this video. It's still going on with me. My favorite side character this season, Cotterpin, of course. I love Cotterpin so much. I love the whole concept of her character, and then like her personality just makes it so much better. I'm also gonna say Sidebottom, because how could you not love Sidebottom? But same thing that I said about Cotterpin applies to him. My favorite one-off or rando character, Turbo Doozer, dude. I was sitting here the other night trying to clip down the episode. Like, I can't clip every line, but oh my god, I wanted to. The voice he's doing is somehow a mix of Gunge and Junior, and I love it so much. Who had the best songs? Was there a character with the best songs? And the answer is yes, it was Junior Gorg, because he has two of my favorite songs this season, and I really love that. I don't know why that was so surprising to me, because like, they did him dirty in the first season, I feel. He really showed up with those songs this season. My favorite episode, yeah, definitely top fave is Red Sea Monster, but other favorite episodes this season, Secret of Convincing John, Moki and the Minstrels, because I think that that's the one that I needed to hear this season. Also The Wizard of Fraggle Rock. There's a lot of really good moments in all of those, so I think those ones are my favorite. Oh, I do really like The Day the Music Died too. I like the concept of that one a lot. Really hard for me to pick favorites, it seems, except for when it comes to that one man. Apparently I have no problem picking favorites. Favorite moments this season, as in the ones that I keep quoting, the ones that have been sticking in my head. Lately I've been quoting, yeah, twice in fact, and yet again, from the one scene with Philo and Gunge. The one that I've been quoting a lot lately for some reason is, I have a vision, from the Sea Monster episode with Marlin. Why am I quoting that? I don't know, but I can't stop. Another one, Poor boy. Oh, thank you, noble legend. Are you joking? It's just random shit that'll stick in my brain, and then that's what I say for the rest of my life. That's all I can think of right now. Underrated icon. Doc. Every time it's Doc. I'm sorry. I think he's so slept on and he's so funny. Doc and Sprocket really get me though. Doc, he gets overshadowed by all the puppets in the show, which is understandable. But he's so good. He's so funny and their dynamic is so good. I love the way they interact, like him and Sprocket. And also knowing that they had like a hard time, like they kind of struggled at first getting into it. I'm like, oh my God. And they did so fucking good. I love Doc and Sprocket, okay? Oh my God, we did it. Are you absolutely sick of my shit by now? I am. I have never needed anything done so bad. This was not meant to be as long as it is. I said that the first video too, and I have no fucking clue how I ended up making only a 3-hour video for the first one. Did I just not have as much to say? I don't remember. I don't remember how the first video went, but how is this how the second video went? I can't lie. This has been a monster for me to edit, and not because of the length. Because I'm sick of these bitches. I really hope that you do not feel the same right now and that I've just seen this video 7,000 times. I don't know what I'm afraid of, but I'm afraid of it. I'm not scared of anything except for being here. I just have a lot to say all the time. It's only gonna get worse as these videos go on. And I've cut a lot from this video. I have cut out so much and it's still this long. I really tried. I'm really sorry that it's this long. I've been in my own brain for way too long on this, I think is what's happening, and I'll probably get it out and I'll probably be literally fine in a day. But I was doing okay and I was feeling all right about it. And then like maybe about first quarter of the video done and I was like, oh my God, shut the fuck up. How are you still talking? Promise you, I am the coolest, chillest, crazy person you'll ever meet. And I say that because I feel that I'm self-aware. I feel that I have like a brain in my head that functions pretty well for the most part. I feel a horribly deep connection to a lot of things and it makes no sense. Everything has meaning and everything is connected, everything everywhere all at once. That kind of feels like all of the nerves in my body are activated at the same time. So I come off a little crazy sometimes. I'm just really passionate about things and I like to kind of exaggerate a little bit sometimes. Sometimes I'm not. But I won't tell you when that is. I feel like my bones are covered in that sour candy coating. Anyway, another thing is that I filmed the outros for these after I edit. Like my post-edit clarity. I have a lot of time to think about the video, you know? So one night I was editing, right? I had like a whole crisis. I think it's watching myself back for so long. Like it's one thing doing like a regular length video, but it's another to edit a 6-hour long edited video of you and your puppet. I'm fine. I will be fine. I always am. But something's going on. So I had a little bit of crisis one night, right? I wouldn't be so critical on anyone else either. That's the thing. But I don't know. You know how it goes. You can't really help it after a while. It's just kind of what your brain does. It's gonna start picking apart shit. I've had Luna for a second and I posted her on my social medias. She hasn't talked at this point in time when I'm speaking right now. The feedback that I've got has been mostly positive, but for some reason I feel almost guilty about that. I don't even know if that's the word. I think it's imposter syndrome. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm going for right now. Imposter syndrome is what's happening. I haven't really dealt with that in a while. I will be so honest with you. I also haven't really tried anything new in a while, so I guess it kind of comes with the territory. So actually, you know what? Let me just read you what I wrote when I was having this crisis, because I've been kind of like putting notes down for the outro, because I kind of had a little realization like halfway through this. So I'm just gonna leave it in its raw form. I was put on this earth to create and to entertain and to jingle my little jester bells, and that is simply it. I've always been this way. I've always felt this way. I have always known this to be true. I absolutely will stop at nothing to get somewhere, wherever I feel that may be in the moment. But here is where we now are at. I think I get it now. I know what it was trying to tell me. I was hearing but not listening. As I go through this show, and I've seen this show before, telling me exactly what I need to hear, exactly when I need to hear it. I'll be like editing the episode and I'll be like, oh, it happened again with a different episode. It was the episode where Cotterpin wants to be a fraggle. Red says, well, don't give up till you're sure, okay? And I was like, what's that mean? At the time, because I was like, oh, that's just kind of a funny thing to say. I get it. I wanted to give up on this video. I feel that I should include these things because I feel like my personal experience going through this is important to like how the actual video turned out, how all of this is turning out. Everything is connected. Everything is important all the time. Either that or nothing is. Getting ahead of ourselves. This whole video, I've felt like the walls are closing in on me. And I think that's another reason why like the Monkey and the Minstrels episode is like kind of hitting for me, because I feel like I need to rush, I need to get out. I mentioned briefly earlier that I isolated myself for a while. I'm actively trying to claw my way out of the life that I made for myself, because the life that I made for myself is not at all what I want. And I think for a minute it's what I wanted and it's what I needed, but what I wanted and what I needed at that time are vastly different than what I need and want normally. I was not in a good spot. So yeah, I did dig my own grave. I made all these decisions, but now I have to try to figure out how to get out of that. I don't know. It so intensely feels like it is time to move on in my life right now. I've just been trying to focus on finishing up this video and getting this video out, because that's the only thing I can focus on right now. It's good to be somewhere, and here's where we now are best. That one's hitting me hard right now, because I think that maybe I am here for a reason. I do think that kind of everything happens for a reason. I try to think that anyway. I try to look at my life that way, that, you know, everything will work out the way that it's meant to. I've been planning on doing these full series deep dive for so long, like literally years. I think when Back to the Rock first came out, that's when I started planning doing all of these. That being said, my memories past season 2 are hazy, because I specifically stopped rewatching everything. Like I would only watch, when I did season 1, I would only watch season 1. I did season 2, I would only watch season 2, because my brain will start to mix things up. So it's a little bit hazy from here on out, and I'm actually really excited about that. I remembered a lot of season 1 and 2 for some reason. Once we get past that, here and there I remember a couple episodes, but like majority, I know I've seen it, but I don't remember it. I am really excited to be like re-experiencing that. Also, I really like rewatching it now because I have a very different lens than when I first watched the whole show when I was like a teenager. Around then, I don't think I processed it, you know? And I love that I'm able to take things from this show and apply them to my life now still too. This is not just a kid's show. It never has been just a kid's show. Holy shit, dude. What is the runtime on this right now? If you sat here and watched this whole thing at all and you don't hate me by now, first of all, are you okay? Second of all, I owe you a kiss. Just kidding. Don't take that too seriously. Actually, you know what? Some of you, come here. Okay. Any last words? If you want to follow me on my other socials, I'm Fruit Bats everywhere that I am. I got TikTok, Instagram. I think that's really all I use other than this. Oh, and I made a Fraggle Rock Discord. I'll put the link, so if you want to go join that. It's so cute. Everyone is so cute in there. I'm not super active in it, but I'm around, lurking. My website is fruitbats.com. My Etsy is fruitbatsart if you want to grab any of my little art things. I have some new things. Let me just show you really fast. I did a test actually on these little bracelets. I don't know if you can see them. Little tiny baby Fraggle charm bracelets. They're so small, it's really hard to show you. They're there. They sold out like immediately, and I love you for that. So I gotta get more of those. Oh my god, lovely Fraggle. I'm about to go straight animal mode. I also have Cantus. I have stickers of him too. I have 3 new phone charms. Sprocket. And I have Pepe and Rizzo, if you can see them. Those are the new things that I have in my shop. Hey, for serious though, I cannot thank you enough for being here. The amount of support that I got on my first video is insane to me, because I actually seriously thought that nobody was gonna watch it. And I feel the same way about this video, actually, and I didn't think that I would. I do. The support that I got on that first video, I genuinely like, I want to cry thinking about it. I like cried for 2 days straight. Like, I'm very emotional, okay? I got big feelings thinking about the support that I've gotten since starting to talk about this. I am so incredibly grateful. I cannot thank you enough. I want other people to be into this show so badly. And the fact that people have told me that they're getting into this show or like getting back into this show because of my video makes me want to cry. That makes me so happy. I truly believe this show is so important. I want people to like this show and understand this show so bad. If my toxic trait is believing that if everybody understood Fraggle Rock, the world would be a better place, then that's, so be it, okay? Although it was very popular, I feel that it got kind of overlooked still, or maybe just passed off as just a kid's show, or like nobody really listened. Okay, I'm not really sure I have anything else to say. I'm really more scared than I was the first time. And maybe one day I will eventually rewatch all these, and maybe I'll look back on them and I'll be like, wow, for better or for worse, only time will tell. All right, well, I gotta go jump into making this Halloween special that I planned. It is October 10th.
Is it over yet?
And every eye is dry, believing there's no grieving, just a rainbow in the sky. Goodbye, goodbye.